right, thanks everyone for coming today. We're going to get going in about a minute, so grab a quick cup of coffee if you haven't yet. Yeah, thanks everyone for coming out to the University of Minnesota this morning for the NCITE and CTS Transportation Symposium. I'm Joe DeVore. I'm this year's NCITE Vice President and Professional Development Chair. Yeah, I'm going to turn over to Nick Costello here to give a brief introduction on behalf of NCITE, and then hand it over to Stephanie with CTS to give an introduction with CTS. Looking here to get going in about 10 minutes with the presentations. Thanks everyone for coming.
Thanks, Joe. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Nick Costello. I work for Washington County, and I'm this year's NCITE president. And on behalf of NCITE, I'd like to welcome you all to the 2025 Transportation Symposium. I'm sure most of you know this since you're here, but this is our biennial event. So we do this every other year. All-day event with technical sessions, networking. We have 14 great presentations lined up for today, so we're really excited to be here. Just a couple quick thank yous I wanted to do. So the first one is just thank you to the Center for Transportation Studies for partnering with us again this year. I'm a former alumni, or I am an alumni, so it's good to be good to be back on campus, and they're always great to work with. So I'm happy to be back. And then I wanted to say a special thank you to Joe. So Joe mentioned he's our vice president on the NCITE board this year. He's basically been pulling triple duty this year. So he's been doing his vice presidential duties. He's serving as the professional development chair. One of his primary tasks for that is organizing this event, which is a lot of work. And then our treasurer, Sarah Peterson, has been out for 3 or 4 months for parental leave with a new baby. And Joe has also been acting as our interim treasurer. So thank you very much, Joe. It's a lot of work. It doesn't go unnoticed. We really appreciate it. I wanted to do just a quick plug for those of you who aren't members, ITE and NCITE members. I wanted to encourage you to strongly consider to join our organization. I was lucky enough as a young engineer coming out of college and starting at Washington County. I was lucky to have a few mentors at the county who really encouraged me to get involved in this organization early. And I think really it's been one of the most invaluable things I've done in my career in terms of meeting people, building relationships, learning what other agencies and consultants are doing to creatively solve the problems we're all dealing with out there. And in terms of what you get when you become a member on the national level, there's all sorts of things. There's the technical national committees, so meeting with other experts in your particular area of interest from around the world. Access to professional development resources, access to scholarships, and then on the local level, we have a number of technical committees that cover a variety of topics. So being able to get involved in those and talk with other experts. Scholarships, we have section meetings generally monthly. And so all of those I think are great benefits to join. So Joe and I will be here all day today. If you have questions about membership, certainly feel free to grab one of us. And then just a couple other quick announcements. So our student scholarships are due actually end of the day tomorrow. We have $5,000 scholarships available, so just a heads up that those are due tomorrow. And then 2 upcoming events I wanted to mention are November section meeting, which is our last section meeting of 2025, is coming up on Tuesday, November 4th. That'll be at Surly Brewing right down the street here. And that one's going to be a presentation from Paul Morris at SRF and Maurice Roars with MnDOT on Minnesota's new greenhouse gas and VMT impact assessments and those requirements. So we're excited for that venue. We haven't been to Surly before. Food should be good, and obviously folks will probably stick around for a beverage or two afterward. And then the last one I wanted to mention was just our annual meeting is also coming up a few weeks after that, Friday, November 14th. That will be at Smash Park in Roseville. So for those of you that haven't been to an annual meeting, it's a super fun event. We do kind of a presentation that's a recap of our year. We do an awards ceremony, and then the rest of the night is fun and games after that. So this year it'll be pickleball, beanbags, darts, karaoke, duck pin bowling. I mean, there's some more stuff too, but should be a lot of fun. Hope to see all of you there. And I was going to mention too, for the annual meeting this year, we are trying something a little different with pricing. We're implementing a lower price for public sector members. So if that's something that's kept you away in the past, we're doing a little bit lower price point for folks that have to pay their own way this year. So just a heads up on that. And that was all I had, I think. So thanks all. Enjoy the day.
Studies here at the U, and I'm so grateful to be here and welcome you all to campus. I was telling a few folks in the back that I've gotten to be on campus for the last couple of days. I don't come every day for work anymore, but man, what beautiful days to be here. I am a U of M grad. I won't say what year, but late 90s, so it's been a while. I have worked at the university and at CTS for over 20 years. My point is I've spent a lot of time on campus, and I still get the shivers when I walk down Northrop Mall on a sunny day. It's a little crisp. It's just so beautiful. So I encourage you, not during the sessions, but during break or maybe on your walk over to Stub and Herbs tonight, check out campus. It really is beautiful. How many of you, let's say, went to the University of Minnesota? That's awesome. Keep your hands up. How do you have some kind of connection to the university? Right, awesome. How many of you wore maroon today knowing you were coming to the university? Because I love it. Thank you. I didn't wear my maroon, but I did wear my CTS. So go Gophers. Homecoming this weekend if anybody's looking for something to do. As you can see, I really, really love the U. I love the transportation industry, and this is a great opportunity for all of those things to come together. So if you don't know CTS, we are the Center for Transportation Studies. We're going to be celebrating our 40th year actually next year. So we've been around for a while. And really our goal is to try and connect practitioners and academia. We started 40 years ago because, as we all know, practitioners and academia speak different languages. And so we really wanted to try and bridge that gap. And over the years, we have expanded. We do work in obviously a lot of research. We have a handful of researchers within CTS, but we work mostly with faculty and researchers out in the departments. And you can see a few of them that will be here today, highlighted in orange, which probably should have been maroon or gold. Gold-ish. I'll give you a gold-ish. I like it. And what excites me about that is just this opportunity to share their work, to give access to research, that innovation and that curiosity to really kind of push the envelope, learn new things. If you all have ideas for research, if you're struggling with something, if you have things you want to talk about, these folks are great people to talk with. I always feel blown away with the ideas that they have and the things that they're thinking about and sharing. But that exploration is really an important and significant part of what we do, is connecting you all to faculty and researchers here at the U. The other piece of that is connections to students. And it was great to hear about the scholarships that you guys offer. If you ever are looking for connections to students, interns, if someone's looking for a mentor, if you want to be able to market information to students, let us know. We work with a couple of different student groups on campus, and we're always happy to share that kind of information with our contacts. And then as practitioners, if you're interested in getting involved, if you're really curious about research and want to be involved more, there's lots of opportunities in that space as well. So CTS has 4 different research councils. I see one vice chair of a research council here. I was talking to coworkers of your chair actually back in Washington County, but we have 4 research councils that try and again bring practitioners and academia together to advance research. And those councils, you can be a member of the council. They're kind of modeled after TRB councils, if you're familiar with that. You can also be a friend of the council. They meet a handful of times throughout the year, but really it's an opportunity to get to know the faculty and researchers in the specific discipline and topic areas. So that's one opportunity. And I always like to make a plug for joining a TAP, or a technical advisory panel. So most research that we are connected with here, I don't know, a good amount of research is funded by MnDOT and the LRRB, the Local Road Research Board. And for all of those projects that are funded, we put together a technical advisory panel. A technical advisory panel is put together. And we're always looking for content experts and practitioners, technical expertise to join those panels. So if you're interested in something like that, track me down. I'll be here throughout the day. I'd love to get you connected to the right people to get your name in the hopper for some upcoming project. The timing is great. We're just going through the process right now of selecting. MnDOT and LRB are going through the process of selecting research projects that will get started next summer. And the last thing I'll put a plug in for is the local technical assistance program. If anybody's heard of LTAP, that is housed at the Center for Transportation Studies as well. And that program is a federally funded program with a lot of dollars also coming from the Local Road Research Board. But the goal is to connect with local agencies, townships, tribal communities to provide training to transportation, mostly maintenance personnel, but not all. So take a look at the LTAP website. I can certainly give you that link if you're interested. There's a lot of great training opportunities through that option. And I guess I lied, that wasn't my last plug. My last one is CTS. If you haven't joined our mailing list, we send out an electronic newsletter that has a lot of great information about research projects and events that are going on in the space. So I can get that information to everybody too. So thank you for being here. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Nick. It's wonderful to see such a great turnout. I encourage you to talk with each other. Talk with the researchers when they're here. They enjoy those kinds of conversations, and we really enjoy that interaction. So thank you and have a great day. I hope you learned a lot.
Hey, thank you, Stephanie, for those wonderful plugs for 2 great organizations. So to start us off today, we have Steve Peterson and Molly Stewart talking about regional solicitation. Steve Peterson is a senior manager of highway planning at Met Council, MPO for the Minneapolis-St. Paul region. He leads the allocation of federal transportation funds in the region through the regional solicitation, as well as active transportation, regional sales tax funding. Steve has an undergraduate degree from St. Norbert College in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and a master's degree in urban and regional planning from the University of Minnesota's Humphrey School of Public Affairs. Molly Stewart is a senior project manager with SRF Consulting Group with over 20 years of transportation planning and traffic engineering experience. She has led and contributed to a wide range of projects for state, county, and municipal clients, including corridor and sub-area studies, transportation and preservation plans, multimodal facility planning, freight studies, and funding applications. Her experience includes contributing to all phases of a project, including issues and needs identification, alternative development and analysis, concept and preliminary design, funding, implementation, public engagement, and agency coordination. Molly has a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, but we'll accept her here at Molly and Steve.
Today, so maybe I'm going to start with the show of hands. Who has completed an application or has knows knowledge of the regional station building? Some level of that. So, all right. So we've got a lot of information to go through. We've been working on this project, this redesign for the last 2 years. So I'll sum it up by best I can in 20 minutes. So we'll start with just an overview of what the redesign is, what we've learned in the last 2 years, and then Steve's going to take over and go through what the structure for 2026 is going to look like. Sure. Yeah. Can everyone hear me in the back? Yeah. Yeah, good voice projection if that is okay. All right. So for those that are not familiar, the regional solicitation is a competitive process that Met Council utilizes to award their federal funding that they get through USDOT. So it's part of, they do it every 2 years. They do a solicitation and tie the federal funding with their metropolitan planning process and their transportation policy plan, or TPP as it's known. The 2024 application, which was in effect for the last 10 years prior to this redesign, had 3 primary modal categories for applications. So there's a total of 12 applications within these 3 categories. There was a unique projects category that kind of was created last couple of years to fund some projects that didn't quite fit into these 3 modal buckets. So primarily looking at your roadway applications, transit, TDM applications, and bicycle pedestrian applications. And then, as I mentioned, so this program's been in effect since 1993, and there was a redesign that was done in 2014, and now this is 10 years later, and we're doing it again. Typically, the redesign is done every 10 years to align with the Metropolitan Council's updated transportation policy plan. So they just adopted a new policy, or Imagine 2050 plan, and then their 2050 transportation policy plan. So the goal of this redesign is to align the regional station funding program, which is used to fund programs that align with the goals. And so the redesign needed to be done to update the solicitation program so that it could incorporate the goals that are part of the 2050 TPP. So there are 5 goals that are in part of that plan. They're highlighted on the bottom here of the slide. And so they're equitable, inclusive, healthy and safe, dynamic and resilient, climate change, and natural systems. And so those 5 goal areas, as we'll highlight here momentarily, are incorporated into the new structure for 2026. So what's changed for those that are familiar with the solicitation process? I just want to highlight a couple of things to be aware of. Overall, the goal of our redesign was to simplify the application. We completed some listening sessions with stakeholders, city and county representatives, and a lot of feedback was it was complicated. There was a lot of questions. So how can we simplify this process? So we simplified things in the way of reducing the number of scoring measures that each application is having to complete, and focusing on outcomes versus 1 to 2 outcomes that align with the goal area that the application is aligned with. And then there also was a lot of momentum to develop a targeted application that focuses on safety. So a specific safety category was created as part of the 26 solicitation structure. It is very complementary or mirrors what the MnDOT's Highway Safety Improvement Program would application looks like, and both the Metro HSIP application and the regional station come out at the same time. So it will kind of be a funding towards the safety category for larger projects that promote safety. Also, for 2026, there's a new EV charging application category. Previously, projects that were in this bucket would have been under the unique projects category, so now it's brought out in its own category. So no more unique projects anymore. So we're trying to align the solicitation better with the project type so that there isn't a need for the unique projects anymore. One thing I will note is that one of the 5 goal areas, the equitable and inclusive, did not have a specific category that was developed directly out of the 26 solicitation structure. It is an equity, will be incorporated though as part of the scoring measures for all of the applications. That's typically what had been done in the previous solicitation as well. There is currently, my council is completing a highway harms study right now that will identify potential projects that could be equity projects under this umbrella. So there could be some change in the future, potentially to create an application category for types of projects. So that's TBD. And how the equity shows in the criteria right now is it's called community considerations. Adjusted the terminology to align with kind of the federal direction right now. So you've got some information to talk a little bit more about what that looks like. And then finally, there was a regional sales tax implemented as well that as a bucket of money that is for active transportation projects that council will distribute to the regional solicitation. So that has been incorporated into this funding structure. We're still actively working through if they're, the timing of those solicitations, but right now it's planned to be rolled out as part of the 2026 solicitation early next year. So I'll just highlight, as I mentioned, we've been developing this redesign for the last 2 years. There's been a number of technical items that we've done as part of this that I'll touch on here momentarily. We did a lot of research into the investment, how the spending's been done. We did a before and after study to kind of look at some of the projects that were constructed and if the benefits are being realized. And that all helped to drive at, what kind of changes needed to happen with the structure. And then from there, once we developed our structure, we're able to then identify the criteria and scoring measures that go with each application category. And the goal of simplifying, and right now we're in the final application material phase. So the applications are going to be sent out for a large review from technical staff here in a moment soon, and then the goal is to have everything finalized and ready for an early 2026 solicitation. Just touching on our, there's been a number of people involved in this redesign process. Generally, we've been working with Met Council has their Transportation Advisory Board and then their Technical Advisory Committee, their TAB and CAC committees. We also developed a policymaker working group as part of this specific redesign effort, which was comprised of members of TAB and the Metropolitan Council. And then we also compiled a technical steering committee, which was comprised of members from the Technical Advisory Committee. So those two groups were part of more of the detailed process, and then we did provide updates to the established committees that Metropolitan Council does have. In addition, we had special issue working groups that we brought in to really kind of drill down into the details. So we have hosted a series of workshops in April and May this year that Steve will touch on a little bit more, but it included about 100 people from different agencies that had and provided a lot of technical input on the detailed scoring measures for the application. So what have we learned? So I mentioned we've done a number of technical pieces as part of this process back in the early start of the redesign. First one was we looked at the last 10 years of spending in the regional solicitation program. So over the last 10 years, there's about $1.5 billion that have been spent or awarded for projects through the regional solicitation program. And that was, awarded to the various funding categories, and then also coupled with a lot of the projects that they had a local match. So it wasn't necessarily under only 1.5 million, but coupled that with the local match that each of these projects brought, it was a rough $3.1 billion investment in the transportation system to the regional staging program. The investment summary also summarized some of the past changes. There was a new transportation bill when that major policy changes, and it was summarized as part of that in the last 10 years. And then the investment also compared different funding sources and and categories based on the solicitation categories. So just want to highlight a couple of things from that investment summary. Largely, as I mentioned, there are 3 modal buckets that were awarded funding to. Most of the funding, or a large 50% of the funding, which is the roadway category, that's the larger projects, and there's a larger maximum for those types of projects. But then an equal split between the transit and TDM projects. I'll note that the ABRT lines are included as part of the transit category as well. So there's been a significant investment in the metro transit, the arterial bus rapid transit lines. And then the bicycle and pedestrian categories are there too. So as I noted, about $3.1 billion are spurred into the transportation system in the last 10 years in the metro due to the regional station funding. In addition to an investment summary, so looking at our past spending, we also looked at, the projects that were funded through this investment. Are we getting benefits that are being realized? Each of the applications that were completed had to note a number of investments from safety to operations, et cetera. And so really wanted to look at, are we really getting those benefits that are being noted in the applications? So we focused on safety as the metric to analyze. And we looked at each of the roadway applications. So there are 3 specific ones in the category: strategic capacity, modernization, and traffic management technologies. And then we also looked at the last 10 years of HTIP applications that were also funded. So overall, the takeaway that I want to highlight here is that the most safety benefit that was realized was through the HTIP program, which had very targeted criteria that was just focused on safety, versus the regional solicitation applications had some safety criteria, but it also had a bunch of other criteria that aligned with the other goal areas from the transportation policy plan. So big takeaway was, if you want to see really concerted efforts towards improving safety, to hyper-focus attention on that criteria. So finally, then we did a number of listening sessions with stakeholders, so city and county representatives, to really understand, what are their struggles or what do they want to see changed in this 2026 solicitation. Big things that, as I already noted, there was a desire for simplification, but then also projects should be better aligned with regional goals. So the goal is safety, then align the projects and the benefits to get that safety benefit, and then. So focusing on that desired outcome. So what are we trying to get out of it, instead of trying to, get a little bit of all projects, focus attention in specific. All right, with that, I'm going to turn over to Steve to talk to you what that structure looks like.
Yeah, I do this one at a time. Seems like almost. Certainly. All right. We're gonna have a few minutes at the end, Joe, for questions.
Yes.
Molly and I are both talkers, so we can keep us on track. Yes. 10 minutes, okay. So about a year ago, we brought together policymakers. Now it's mostly mayors and city council members and county commissioners that are involved with one of our lots of committees at the Met Council. And asked them, again, the overarching goal of this 2 to 3 year study was to best align plans with investment decisions. So we asked them, of all the objectives in the goal, the new transportation policy plan, how would you like to see them implemented as far as application categories or measures or qualifying requirements, or nothing at all? So this was a tabletop exercise that we did last Christmas time, and you can see some bucketing of all these various objectives and organization and that. And through that exercise, we came up with this new structure that you'll see it on the slide right here. And maybe we'll just pause here for a second and explain a few things and reiterate what Molly had mentioned. So one of the bigger changes was a dedicated safety category that mimicked what MnDOT is doing with Hazard Safety Improvement Program. So you can see that on the red on the far left side. The difference with the federal funds through the regional solicitation is that we're doing slightly bigger projects. So again, the maximum for each SIP is a $2 million award. So we'll spend more cost benefit safety projects. In this case, we'll go with the max, the award amount is between $2 million and $7 million. So it's meant for either multiple intersections or corridor type projects. So that's the slight difference between each program. The other new category to point out, electric vehicle charging on the far right side. That's a brand new one. Most of our money is 4 and 5 years out. And so no one probably wants EV charging location in a certain location 5 years out because it's too far away. The private sector might take care of that location. So we're not going to do a specific solicitation for EV charging this cycle, but we will in 2 years of also project implementation. I think anyone from this room was on our special issue workers. We did have 100 people from across the region that were involved with those. 2 workshops, and shows one of them here. To dig into the criteria and the measures and all the details. So that was really a great experience to get good involvement. The next question was for our policymakers, how would you like to split $250 million? And that sometimes takes weeks, months. They go back and forth on what the right split of the money is. And so what they're proposing so far, because it's a new structure, is to largely mimic what we've done in the past with some flexibility. So they're going on funding targets, and you can see on the top line there, safety $30 million, bicycle ped about $35 million, transit $60 million, roadways $110, the environment $15 million. So those are rough targets. They want to see the number and quality of applications that come in the door and reserve the right to adjust those in the future. The other thing to note, the bike ped's going to get a lot of money here. So bike ped can apply in the safety category. They will have $35 million of federal funds, and then the next solicitation is going to have $50 million of active transportation. That's the regional sales tax, which is actually a better source of money because you don't have to federalize the projects, and probably most of those are being constructed within 2 years. Likely no local match required is another nice requirement for that. So anyway, the combination, you're probably going to see $85 to $100 million of bike ped investment that gets awarded by the end of next year. So that's a lot. Do that for 10 years, you're going to see a lot of change. There's that $50 million of active transportation, and that's coming from the sales tax for the metro area. Another change that we wanted to highlight is the minimum maximum awards. Many of those haven't been changed since 2014. And if you're developing projects, $7 million would buy the same thing that I did 10 years ago. So many of those, especially the maximum awards, we're proposing to increase. A lot of them are going from $7 to $10 million. We are proposing to have a separate category for interchanges. We used to fund 3 to 4 interchanges per cycle and give them $10 million on what was about a $40 million project. So that the math wasn't working on that equation. So instead, we're going to fund 1 interchange project at $20 million. And that better aligns too with some of the greenhouse gas legislation, trying to show offsets on those types of projects. Here's the maximum awards for the active transportation. So again, those are meant to be smaller projects. We think a lot of cities across the region will be good candidates for these types of projects, but maybe they're intimidated about using federal funds and don't have a big project on the bicycle transportation network or other regional trails or other things, but this might be a good source of money. There's also a planning category here too for not corridor studies, but more system or citywide active transportation plans that are looking over the So as we wrap it up and turn to questions, so roughly a year from now, once we have the application scored, we're going to ask our policymakers, what do you want to do with those targets? You can fund exactly to those targets, or you can, we're hoping that staff will come back and tie it back to the 2050 transportation policy plan. These might be a few of the funding scenarios or options that we bring back to the policymakers. Safety emphasis, reliable travel options, or prioritizing safety for people outside of the vehicles. There may be some more in there too, but those are a few examples of ways we may push money this way or that way for their consideration. So here's another good slide to maybe pay attention to. So we've been receiving a lot of questions already about the timing of the next regional solicitation, and that will likely be this spring. We'll do a call for projects, March to roughly May, and with the hope of having the project selected by the end of 2026. Then the federal ones will go into the slip after. So with that, thank you for your time, and any questions before we turn over to the next 13 presenters? Well, if you do, okay, you got a question. All right.
I got more things to help you. So when you were doing benefit costs, was the focus was safety, but was there any analysis into kind of the mobility or greenhouse gas benefits of projects? I saw there was a 15 to 20% benefit for a lot of the expansion projects, which kind of caught my eye.
So the challenge was trying to get the do it on a network-wide scale, and MnDOT crash data is the easiest way to do a before and after. So when we did that, we were able to just pull crash data from the pre-construction and post versus using the application. So it's a little more challenging, I think, to do the operational benefits. So we focused on that. We also did, and I didn't mention this, but we did look at pedestrian data as well. So we looked at where there were trail segments added, or did count data actually go up, and we collected counts and stuff, and that was another challenging one. It kind of didn't show super inclusive results, and so kind of trying to think about how we ask for that data in the future and track it. Safety is the easiest one, I think, to track and to benefit. So
maybe the last thing I'll offer too is, I said we've been getting a lot of questions on the timing and which application categories my project go into. So I invite you to contact me the next 6 months here if you want to talk that through, either for yourself or your agency or for clients that you're working with. So I think we have one question here.
There was a fair amount of consternation within MnDOT about the greenhouse gas reduction elements. It appears to me that with all the active transportation elements here, any expansion projects that you do, could you use your active transportation work as offsets for that? Is that one of your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks, Ken. We've had lots and lots of meetings on that very question right there, because no one really knows exactly what to do. There's some guidance out there. I'm over asking of applicants if they have a trunk highway lane expansion or interchange project greater than $15 million. What's it in this bucket of having the greenhouse gas analysis? And so we're asking them to figure out the emissions impacts before they apply, and also any local offsets that travel shed or community of which they are. The project is located, to identify those local offsets. And then as a secondary measure, we bring in all the regional projects to offset what is a cost for a regional highway project. And it's yet to be seen whether that'll be enough, or if the local agency will need to bring additional funding to the table to meet that full offset. I hope there will be, because there's going to be a lot of projects, especially the transit ones too, that I think will be good offsets. But people have had lots of questions on that very point, so thank you. Thanks for raising it.
One more question.
Just elaborate on the active versus reactive modification. Normally, is what does that mean?
yeah, so typically how the HIP program is done, reactive projects would be ones that have documented crashes, have a high benefit cost ratio. So what is the benefit you're getting on a project against the cost of it? And if it's typically that ratio of over 1, it yields to a better safety outcome or a stronger scoring project. We mirror the same thing with regional solicitation, is to use that benefit cost ratio as a driver of that application category. The proactive one is more about dealing with systemic issue, potential risk areas where there's maybe not documented crashes happening, but where there is perceived safety issues or documented safety issues. Metropolitan Council did a regional safety action plan, and that identified a number of their high injury network and a number of locations that are on priority locations from a proactive approach, and that is the driver of that connection to those project lists, or what is the driver of the scoring criteria. Right.
Well, let's give Steve and Molly a round of applause. Second presentation of the morning session is going to be Faye Seimer and Hannah Johnson. Faye has worked to support transportation decisions in a variety of contexts at different levels of the planning and project delivery continuum. Faye believes it's hugely important that our roads and public spaces contribute to our quality of life. She currently directs a new corridor planning initiative at MnDOT intended to increase planning work agency-wide. Corridor plans will bridge state transportation goals, including safety, sustainability, equity, and economic development with MnDOT's project selection. Faye is a graduate of McAllister College and the Humphrey School of Public Affairs at the University of Minnesota. Hannah Johnson is a senior transportation planner at Alliance Engineering. She has experience on a wide range of transportation projects that span planning, traffic, safety, alternatives analysis, and public engagement. Hannah has contributed to plans and studies for vehicle, bicycle, pedestrian, and transit modes in the Twin Cities and around the state. She holds a Bachelor of Industrial and Systems Engineering degree from the University of Minnesota. So with that, I'd like to welcome Faye and Hannah.
So we're going to continue in the same vein that Steve and Molly kicked us off with in terms of how do we link our policy decisions with our investment outcomes. But we're going to move way upstream of funding projects and talk about plans, aka where those projects are born, where do projects come from. As Joe said, I'm Faye Seimer, here with Hannah Johnson from Alliance, who's been helping us with this work. I'm going to give you a quick overview of what is going on with corridor planning at MnDOT that is framing this effort. And then Hannah's going to speak about one of the tools we're developing to support this work, which is the Guidebook, to help us be more consistent in how we develop corridor plans. So a little bit about corridor planning at MnDOT. One of the first things people ask me when I talk about corridor planning is often, what is a corridor? And I would say at MnDOT, in this crowd in particular, I think you're well aware that our construction projects are very tightly constrained within our state highway right-of-way. But when we think about corridor planning, we have an opportunity to think much more broadly about all of the things that connect to our right-of-way, whether that be local roads and transportation systems, whether those be the people or communities that are along those routes, different types of land uses, different types of travel along the corridor. And so to me, corridor is much more talking about width than it is defining any specific length of a segment. And our goal here is really to help us think, as we're talking about these corridors, how can we look through the lens of all of our state transportation goals and objectives when we consider what the needs are in these locations. An initiative has been underway at MnDOT for about the last 3 years to enhance and expand our corridor planning practice as an agency. This isn't something that we have done a lot of in the recent past, and that's about to change, which is pretty exciting. So our leadership has designated funding for a staff position in each of our 8 districts to be dedicated to corridor planning. So that right there is a huge increase in capacity. Some of our districts have hired those people, some are yet to come. So it's been really exciting to watch that growth. Actually, I didn't catch this. This is old information. Internally, we dedicated $1 million a year to corridor planning for the last 2 years. But as of this legislative session, We now have $3 million in our agency budget annually dedicated to statewide highway corridor planning. So again, having that dedicated funding is again also something new for MnDOT. We no longer have to compete against like statewide salt shortages to like fund our planning needs, and so this is also a big change for us. As a goal, our agency has looked at our major projects, and the goal is that eventually all of our major projects that we construct as an agency, so kind of much further down the line, can trace their roots back to a corridor plan that helps shape those needs and tell that story of kind of how that project came to be and what it's responding to in the context of our goals. And then, as I mentioned, my unit was created in our central office to help support and coordinate this work. We're working on 2 tools right now. One is a guidebook to help us be more consistent in how we develop corridor plans. And the second is a prioritization process so that as we think about these new resources, the staff time, the $3 million annually, kind of how do we look at our system and decide best where to put those resources. So if you haven't heard me say it enough already, this work is really rooted in the objectives of our statewide multimodal transportation plan adopted in 2022. And so we're really trying to use our corridor plans as an opportunity to bring that lens into these specific locations to help in shaping the needs that eventually become projects. And so things like transportation safety, critical connections, which touches on mobility, those are pretty tried and true things that we've been focusing on for a long time and are often reasons for a lot of our corridor plans. But some of our objectives like climate action, healthy, equitable communities haven't had as much attention in the past, or kind of haven't had that strong link between what our policies goals say and how they show up in our projects. And so some of the reasons for doing this work, I've mentioned strengthening the link between our goals and our project investments. I touched on the prioritization process. This is not developing like a new IRC system or any like special network. Instead, it's meant to help us look through the lens of our state transportation objectives and say, where do we have greatest opportunity to advance those objectives? And then put our planning resources kind of where we have those places where we think we can address many needs at the same time. Planning is a great way to help us be better partners with local agencies so that locals can understand kind of what MnDOT is planning for its system and think about changes to the adjoining network. And this is also an initiative that has buy-in from our operations division because this will help ultimately mitigate our risk on our projects. The goal is to identify need, answer questions earlier in the process so that as things develop and turn into projects, some of those unknowns and those questions have been raised and answered before we're in kind of the scope, schedule, budget, project delivery phase of things. So as I've been talking with folks internally and externally about corridor planning, I think there's been initially some confusion of kind of what it is. And I realized that we talk about it kind of in 2 different ways. So on the left, I would say MnDOT's most common current practice for initiating a corridor plan is a pavement or bridge preservation need is identified. That gets put into our 10-year capital highway investment program. And then it kind of becomes a project. And through our staff's understanding of local needs, from locals talking with us about the work, in places where we understand that there is complexity or additional needs beyond what that pavement need says, we initiate a plan to help us get ready for that work within that 10-year timeframe. One might say that those are a little bit more like scoping studies or kind of pre-engineering studies than true kind of planning studies. And so as we kind of started this process, we looked at some scopes of work and show them to our advisory committee, and we're like, okay, here's what we're doing, like, what's gonna be different when we have a corridor planning guidebook. And there was a lot of like, wait a minute, like, this isn't what we were talking about. And when I talk to people about like their hopes and dreams for MnDOT doing more corridor planning, it's way more about questions that are like, what is this road gonna be when it grows up? What kind of continuity should we have kind of in one region of the state as the road continues into another? It's really challenging for our district staff as they hear from locals about needs that locals identify to really be able to compare kind of one place to another and sort of comparatively which need aligns better with MnDOT's goals. And so there's just a lot kind of bigger questions that folks are having and wanting us to talk about. And so the challenge that we're facing in developing our guidebook is to honor that current practice and know that that is still a need to kind of help support our project and program delivery, but move us more toward these bigger questions of helping us think kind of beyond any one specific project, but again, like, what is the big picture and the long-term kind of vision for how this road takes shape? So this is just meant to be kind of more of a visual of what I was describing. So again, this is kind of our current practice. We have great information about our pavement and bridge forecast condition into the future. That informs a lot of the projects that go into our CHIP, our 10-year capital highway investment program. Once something is identified there, things that are maybe considered less complex go straight into scoping. Things that are more complex where we have more questions, our staff flag and sort of during that 10-year period do more planning work there to get ready. What could be very different if we grow our corridor planning practice is we start with corridor plans, we identify needs, and that's the place where those project ideas come from. Then those get programmed into our CHIP and then move into the scoping process. So I think there'll be some transition time, and I think it'll always be a bit of both, but these are kind of the two ways that we're hoping to use corridor plans going forward. I talked about the two tools that we are developing. So today we're going to be talking mostly about our guidebook, which is going to help us be more consistent in how we produce corridor plans across the state, and help put some definition in place around like what is a plan versus what is pre-engineering. That's kind of the question we're grappling with most right now. And then alongside that, we are also developing a prioritization tool to help us score different corridors in the state and be more objective and transparent in where we put those planning resources. We have been working with policy advisory committee that has been guiding both of the efforts, and then two technical advisory committees. You can see a handful of TAP members here in the room. And then also I've been having a lot of conversations around the state this summer about this work. Honestly, we've been focusing most on practitioners like yourself. So this guidebook is really a tool for people who work on corridor plans, whether you work for MnDOT, local agency, consulting, organizations that support us in this corridor planning work. You are our end user and our core audience. And so we really want to hear from folks like you to make sure that this plan is, or this guidebook is as user friendly as possible and is answering questions that you have and is really grounded in your experience in this work. So with that, Hannah is going to tell us a little bit more about what's going into the guidebook.
Thank you, Faye. Okay, so I'm here today presenting on behalf of Alliance. I also want to mention that we have tool design, ICF, and Zan on our team developing guidebook content. So the guidebook is going to be broken up into these three segments primarily. So defining the levels of corridor planning, context within MnDOT and other processes, and introducing the corridor planning process that we're defining with this guidebook. We're going to have a section on engagement guidance, so that will include engagement with partner agencies as well as the general public. And then the meat of the guidebook, the bulkiest part of it is going to be detailed instructions on how to evaluate topics. So we have set up a 5-step planning process that we're using in this guidebook. If you work on corridor plans, this process probably doesn't look very new. But what it does is it sets a foundation and it allows for more consistency between plans. So step 1, we're calling that pre-planning. This is where MnDOT staff sit down and clarify the study purpose and start to engage partners. Step 2 is context. So this is where you start to document project background, goals and objectives, sort of look at the current scenario through lookup type efforts. Step 3 is our big existing conditions analysis, where you look at data, analyze needs, find gaps and opportunities. Step 4 is looking at potential alternatives. And then step 5 is preparing the corridor plan. So what's new with this setup that we're doing? Step 1 really clarifies pre-planning to frame the study before you get into it and start pulling data. Step 2 similarly allows you to analyze the full context. So step 2, this is usually where a consultant might come in. This is where everyone will sit down and get on the same page about the corridor. Step 3 for the existing conditions analysis, we're really putting emphasis on the SMTP objectives, as Faye mentioned. Step 4, there's a real opportunity here to evaluate based on consistent criteria among projects, so using similar evaluation criteria between corridors. And then step 5, there's also a real opportunity to be clear about implementation plans. So what might be short-term or long-term, and then whether something's physically constrained or not. So I'm going to dig a little deeper into the step 3 existing conditions analysis today. So of the 6 SMTP objectives, we have 4 that we're considering primary objectives. These are on the screen here with some subtopics listed underneath them, so you can get a little bit of a feel for what we're looking at. But this is transportation safety, system stewardship, which we're breaking that up into looking at asset management and then also looking at the environment in a detailed way, climate action, and critical connections. So that's critical connections for motor vehicles and freight, heads, bikes, and transit, and then we also have a whole other category of different types of modes. The other 2 SMTP objectives, so healthy equitable communities and open decision making, we're calling these integrated topics. So we're threading these themes through all of the other more technical topics. And the goal of that is to really have a combined understanding of qualitative and quantitative data as you're developing a corridor plan. So step 3, this is where we've been doing a lot of our writing. We need it for our guidance outlines. We're starting each, we have like mini chapters with topic guidance for each subtopic for the primary SMTP objective topics. And so we start each with a definition, and that's based in MnDOT policy and other guidance documents that already exist. We're really not trying to reinvent the wheel here. So if there's good guidance out there on the topic, we're pointing people to that. We then introduce the qualitative and the technical analysis, what you're going to be looking at for data and engagement, and then what you need to be thinking about for healthy and equitable communities related to those topics. We have a detailed how-to. So what data do you need to pull? What analysis do you need to do? And then how do you report this? We really want this to be a nice balance of keeping it high level and not information overload, but also thinking about a general user and someone who maybe hasn't seen this topic before. They should be able to pick up the guidebook and go right ahead with that analysis. And then we're also including sample scope of work text. So that'll be really helpful for MnDOT project managers as they're setting up a corridor plan. They can sort of mix and match different pieces of scope language based on how they understand corridor needs. So our objectives with this are to be flexible and adaptable based on geography, context, different levels of complexity. So this will apply statewide. We also want to keep it manageable, manage the level of effort for a guidebook user. We want to make it a living document. So as we learn new things, as new systems are put in place, being able to easily update this. And then, like I mentioned, thinking about the general user, having it be educational with enough detail without going too. So step 3 is what I've been talking about, is establishing needs, and step 4 is really about defining potential solutions. So developing strategies and concepts to identify those needs, or to address those needs identified, evaluating and refining alternatives. So I mentioned there's an opportunity for consistent evaluation criteria. And then this is also where we want to make sure that each SMTP objective is being addressed. And then finally, developing solutions and recommendations. So like I mentioned, focusing on short-term versus long-term, fiscally constrained or unconstrained. So this is a really brief overview of what we're doing with this short presentation. We have a website, there's a QR code and then a link below that you can go to find more. We have a lot more detailed information posted here. Hopefully, if you've been following the process, this isn't the first time you're seeing this, but I will invite everyone, if you want to scan the QR code, we are getting interest in focus groups. So we'll be having focus group sessions in the next month or so where we're gonna get together subject matter experts to have detailed conversations. And we're starting to get those scheduled and build out those groups. So if you're interested in joining, scan this today and fill out the form, or find PMK afterwards and talk to us. I'll keep this up for another second before I go into our next steps. Okay, I think I see phones down. So next steps related to the guidebook and the prioritization effort. We are working to define the selection process, or I should say the prioritization team is working to define that selection process, incorporating qualitative information and a numeric score. We're working on developing and vetting the guidebook content with our TAP and with primary user groups. And then the deliverables that we're working towards are this guidebook, which will also come with the training curriculum. And then the prioritization team is developing an online map and a prioritization process definition. Do you have anything you want to add, Faye, before we open it up?
I just want to keep making the plug for the focus groups. Part of the reason for this was we thought that kind of reviewing bite-sized chunks of the material before like a huge draft like comes out of the world would be really helpful. So in particular, if there's a specialty area that you have a lot of knowledge to offer and kind of thinking about how would we think about that in a planning context, or if you have a lot of experience kind of with corridor plans, we would love to have your eyes on this work and help us kind of set this up on the right track before we go into final draft. Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions?
Tim.
I'll just start it. One of the beauties of the way the current practice is that basically the projects are really time constrained and you end up mobilizing directly from the plan into something that becomes kind of real feeling. Now with the way you're projecting this going, it's more upstream and maybe not even in the chip at that point. And is there any kind of thought process for how plans might translate into actual chip projects or something that becomes implementable?
Yeah, I mean, Tim, this is like the tension point that we're grappling with of how do projects get into our chip and why? And there's certainly great opportunity when something is in our chip because that kind of dollar amount is already programmed to come in and do something and maximize efficiencies by pairing it with other work. And I think maybe in particular in the safety realm, like I know I've been in a situation where we have a safety need that we've identified and there's no pavement project coming and we're kind of like, and so I think this will allow us to kind of look through the lens of those other needs and think about kind of how those can turn into projects without waiting on the pavement.
I think that type of plan won't go away. We're expanding. So like the project that we're starting up together soon here, we're still going to be doing those types of plans, but it's thinking ahead a little more.
So that funding piece is a big part of transitioning a corridor study into something that can be implemented. Tying this back to the first presentation today with regional solicitation, is there kind of a standardized process you're looking for with these corridor planning projects where that implementation plan can be set, where you have that BCA, required with a, corridor planning effort, where you can start ranking these priorities by district or statewide to really help shift that funding to the most beneficial projects?
I love that. I don't think we're there yet.
Okay.
So how great will it be in 5 years when we have like some more corridor plans under our belt to look at what are the outcomes of those plans and then how are we getting them into projects? I know one thing that our leadership is talking about is kind of having what we're calling like shelf projects. So kind of being ready for funding opportunities that come our way. And so plans can be a source of those shelf projects or kind of point us toward when that influx of federal money comes in or when the legislature wants to do something more than a regular program, where do we look? Having those plans in place will be the first place to say, okay, we've done the work here, we're gonna start there.
I just had a question. Did you do like a review of like maybe where like the corridor planning process wasn't very good, maybe statewide, or like the inconsistencies or like the need essentially to develop this consistent approach? Or any data that found up like along that vein of where you went seeing most inconsistencies?
We didn't take it from that angle and certainly didn't want to get into the business of like, over here you're doing great, you guys. No, I think it's more I think in particular as MnDOT's goals and objectives have evolved, I think just sort of how those come into the planning process and into project delivery just isn't something that there's like a wide bench or like a deep bench of experience with. And so I think that's one of the biggest opportunities. And then as far as like consistency, I think, casually folks will say like, oh, how do I write a scope of work? Well, I look at the last one I wrote, or I, call up my colleague and piece something together. And so I think things have just kind of evolved that way, but maybe having kind of a more objective resource like the guidebook with kind of fresh eyes on it, and sort of just taking that chance to think collectively of like, why are we doing this? Is this worth keeping or not? Like, would be helpful.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, the consistent proposal approach that we have taken recently. It's been helpful to consult and same with corridor plans. I've done it all over the state and I've seen a lot of different ways to districts to it and have some consistency with how they scope project better and we get some for us across the states. Good job.
I hope you sign up for our focus group. Share with us. Well, and for real, like share with us what you're seeing. I think consultants, you see more of our scopes of work than we do because you're watching like the whole state. So I do think you have a lot to offer there in kind of pointing out to us what you're seeing coming out of different areas.
All right, let's give Faye anything. Megan, Ela, you need your presentation, we got it there. I'll plug it into the back. You can go through that. All right, next we have Megan Danielson and Layla Bungie from Kinley Horn presenting. Megan is a public involvement specialist at Kinley Horn, where she excels in public engagement and communications for city, county, and state projects. With a robust background in education leadership, her experience enables her to effectively engage with diverse communities, ensuring clear and transparent communication through the project lifecycle. Megan is dedicated to fostering meaningful relationships with stakeholders, facilitating constructive dialogue, and delivering exceptional client service to support the successful execution of public infrastructure projects. Leela is a planner at Kinley Horn with a focus on environmental documentation of urban development and transportation projects, small area plans, and community engagement. Her passion is in finding opportunities for the public to participate throughout the project in meaningful ways that are accessible in person and online methods that leverage local knowledge to aid in project decision making. So I'll hand it over to you.
Good morning. The next topic we'll be talking about is transitioning to the virtual case of public involvement. And I will know we'll go through a couple of different case studies about how to do virtual engagement on transit projects. I will note though also that this is going to be applicable to all transportation projects. We know our specific on transit planning. You'll see some key themes and some takeaways from working with this all. So current directions already done there. That's that slide. So we're just going to get into the different tools and techniques. So starting off with what are we talking about when we say versus I think all of us probably got a crash course during COVID on that front. But also want to acknowledge too that the work that we do, engagement, is really important to in person as well. So although we'll be talking about different ways we do it virtually, there's always going to be that need for in-person engagement. And think about that as a main emphasis, and it's a complementary option. And things to think about as you're trying to broaden the way that you do engagements for transportation projects. So kind of the different buckets that we think about as we're picking out the tools or techniques. There's the outreach component of this. So this is really the way that we communicate, get out project information. We share this through media, which could look like emails, newsletters, social media, press releases. This could also be in the form of videos or webinars. We know that people have a lot going on, so thinking about how to make that concise and short is also really important when you're putting them together. Another way that you might not think about for just that outreach, getting the word about your project, is use of an interactive map. So we'll talk about that kind of as a theme throughout all the different case studies that you'll hear. As well as making sure you have a project website. People are either expecting now to be able to find all the information that you're sharing in person or virtually, at least have some place that lives throughout the project. And then flipping to kind of more the engagement component. So this is now where you're at a phase of the project where you're soliciting input, you're asking for comments. You are doing that through maybe virtual meetings and surveys. And then again, through another form as an interactive map or website. Those could be all different avenues where you're collecting those comments. So just kind of starting off with sort of the different themes we're going to talk about today. But before we go any further, we have an outreach activity for you. You can get your thumbs out or on your computer, just go to MnCAV and use this code. And we'll take the code back. And you don't have to do our There's the QR code. Question. All right, so our first question is, how do you use virtual engagement on projects? Yeah, see, there's what tools and right? How do you use virtual engagement on projects? Well, looks like most people have used virtual engagement. So what tools have you tried? Surveys, Mentimeter, might be better. Interaction maps, social pinpoints. Okay, we will come back to the Mentimeter. Hopefully this time I'll get it to work right away. I will pass. This time. Well, all right, so that would help with us to kind of get a sense of who's in the room and what you've tried. We're not going to go into detail on the different types of software and tools. We're going to talk more about how to think about when the right time is for virtual engagement and what you're considering as you're starting that process. So I kind of highlighting that throughout a couple different transit projects that we've worked on here. The first one that we'll highlight is the Metro Blue Line extension. It's a light rail project. It's intended to extend the current Blue Line up from Target Field to Brooklyn Park. It is 13.4 miles, 13 new stations. It does run through 4 cities: Minneapolis, Robbinsville, Crystal, Brooklyn Park. And it will be, once it's constructed, a single seat ride from the existing Blue Line from Minneapolis, from the airport, Long America, all the way through Brooklyn Park. This is something that will, this is a project where we've actually seen how virtual engagement has really benefited this project throughout multiple phases. So we started actually working on this project, Meg and I started working in 2020 on this, and we were in a phase where we really needed to re-evaluate the alignment. So we were considering, okay, this is a really large order, and lots of folks would be really trying to engage with, and one of the tools we were trying to think about at this phase of the project, the planning phase, when we were studying a new alignment, is how do we broaden the reach of our engagement? So one of the tools we first proposed to Metro Transit in the county was using an interactive map, and this was a really beneficial tool that we've used now throughout the whole process, from planning through now the design engineering phase. Part of the benefit was we used it for communicating what were the alignments that we were considering for this extension, and then also now we've used it through the design phase, which I'll get to in a minute. And the way that we communicated this was allowing people that to comment directly geographically on the map, allowing them to think about what are the benefits, what are the concerns of these different route alignments, and also having that transparency of seeing what others are commenting on. So this was a really useful tool in those early planning phases where we needed to get geographic feedback. We also paired it with a survey as well. A lot of that was more on the open-ended questions that we were asking for from folks. So thinking about what are their aspirations, what are their values in this huge, infrastructure investment. So we paired it with multiple tools. We didn't just rely on one tool for this case. Also, this was around the time of COVID, so we were doing a lot of virtual engagement in general. We had a lot of virtual meetings, a lot of webinars, a lot of just discussions and open forums for people to ask questions and provide us feedback. And like I said, we kind of continue to use the interactive map throughout all phases of this project. So we're now at 60% design, and we continue to evolve the way that we show information on the interactive map. So now this has become more of a communication tool, but still allowing for general comments and questions to be posted on the map. So as it's evolved, now we're using it to communicate what is the route, where are the stations, what does that look like in your neighborhood with visualization. We've also now started to look at just different ways of communicating a lot of the topics that are being covered with the project right now. Using that as form of a podcast. We have that just launched actually as of this month. We've also been doing a webinar series, so having short videos to explain some of the topics that's going on with the project right now, from environmental review, right-of-way design, things like that. Going back to the transparency piece, we also have been collecting many comments over many years, having lots of events. And we heard from folks that they wanted to understand how are we taking that input and really changing the project with it. So we also created a Power BI tool that was a live tool that folks could see where we've been in the community, how many comments we received, what are those comments, what are the themes of those comments. So that's been a really good feedback for folks to see where we've been, what we're doing, and also how that feedback that they're providing is getting incorporated. So a couple lessons learned on the virtual engagement side for this project that I wanted to highlight, especially with the interactive map. We've had it open for 5 years now. We've obviously closed it during each kind of phase of the engagement period. Pulled up the comments, shared new information with each phase. But because it's been open for a long time, there is monitoring that needs to happen. And I say that because if you're, thinking about maybe a 3-week comment period, you're probably looking at that pretty often, checking for comments or for the survey. But if it's open for many months, you may not be thinking about checking it as often. So just being aware that that is still out there, people are still commenting, they're still expecting some follow-up from those comments. And this is more specific to the interactive map, but the map has also been helpful for project staff as well. We've just been able to pull it up easier than pulling a roll pod up during meetings or stakeholder meetings. So it's an easier tool to navigate and show people information live versus having to print a big roll pod or have a PDF open it. And in general, with all of the tools that we've been using, just being aware of repeat commenters, I think we've always had an opportunity for people to just please enter their name or email so we can see who's commenting in the background. And being aware that if there's the same person commenting, kind of consider that when you're doing your summaries and reporting out. And as always, with all these tools, emphasis again is on the in-person engagement too. So we need to balance that with other tools. It's been really important. Our next case study that we wanted to highlight is the Metro B line. So the Metro B line is a 13-mile line that connects the neighborhoods in Minneapolis and St. Paul. This provides faster, more reliable transit service to the Lake Marshall and Selby corridor. And very exciting, they will be celebrating their 1 millionth ride this month after just launching in June. So we use virtual engagement on the B line in many different ways. We have some how-to videos, surveys, comment forums. But one thing that we did go back to multiple times was our public coordinate interactive map. So on the design phase, this was just used to view the route visualizations of what the D-line stations might look like. We were not looking for any comments or concerns on this one, so this was just more of a tool for people to look and see what the D-line might look like when it is completed. And then during the construction phase, we made a new map for this one. This was also to view the construction work that was associated with the B-line. So the stations, what they might look like, but also the Lake Street improvement projects. So what all the new road improvements would look like. It was a very detailed map. People could zoom in, see the intersections, see all the different improvements besides just the B-line. This one also, you can tell, see that there's different colors. So we have red, blue, yellow. So those just show people the different years those stations were going to be built. And then the yellow were stations that would used with the line BRT involved. And that one also, we were not looking for comments or feedback or concerns, but we did include a survey that was more just used as a comment form and people had any questions or comments, and then the project team could get back to them. And just a few lessons learned and things, some key takeaways from using engagement, virtual engagement on the B-line. We promoted the map more as a communications tool, so it wasn't to solicit any feedback or concerns, just more of a, here's what the B-line will look like, here's what it'll look like in your community, and then a way to leave any questions or comments to project staff.
For our second one during construction phase, there was a lot of details on there, like I had mentioned. So this really necessary for project staff to use it and walk through with a community member, whether that was at a business meeting or a community meeting or just canvassing along the corridor. And project staff continue to use the interactive map even after this outreach period has been over. Our client told us the other day that he still uses it to look at the corridor and see where all the different stations are. And our third sheet that we're going to talk about is the new West 7th corridor. So earlier this summer, we helped the Evening Fall Metro Transit and MnDOT kind of share out a new update on what's happening with the West 7th corridor. They are looking at a new concept that includes BRT, and this will also include several multimodal updates and upgrades as well. And some like a small map, they're showing the location for this concept spans 2.5 miles between 2 counties, 2 cities, international airports, and multiple regional destinations between Mall of America and downtown St. Paul. So during this planning phase earlier this year, we had a couple different agencies that we were working with on this, and a lot of the work that we did was trying to figure out how do we be really consistent with the messaging and the information that we're sharing during this phase. So similar to kind of the other 2 projects we talked about, we did consider an interactive map as well. Partly for this reason, because there's a lot of different information within the cross sections of the corridor. So even though the general concept that they're looking at right now is BRT, there was a lot of nuances within the corridor that was really important for the agencies to share with the community and get feedback on. So you can see the static map on the left there, which translated that actually to the interactive map on the right. So that same call out information was shown on the interactive map as a call out, and then the corresponding colors matched as well. And then folks were able to comment what their opportunities that they saw with the different elements were, what questions or concerns that they had. We also paired that with a overview video. So this was really, again, kind of a short overview that explained what was happening, what was being considered, what are those opportunities for feedback, as well as the schedule. Not shown on here, but we also had several virtual and in-person meetings. We had a survey as well, which was asking kind of more of those open-ended questions versus the interactive map, which is more geographic-based questions. So a couple things with this one. I think we've kind of hit on this a few times, but just as you're considering what phase of the project you're going to do and what tools are right, something with that early planning phase, using a lot of different tools is important, but making sure that the messaging and the branding looks consistent between those is really important. Because we had 3 different agencies that were working together to launch this phase of the project, we really had to make sure that we were working collaboratively and checking for that throughout. This also, though, the benefits of the digital tools helped all of the agencies be able to kind of cross-communicate with their partners and their stakeholders. So that was another benefit of digital tools as well, just being able to kind of share that between all the agencies involved. Get your phone out. We're going to go back to that Mentimeter again here. So bear with us. While you're pulling that up, I think we've kind of highlighted a few things that have been really beneficial for the work that we've been doing in virtual engagements. But want to hear from you for the folks that have done this before as well. Based on your experience, what have you seen that's worked and what happened? Yeah, I like that one about being flexible as the project progresses. I think we've seen that too. I think that if you've done engagement before, you know that you have to be ready to pivot. Maybe you start off the project thinking you've got a plan, you're going to follow that plan, and things going to go smoothly. But as we know, things can change. So making sure that you're also thinking about that as you're considering what tools you're using. That maybe there's something that worked in one project that might not work real well in another one, just based on you're working. All right, we'll leave you with one more question. So this one is just 1 or 2 words describing what your experience has been with virtual agents. I like the tensions in this. I think a lot of people do expect things to be virtual now too. It's a lot to ask people to come sometimes to an in-person open house or event that you're hosting. So being able to be flexible and having that information virtually that really mirrors what you're doing in person is important. But there is a lot of nuance with doing that sometimes. So I like to see the tension. All right, well, thank you for that feedback. It was really interesting to see what folks have had experience with in the past too. We'll be wrapping up here with the key takeaways. So one of our first key takeaways is using virtual engagement helps to broaden your reach for engagement, communications. Sometimes it's hard to get people to come to an open house or community meeting depending on the day or the time or their lives and work schedule. So being able to have that virtual engagement just broadens your reach to those different communities. And then just thinking about, there's not one tool that's going to solve all of your engagement needs. So just consider that as you're putting together your outreach plan and communication plan. Think about not only the right tool that might work for the phase that you're in, but also how does that work well with the engagement work that you're doing as well. And our last one is just be mindful of the tools that you're using, the limitations and the benefits of each of them in the different phases of your project. Question.
Curious if you have any negatives you find with lowering the barrier for people to put comments out there, like spam, hate speech, things like that, or how you get to deal with stuff.
Yeah, I would say that's definitely important when you're having the transparency piece of allowing others to see the comments that are being posted. With the interactive map tool that we showed, that is one of our proprietary software that we created. We did put intentional effort into the back end of that to make sure that people couldn't even post a swear word, so there's some kind of prohibited list in the background of the application. That also goes back to the monitoring piece too. So making sure that the tool you're using has a way of either giving you an email update or you're checking it, often just to see if there's any concerns that are popping up on there. But yeah, that is definitely something to be aware of. A lot of surveys also have that recaptcha feature now too, which usually prevents bots from spamming you. But yeah, we have seen that happen in the past.
Question about representativeness of the community, because I feel like virtual surveys often are tagged along with demographic data, and then it might show how unrepresentative a sample is, whereas that would not have been recorded in a live open house in-person engagement. How do you deal with that and understand the piece of weirdness in the data and use that as a tool to go out and do targeted in-person engagement to broaden your responses?
Yeah, that's a great question. Usually as part of our outreach plan, we do some kind of demographic analysis before we start just to get a sense of who is in the community who we're trying to reach, talking with the local partners and stakeholders and trying to figure out are there certain groups that we really want to make sure that we're reaching out to specifically in that process. And I'd say too, a lot of times our surveys, we have those demographic questions as optional, sometimes we don't, just kind of depending on what our clients are looking for in that phase of the project. Now that it's not fully important, but we might have some different goals that we're looking for. But that goes back to, I think, also understanding how you're pairing this with that in-person engagement and reaching folks directly and not just relying on that interactive member survey to give you all your engagement needs.
Yeah, I was just wondering with the interactive maps, I think sometimes they go on a little overwhelming. There's so many comments on the map, and sometimes there'll be direct questions submitted to the map. Do you generally respond when they ask the direct question?
Yeah, well, yes and no. So sometimes I know on our interactive map there is a feature where you can turn off replies or turn on replies, and then the project team can reply So either we're doing that on the map, if that's what the client is looking for, or we'll do that just as a separate follow-up to them if they are asking a specific question. Another way to do that too is after your outreach period is done, if you've gotten a lot of questions, a lot of comments, having like an FAQ or some kind of follow-up like that, saying these are all the common themes we heard during this period, here's those answers too.
That's a real quick question. Back to the demographics thing. What we've seen on projects is people are really watching to give up their demographic information. And it's one of the obvious benefits of doing a virtual tool. Have you found any sneaky ways to get that answer?
To get people to answer that question?
Yeah, get that in. Someone get that data.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one. I think we have to be optional. I mean, you can't force people, I think, necessarily to do that. But yeah, I think that is always going to be a challenge. It's going to force people to self-select and self-identify. And I think, again, that goes back to just understanding the community better and understanding working with your partners on the project too to see how you can really be reaching folks. All right, well, here's our contact information. If you have any other further questions, Morgan Nelson above Wonder 2, who leads our technology solutions team here at Bighorn locally. So feel free to reach out to me if you've got questions on our public learning. So, thank you so much.
Starting session 2 here, we have Nick Erbelding. Who has 24 years of experience in traffic engineering with focus on traffic signal operations. Over the past 10 years, he has implemented, optimized signal timing for more than 1,500 intersections. He's a frequent ITE contributor, including a recent presentation at the NCITE Intersection Traffic Control Committee on the topic of leading pedestrian intervals, and has recently served also as the district representative with Great Lakes ITE. So we thank Nick for presenting today and hand it over to you.
Thanks, Joe. So our topic today is YARP. And when I say YARP, hopefully this crowd understands what I'm talking about. I do see some familiar faces from our intersection traffic control committees. I know at least some of you do understand what I mean when I say YARP. But for those who don't, when I say YARP, this is I think a MnDOT coined term to stand for yellow, all red, pedestrian timing intervals. And that's what we're going to talk about today. You can see they're mostly separate, but there's an intersection between the two. We'll talk about that. We'll talk a little bit about the background. We'll start with yellow and all red lines, work our way to the walking plat and dumb walk. If we have some time left at the end, we'll talk about LPIs and how they interact as well. And we'll wrap up from there. So traffic signals, at least in the US, started in around the 1915 timeframe. And so the yellow interval wasn't actually introduced until 1920, so I'm not sure exactly what they did from that time period. But since the yellow interval was introduced, it's been a popular topic for about the last 85 years. And why do we have yellow and all red intervals, or finished intervals in general? Well, it's to improve safety, and they quickly realized after, I guess, the first 5 or so years that they needed some ways to transition between green and red, and so the pet intervals didn't come into being until the 30s, the late 30s, but they realized sort of the similar things there as well. We'll learn about the fact that there's no national consensus or standard. We'll talk about some of the things that contribute towards that, but there is no one right answer. I'll repeat that numerous times. Engineering judgment is still required, despite the fact that we have all these different guidance manuals and different reference sources. There's a lot of agency folks out here. We've worked for a lot of you. No one agency is alike to any other agency. Every agency has their own preferences and tweaks and ways they like to do things, and that's okay. And one of the things we've done in the Intersection Traffic Control Committee is we've done surveys from the different agencies with a goal of sharing best practices with a goal of trying to drive some consensus and some consistency, because that's one of the ways that we do improve safety. We'll go from there. So some of our references here, these are the main ones we'll be referencing and talking about. NCHRP was a big one done in 2012, 2011, sort of was the key basic point that we use now. ITE from 2020, their guidance came pretty much directly from NCHRP. PROAG and obviously MUTCD, which has been evolving over time, are other key reference points here as well. So when we talk about clearance intervals, one of the things that we make sure we have to understand is they involve trade-offs. Too short, obviously, is no good. We don't want people crashing into each other. Rear end collisions are no good, obviously right angles are no good, but conversely, too long is also unsafe. If you make a yellow interval too long, okay, somebody's going to stop, but the next person might not. So you're still going to have rear end collision problems at that point. So the key spot that we want to be is we want to find that best balance in the spot in between. And so, what I'll say here, again, there's no right answer, and I'm not going to be advocating for one practice one way or the other. We want to get to, and we want to consider all the factors that go into making these decisions, and then, again, as an agency, you want to put your heads together and decide how you think it's appropriate to go from there. So this is the graphic that I came up with. It's notice no units on here. There's no right answer for what that range of optimal clearance interval durations is. But you can look, and this is kind of just a way to think about it in terms of like how do we maximize safety capacity. So you have the y-axis for safety capacity over there. You have the x-axis for increasing clearance interval duration, and we want to hit that range there with the dashed lines. And if you look first at capacity, if you're at the far left, you might think, great, we have no clearance intervals, we're going to have great capacity up here. Well, not exactly. The reason for adding clearance intervals in the first place was for safety, but also for capacity. We weren't getting people through intersections because people were crashing into each other. There wasn't a whole lot of traffic moving at that point. So quickly moving away from zero, we get up to some level of optimal clearance intervals. And that's represented by that peak in orange there. And then from there, we reduce capacity as the clearance intervals increase. Where that number is, where it peaks, you can decide for yourself. There's no one answer, and it might be further left or it might be further right, but at some point, there's an optimum, and it goes down from both sides. Now you look at safety in purple, and it's maybe peaking at a slightly different point. But again, at the far left, it's zero. If we're not doing our clearance intervals, maybe not exactly zero, but our safety is pretty low. It increases from zero to maybe an optimal point. It gets a little bit further left or a little bit further right, but somewhere in there it's optimal. You can see the stats cited there from NCHRP. There's good benefit for getting the appropriate values there. You want to increase it where it's optimal, but then conversely, at some point, you don't want to make it any longer. And that would on the upper right is from NCHRP as well. There is some level that you don't want to go past. So with that as our background, let's step into a little bit here. In 1960, some smart folks got together and said, okay, Sir Isaac Newton was around in the 1600s and came up with these what we call the equations of motion. And maybe it would make sense, instead of just willy-nilly coming up with yellow and all red clearance intervals, maybe we should try to look at what Newton did and apply some of that to our practice. So that's what they came up with. They published what we call the kinematic equation. And in 2015, some other smart people came around and said, okay, well, maybe we need to modify that slightly. And so we get to this middle term here that I'll talk about in a little bit. But together, both the yellow and the red equation are what we call the kinematic equations. And from the surveys that we've done at ITE, Intersection Traffic Control Committee, pretty much everyone's using these, and they're pretty much the basic bedrock for how we're computing the yellow and all red intervals. Details here, we'll start to get into the different guidance and what they say, and we'll have this presentation available to you afterwards. And so don't feel that you need to catch every last little piece here, but I'll try to hit the sort of the key things in some of these. Some of it is guidance, some of it is standard, and it's interesting how each of the reference guides kind of refer to it differently. But locally, we're at somewhere between 3 and 6 seconds for yellow. And yellow again is, if you think about clearance intervals for yellow and red, yellow is go back to our equation here. We want the amount of time for you to be able to come to a stop safely. And red is the amount of time that it can't quite make it to a stop. It's the amount of time that you need to actually get through the intersection you went through on the last second of yellow. So when you're thinking about our times here, that's where we're at. This graphic up in the upper right Great read, by the way, if you haven't delved into it, the 2015 paper by Matt Yarlton that talks about why we added this second term. I'll leave the physics to another day and another topic. We only have a half an hour, but it is pretty exciting to look into that. The main thing to know is that this second term only applies for left turn cases. When you have a through phase, your 85th percentile speed and your entering speed are the same, so this term drops out. Key things, and there's a lot of inputs as we go into these equations. So you can see 85th percentile speed, entering speed, maximum acceleration rate. Every one of these inputs is a place to make an assumption when you're making these clearance interval determinations. And every time you make one of these assumptions, you can be aggressive, you can be conservative, but notice how many places we're making assumptions in these equations. And one of the things I want to point out is that if you stack conservative assumptions or you stack aggressive assumptions, by the end of the process, you're going to end up with something that you might not otherwise be comfortable with. So it's important to understand the number of assumptions you're making and where you land. So you can see here, quickly those assumptions can stack up. This is that second term of the kinetic equation that they just added. Most folks locally are not using this, but you can see the impact that if you do. So on a high-speed approach, 55-mile-an-hour approach, if we include this second term and we go from a yellow interval of 5 seconds, which is pretty powerful course, but if we account for this slow entry speed for left turn movements, we get to a 7.6 second yellow interval for left turn movement, which you're not driving around seeing a lot of 7.6 second yellow intervals out here. So interestingly, despite the fact that this is in ITE recommended guidance, there's not a lot of, or really anyone around locally that's doing this. And I don't know nationally where that's at as well, but I think the reason they added the second term was in response to complaints for red light enforcement cameras and people saying, well, I had no choice, I had to go. So some of the proponents for this are why this term exists. So something to be aware of and something to consider when doing your yellow interval calculations. The other key thing with yellow is to understand that one of the inputs they talk a lot about 85th percentile speed. Lately, just picking the speed limit out and putting that in isn't something that's recommended very widely. But a lot of times, how do you know the 85th percentile speed unless you're going out there and calculating it? So it's sort of the default proxy for getting that bit of information. So moving into red clearance, again, no real great correct answer guidance out there anywhere. There is some guidance available, and I'd say based on the surveys we've done from ITE locally, most agencies at bottom are between 1 and 3 seconds, but it is a little bit more widely spread. The two terms that go into the red clearance interval piece, again, this is the amount of time you can get through the intersection, but the key one here on the first term is the width of the intersection. We're going to have some details on how that piece comes about, like what to consider when doing that. But again, we're back at the a number of assumptions that go into it. A lot of opportunities to stack either aggressive or conservative assumptions on top of each other. 85th percentile speed comes up here as well, and then considering turning speed as well for left turn movements. One area of divergence that we're seeing a lot locally, and not as much nationally, is the second term, which is the conflicting movement startup time. And if you think about it, if we're providing a red period for a vehicle to be able to make it through an intersection, the goal for that is to be able to make sure that they make it through safely before a conflicting vehicle starts up and comes in and meets them. And if we assume that there's at least some amount of time for that vehicle to be able to get from where they are to the point where they have conflict, that's what this subtraction is for. Local agencies here are using either 1 or 0. It's interesting though, it's very widespread on who's doing what, and say, the guidance out there is that push across the board 1 second is recommended, but not universally used. So back to talking about intersection width here, this is the extent of the guidance from ITE, and it's, again, similar to what NCHRP had. And so if you're tasked with doing your yard calculation, then you sit down and look at the book, you look at these diagrams, you're like, huh, well, that doesn't really match the situation that I have. And so you come up against a lot of unique cases. So again, the sort of basic, simple case, the guys here, you look at the top right figures that, okay, we need to get from our stop bar, progress through the intersection on our natural travel path, and get to the point where there's no conflicting vehicles that are going to run into us. Okay, great. What happens in the case where, if you look at the bottom right example, you have one phase in here eastbound, westbound that serves 4 possible movements, either left turns from either direction or 3 movements. And let's say that those eastbound and westbound approaches are not the same speed, or they don't have the same beat to percentile speed. Well, okay, so we're performing that same calculation 4 times and seeing 4 different answers and having to pick from among those 4. What if we don't have a stop lane? Okay, well, the guidance that they put in there and make sure you're 5 feet behind the crosswalk. Okay, well, what if we don't have the crosswalk? Okay, well, then you need to measure the median nodes. Well, what if we don't have a median nodes? Okay, well, then we're at the extension of the curve line. So every intersection in that way is a little bit different. We'll go with bike lanes. They do address that a little bit. I guess the worry about an oncoming bike coming to impact you is not a big worry. So the suggestion is to ignore that. And I showed the T intersection for this example, maybe a bad choice, but you can imagine the bike lane coming from the west side as well here. And then one that we don't talk about as much here, that I haven't heard talk about as much here, but it's important as well, is what happens if you have a downstream crosswalk? The guidance that's actually in these documents talks about a crosswalk if it's more than 40 feet downstream is something that you might need to consider. The 40-foot value comes from the NCHRP report. It says that in the NCHRP report assumes that you're using this 1 second conflicting startup time subtraction. If you're not, if you're using 0, then this 40-foot distance increases to something more like 70 feet. And the basis for that is, okay, the pedestrian startup time is something around 3 seconds. So there's not going to be a conflict with the pedestrian for at least 3 seconds past the time where you reach here. And that 3 seconds should be enough time to get you through that crosswalk. So that's where this is coming from. Interestingly, you know, this distance here is somewhat close to 40 feet, and so that's why I chose this as an example. But I think the main thing to consider is that we don't need to be blanket including extra time for every crosswalk, and so that's the key to consider here. Analyzed rights for the opposing right turn. I think the guide's somewhat clear on this one. If it's a yield movement, don't need to consider it. It's a separate intersection with separate right-of-way assignments. If it's signalized, though, yep, it's part of the intersection, something that we need to consider. And then before we move on to the yellows and red calculation bit, there's one other concern that you really should think about when you're coming up with your yellow and red assignments. And this is the situation. Assume kind of similar to that drawing we just had up there. You have main lines probably north-south here, but you have your east-west side-chain approaches. You have eastbound, you have a 50-mile-an-hour arterial that sort of ends here, and then opposite that, you have a 30-mile-an-hour street. These 2 cars are coming at the end of yellow, or riding green yellow. And the blue car is turning left, the red car is going straight. And what happens if you have like the timings that are shown here? Here you have 3 seconds of yellow, 3 seconds of red. Here you have 5 seconds yellow, 1 second of red. What might happen in this case? Any volunteers out there that want to throw their hand up on this one? Go ahead.
It's kind of a modified yellow trap. So they're going to think that they have the red on the other side.
That's it. That's right. So it's effectively a yellow ball trap. It's not a full yellow ball trap, but for that 2 second difference of time, that westbound left vehicle is caught in the trap. He thinks that the opposing vehicle is going to stop, but they still have a yellow. And you can see this if you don't match up your times. You know, it's not a great thing to have up there. So before you finalize your yellow and red times, the last thing to check for is that you're making sure that wherever you have a permissive left turn movement, whether it's on your 3 section green, yellow, red ball, or anywhere really that has permissive left, including flashing yellow arrow lefts. And this is not an actual yellow ball trap. This comes up with what we call in Minnesota the slot trap, where your adjacent signals are going yellow and red. And so even if you are paying attention to your flashing yellow, you aren't trapped. But if you're paying attention to those adjacent signals, you can be soft. So the best practice that I'll throw out and I'll offer is that anywhere we have a permissive left, it's a good idea to at least think about matching your yellow and red clearance times for those through movements. Not needed for the left turn movements themselves, because those are the protected left turn movements, but needed for the through movements for every movement. And you say, okay, well, 2 seconds isn't a big deal, or maybe it's a tenth of a second or 2/10 of a second. So maybe a tenth of a second or 2/10 of a second isn't going to be an issue, but how do you decide what level is minor? So, as a policy, it might be worth considering any amount of difference to be worth considering. So that's it for the yellow and red. We'll then, moving on to the walk and flash and don't walk. Walk is a little bit more straightforward. MUTC says, you should have 7, you must have 4. Then we're getting into ProWay. ProWay didn't have any guidance on yellow and red, but they start to weigh in a little bit more when we get to the walk and the flash and don't walk. Their guidance is 7 seconds. Their requirement is 7 seconds shall be provided. And I would say, based on our surveys, pretty much everyone's using 7+ in most or all cases locally. So not as much controversy there. Flash and don't walk, we start to get into a little bit more of the controversy. So key turns, and this is the big one. So these first 2 here, we have the flash and don't walk interval in MUTC. Just to confuse things, they like to also call it the pedestrian change interval. Is different than the pedestrian clearance time. And further to confuse things, they also have this thing called the buffer interval. You can see how they define these down here. Flash and don't walk is just like what it sounds, but pedestrian clearance time is the amount of time you're giving the pedestrian to cross from point A to point B across the street. And we can get into buffer interval. It's the time when the solid don't walk is displayed before the traffic goes. So you think about it, okay, well, if you want to compare it analogous to yellow and red, you think, well, maybe the flash and don't walk is like yellow and the buffer interval is like the red. But I'd offer that it's sort of the wrong way to think about it. You should think about it that the flash and don't walk interval is already the small red period, and the buffer interval is like it could be considered a bonus small red period. So here's everyone's favorite diagram from the MUTCD. And I'll draw your attention to 2 things. I mean, anyone who sat there and stared at this thing for hours is obviously not doing YARP timing on a daily basis. But 2 things to point your attention to here. So we have flat and don't walk, we have buffer, and we have head clearance time. And read the statement down here. So the buffer interval, which shall always be provided and displayed, may be used to help satisfy the head clearance time, or may begin after the calculated head clearance time is ended. So they give you the option. There's no one right answer on how to do this. And if you read that and you look at all these things, you come up with a couple of decision factors that way into it. So one is, when do we want the flash and don't walk interval to end and go to solid don't walk, which is a separate question completely from how much head clearance time and flash and don't walk should overlap. So you put those 2 questions on 2 separate axes, and you get 12 choices for how you could possibly lay this out. And you can see the various intervals up here. On the top, we have the 3 choices about when we're going to start when we're going to end our flash and don't walk. So here we're ending it at the start of yellow, here we're ending it during yellow, and here we're ending it at the start of red. Down the side here is how much overlap we're having between the let me go back for just a second. I'll get to the next slide. So the key thing to remember this slide, agencies around Minnesota especially are ending their flash don't walk at the beginning of yellow. I've seen in other places where they're running their flash and don't walk in yellow. I don't know if I've seen running all the way to the end of red, but it can be done. But I'd say University of Minnesota, this is the choice that we're making here. So if you look at the options that we have here, based on the surveys that we've done in Minnesota, most folks are running their calculated pedestrian clearance times to include the yellow or include the yellow and the yellow red. And so basically, in effect, what we're doing locally is we're providing additional bonus time beyond what the calculated pedestrian clearance time is. And that amount of time is equal to the yellow or the red. Interestingly, recently the IT community had a post on this topic, and the responses to that post were pretty universal. Most folks that responded were doing this choice up here, where they were minimizing the amount of pedestrian clearance time by including the yellow and the yellow red in the required amount of pedestrian clearance time. So in effect, minimizing how much pedestrian clearance time is required. Like I said, not necessarily what's being done commonly around here. I'd say most folks around here are doing either option 2 or option 4. But note that it's not required. Any of these options are valid for what the NGTCP says, and each can be considered. So again, back to the topic of layering conservative assumptions. If you've made conservative assumptions, thanks, Joe. Previously, this is one more place to make a conservative assumption. So think about, on the whole, what the red approach there is. So there's a lot of details you can get into with the actually calculating the pedestrian clearance time once you've made a decision about how to relate that to the flash and walk interval. Key here, the 3.5 feet per second is a should condition in the MBTCD. They also talk about should for 3.0 feet per second for a back check. In the ProA, though, 3.5 feet per second is a shall condition. And after looking through these, there's sort of 3 head calculation methods that come about. And I think both folks are familiar with these, but I would say naturally there's commonly used. So basic, enhanced, and 2-stage. Not using a lot of 2-stage here, mostly basic, but enhanced is the key one that I want to talk about a little bit more. 2-stage, that sign in the middle is required. It says crossing to the median. If we're using enhanced crossing method, it's interesting, it's not clear whether this sign is required or not, but it might be something good to consider using this sign, because if who starts crossing at the end of block might be forced to station themselves in the middle for the second portion of the crossing. The other thing to note is that for this enhanced crossing method, a safe, acceptable ped refuge is required. So I've got some slides here that show what that might mean. Here's a good one. Good trucking into domes, good 4-foot square landing area, APS button to use in the middle. Another good example. This one I would consider not a good example. Peds force a weight in the road, even though there is a button there. Same thing here. This one's questionable. It's got the truncated domes and there's sort of sidewalk, but they're at the levels of street. So up to you whether you want to consider that a good enough median refuge to be able to use the enhanced traffic crossing method. Here's another one, brand new, and is it acceptable or not? So different methods for calculating the ped clearance time based on the method you choose. And again, you'll have this access to the presentation at the end, so you can go through the details there. Remember, thing to remember here, always convert the ped clearance time to the flash and don't walk interval by subtracting either the yellow and the all red pole before you implement. I'll skip the calculation example here in interest of time. But one thing to note is that at the end, MBTCD and ProA is similar total amount required, more walk time for the MBTCD based on the 3 feet per second back check than ProA, but total amount of time is similar. And we'll skip over LPIs in the interest of time here as well. MnDOT likes to call the left turn LPI improvia. I don't know that left turn LPI is a maybe more nationally understood term, but we like improvia here, so we can call it that. And this is the presentation Joe mentioned. I don't know if anyone from MnDOT is here, but this guide is something good to check out if you're going to be implementing LPIs, and MnDOT will be posting that, I assume, somewhere. So to wrap up, a couple key things to keep in mind. We want to seek the optimal balance between safety and efficiency. Longer isn't always better, and the importance of considering what happens when you stack with multiple conservative assumptions. Differentiate between left and through, matching those yellows and reds to account for that potential yellow trap piece. 85th percentile speed, the 2 different intermittent equations that you can choose from, And, we talked about intersection, but at clearance intervals, we didn't quite have enough time to dig into a ton of detail, but the enhanced method allows you to be able to fully provide the ability for that pedestrian to cross from point A to point B in one crossing, but providing less total time requirement than the basic method. And then probably is similar to MnCAV guidance, not quite the same, but similar. MnCAV is should condition, prorate is shall. So that's the thing to keep in mind there. The 3.0 feet per second dash check is important. That'll get you to answers that are similar to what prorate says. And the last thing here for question and walk, the difference between question and walk time and clearance time. You subtract that yellow and all red, how much overlap is there, how much extra time are you provide. So these are the inputs that go into doing the YARP calculation. You can see from this, a lot of those inputs are in the head booking distance realm. This comes into the 3.0 feet per second back check. This is a sample output that you might have when you're done, comparing what you had previously existing to what you're proposing, and the difference is something useful to look at when you're doing this. And that's LPI. The last thing I want to say to wrap up is that remember, there is no right answer when we're doing YARP. Key thing is to use engineering judgment, understand all the different pieces feeding into it, and to take it from there. So with that, thank you.
Yeah.
When you're thinking about yellow and red time, do you account for any adverse weather conditions or heavy vehicle freight going through instead of just standard?
Sure, yeah. So that's a good question. The guidance manuals that I talked about do talk about that. They do recommend 20 feet as a vehicle length, but they do say that if you have movements with where that isn't, say your design vehicle, you can consider things other than 20 feet for your vehicle length. So yeah, that's something that can feed into it. As for the weather piece of that, that's an interesting one. I think that would play into the 80th percentile speed of the vehicles. The MUTC talks about, you don't want to change your intervals of cycle to cycle. You should be consistent with the exception of the all red time that you are allowed to extend if the detection says that you have a late vehicle entering. But without that exception, those intervals need to be consistent cycle to cycle. So I don't think you want to be necessarily changing them for weather, day to day, but if you want to consider that and how that impacts the percentile speeds, big picture, you can do that.
Thanks, Nick.
All right, thanks.
Next off, we've got Derek Naveen. He's versatile and forward-thinking transportation engineer specializing in traffic final design, ITS, and traffic engineering. As a project manager, he has extensive expertise in traffic signal design, temporary traffic control, signing, lighting, pavement marking, and ITS for both temporary and permanent applications. His experience includes large-scale roadway projects as well as standalone traffic final design work. Derek's ability to manage complex phased projects while leveraging advanced software tools ensures innovative, data-driven solutions that enhance mobility and safety for all users. With that, I'll hand it over to Derek.
Marketing person must have put that intro together for me. Recall writing that. So, welcome everybody. Today, just wanted to talk today a little bit about the project that we did for MnDOT here, using LiDAR detections for traffic signal detection, with an emphasis on being able to count pedestrians and bicyclists. So just kind of an overview of what I wanted to talk about today. Just wanted to give you a general overview of what LiDAR is. Project overview of what we accomplished, our scope. Then we're going to dig into a little bit of the evaluation and then get into some lessons learned, and then The product we used had a performance measurements metric software that was also included in this. So I'll kind of walk through some of those too. What is LiDAR? In essence, LiDAR means light detection ranging. It's basically an infrared laser that's being shot out of the detection unit, basically collecting data on distance, speed, a whole bunch of information that's being provided. The detection unit is rotating 24/7 at all times, multiple times per second. The LiDAR was developed very long ago, I believe the 70s is what I saw at one point. There's been more in use in recent years. Some examples are mapping application, agriculture. I know construction is a big one. We use it a lot for survey. And then more recent applications are for transportation, specifically in the CAV field. Kind of a new and exciting technology that's starting to make its way into our industry. Project overview. So this is part of the 2023 Innovative Idea project that's put out by the CAVEX office, the CAVEX office. We decided to go with the Ouster Blue City project for product, largely because of interest by MnDOT. MnDOT had heard about it from Utah DOT, who have been extensively using this product out in their area. I was actually at a MnDOT conference last year. They have an open source ATSPM software that they use, and they were actually in the process of upgrading that software to be able to ingest all the data that is coming in from their LiDAR product. So kind of a new, exciting, like I said, technology that's being used. This Ouster product is they have rotational LiDAR there. There are a couple different types of LiDAR that can be used. Rotational, they said, is basically spinning around and around continuously. There are other fixed LiDAR products that are out there that might also be tested in the future as well. So, as far as scope of work, we did want to look at LiDAR performance in bad weather. MnDOT has some issues with some existing technologies that they've used, primarily video detection, having some issues with fog, rain, snow events, and just being able to maintain those counts. So as I said, our scope of work, we started off with the systems engineering process. If you're not familiar with that, basically we're talking with the stakeholders, trying to figure out what our needs are, who the stakeholders are, who has interest in it, what our key measures of success are going to be. Really it came down to detection system accuracy, count data, and then weather reliability in different types of applications, snow, rain, fog, and wind being the primary ones. Not in scope, product lifespan was only a 2-year contract. So we wouldn't be able to tell how long this product would work. I know there were concerns that came up in our systems engineering process about with a detector having continuously moving parts. Oftentimes those types of products fail. So there was some concerns about that. Also, performance measurements, while not necessarily within our scope of work, largely because MnDOT Kinetics is able to produce that information. The Blue City software that we used for this, we did have that capability, and we did use some of the information that was provided. Regarding detection system accuracy, we really just looked at automobiles, pedestrians, and bicycles. It does claim to have capability to heavy vehicle in transit classification. I did not see any specific, I don't think it was that accurate. We'll talk about that in a little bit here. So we implemented the LiDAR detection at 2 different signals. We chose near Worth and Highway 55 in West Minneapolis at one of our locations. The reason we chose this location is it gave us some comparison to loop detection data. There's also very heavy pedestrian and recreational use of this with bicycles, scooters, walking, running activities with Worth Park here on both sides, and then it's also part of the Grand Rounds trail system. So this Westlake here, we'll talk about that quite extensively. It gets up to close to 80 to 100 pedestrians and bicyclists per hour during peak weekend season in the summer. The second location we chose was Highway 51 in County Road B, so south of MnDOT. If you're familiar with that location, heavily commercial. We got commercial on all four sides at the gas station in this upper northwest corner that we'll discuss as well. And this detection or this system currently has video detection on all four lanes. So detector location was discussed at length in our process, and as you can see at Worth Parkway, we decided to install them on the north corners. The reason we decided to do that, A, is because the distance is limited to 300 feet with the Cat 6 limitations. So we weren't able to get all the way over here based on the distance. And the reason we didn't choose this location is because you can't really see it on here, but there are trees in this median area. We have some concerns that LiDAR might not be able to pick up approaching vehicles in that quadrant. Over here was more of a manufacturer recommended layout here, where we have LiDAR on both on opposite quadrants here. So we have it in the northeast and the southwest corners. So that is the ideal manufacturer recommended layout there. So just kind of a background on the two locations we had. And then just system components here and installation. So the LiDAR detector sits on the mast arm on MnDOT's pole between the signal head and the lower mast arm member. Then we had a PoE box that basically took the Cat 6 cable all the way from the cabinet and converted that to power and communications. So Cat 6 ran from the mast arm all the way back to the controller or the traffic cabinet. We had an edge computer there that was connected into the network switch. And then we also had an SDLC adapter that connected the edge computer to the traffic controller. So it converted that to SDLC data. Just a couple of notes on installation considerations. So we were looking for any occlusions. For instance, I talked about those trees in the median. The limitation we had for Ethernet cable was less than 300 feet. We oriented the detectors 45 degrees into the intersection, and the vertical tilt was 10 degrees down into the intersection. Does work perfect. So here's a video of kind of some live data. I did not actually get this from our intersection. This is produced by Ouster. You can see a truck there turning. It does have it accurately shown there. I think there's a pedestrian right here, which we'll see cross, and I believe a bicycle will be coming in here as well. You can just kind of see what's going on and how each one of those points is being produced and how it's turning them into boxes and classifying everything. So yeah. So there goes the pedestrian, and you'll see a bicyclist in green here coming through the screen as well. Kind of fun to look at. I won't show it again. So as part of our testing, we did the following test. We did test one, normal conditions. We did a 24-hour window. We did turning movement counts as part of that. We did information from the LiDAR detector, and we also grabbed data from kinetics for vehicle counts. We also did bicycle and pedestrian counts at each location. for 24 hours as well to compare that. We also did rain conditions, fog conditions, and snow conditions for vehicles only. And I will say, this was one of the biggest challenges of this project. We had about a year to do the testing on this, and to be able to find times where you have rain conditions, fog conditions, snow conditions, and sending your counters out there. I had to kind of put on a meteorologist hat here. There were definitely some times where I had to send people out to quite get the data we needed, and had to retry. So luckily, I think we were able to find good examples of all these, but it was definitely a challenge. So this first graph here is for normal conditions, our vehicle counts. I don't know if you can see here at the bottom, but we have the kind of medium green here, the controller data. So at this location, I believe it is Luther mentioned. And then we collected turning movement count data, which is the light green, and then we have a dark green here, which is the Lidar. And as you can see, for the most part, it tracks pretty well with our turning movement count data, which is what we consider the ground truth. But what you can see here is in our initial testing, we found these anomalies that happen 3 or 4 times a day. And what we found was the count API was not triggering a reset. So for this specific time period, it was actually double counting these cars. So this was resolved very early on, and we were able to fix that issue. And after that, everything worked fine. And we got some pretty good results. Moving on from the pedestrian, again, another challenge to start off with. Technology is always fun and unpredictable, almost as much as the weather. What we found here was these were our initial results, and what so that the Guidebook Parkway definitely had some issues here, just not quite lining up the way we would have liked to. However, there were some positive results that came out of it, at least our initial round of testing. And this picture up here, you can see, I don't know if you can see up here very well, but there were 2 groups of runners training for some sort of event. I don't know what it was. But you had roughly 20 to 25 people coming from this south side, and you had another 30, 40, 50 people coming from the north side, and they're all kind of converging and crossing this road. And what we found was, I think there were 91 in total, and of those 91, it counted 82. So to be able to pick out each individual person, and I mean, pretty much what, 90, 85, 90% of those people being counted in that type of cluster. So we did see some other initial mounting, or excuse me, if you remember at Theo Worth, we had the detectors on the north side there. We did have some issues with the bike counts where with the configuration of the detectors, we weren't getting the profiles we needed for the bikes. So it was counting them as pedestrians. So we saw some of that. And then when we moved to County Road B, we also found additional issues here in our initial round of testing. So what happened here is, I don't know if you can see down here at the bottom, we got really erroneous results, 400% more than what was actually happening in the field. And so what happened here was, see, this is one of the metrics that Blue City provides. And it's basically out of crosswalk events. So what was happening here, we had a panhandler who was going up and down, trying to collect money from the queues of left turns that were building up. And our count detector zone was like right here. So for every time he went up and down, it would count him 3 or 4 times. And then the same thing happened on this lane and this lane. So, and then you also can kind of see the out of crosswalk events. There was a heavy pedestrian movement that was going between the southwest lane and the northwest lane. I got some better pictures of that later on. Yep, gas station there, so very popular one. So after the initial round of testing, we learned a few things. Right, what we see here on the left is the manufacturer recommended detection zones. And what we found with that, especially for collecting pedestrian and bicycle movements, is that we had a couple of issues here. So one, this arrow here that I show represents data, bicycle counts that were being included that included motorcycles. So motorcycles that were on Highway 55 traveling here eastbound in all directions were counted as bikes. So we were not counting those as bikes, we were only counting bikes within the crosswalk. So so we made adjustments for that. Similar to what we saw at County Road B, having the detection zone in the middle of the median caused a lot of erroneous results. This left turn here, we actually had motorcycles going back and forth along here. So we tightened that up quite a bit. And then the outer crosswalk events that we had also were not helping our count. So we tightened it up and we came up with this approach to minimize some of those errors that we were seeing. And again, I don't know if they're errors, they're just, it kind of shows how sensitive this data is. So with that, this graph here shows the bicycle comparison of our final results on the west leg of fieldwork. So the green data is southbound bikes, and the light green is the southbound LiDAR detection. So green turning movement count, light green LiDAR. Same here, dark blue for northbound turning movement counts, light blue LiDAR. And what we found was, again, this is at fieldwork, so that's important as we get through here. For bicycles, there was a significant gap between the two. So for the turning movement counts, we had 35, and then we had 21 in the LiDAR. Well, what we found was the pedestrians actually had a difference of 12 here, and then as you went on, this gap seemed to be the same between pedestrians and bicycles. So what we did as an exercise was to take all the excess pedestrians and put them into bicycles and then compare the results. So that's what this dashed line here shows. And so if you remember, with the detectors in both the north quadrants, it was not able to collect that data and catch that profile of the bicyclist. It just kind of leads to the reason why you need to have those detectors in opposite corners of the intersection. So, and it also shows that the distance for detecting pedestrians and bicycles is less than what it needs to be for a vehicle, just with the size and magnitude of those objects. The other thing with this slide, it did have difficulty distinguishing between dog walkers. Sometimes they counted those as bicycles. People's strollers, that was also difficult. And then also like people walking their bike across the road. I mean, our counters had difficulty with that too, so I can't really blame the technology. So our second test here was for rain and wind conditions. So this chart here kind of shows a similar event. So just for your knowledge, purple, blue, and green were all loop detection data. And as you can see during the rain event, which I have right here, for loop detection data, it tracked very well. But what I want to show here and highlight is the red bar here, which is the video detector on the southbound approach. So our rain event starts here. We're talking 50 to 60 plus mile per hour gusts, heavy rain. I have a video of it. I didn't include it here in the interest of time. But you can see this red controller. So it's video detection data. There's a significant gap between the turning movement count and the LiDAR data. Yes, so the LiDAR detector worked very well during the rain event. I just wanted to make a caveat with the video detection. I'm not saying it doesn't work during rain events. I think this was likely more a function of the wind and the mounting of it on the mast arm, just causing erroneous counts out here. But you do see, the biggest takeaway from this is that LiDAR works very well in wind and rain conditions. Similarly, this is for fog conditions. We were able to collect a few. Really what this is showing, same intersection. So we're tracking red with LiDAR. We did not have video detection out there, so, or we did not have enough notice to get turning movement count data out here. So I can't tell you if LiDAR is 100% accurate in this case, although you can see it does track with the loop detector data. But what it does show is the video detection data fails and reverts to max recall while the LiDAR still is able to count. Finally, we had a snow event. And see a picture there. This is a large part. You can see in general, tracks pretty well. The purple part I did want to call out. So that was for the eastbound approach. And there was some error here, and it's largely because this detector, there's actually an inclusion there. So that's the reason why that error occurred during that time frame. Perfect. Preliminary lessons learned, I guess, lessons learned. The strengths are high detection accuracy, especially for vehicles. Did very well there. We did do a false positive test and we were getting 99% results. Pedestrians and bikes and motorcycles, again, can be greater than 90% accuracy if you have them mounted correctly. And if you have your zones set up correctly, does appear to be weather resistant, and then the cost is similar to video detection, 25 to 30,000 for a 2 detector system. Limitations, I would say, the distance for vehicles. They claim it's 300 feet. We weren't seeing 300 feet. I would say less than 250 for vehicles. And like I said, 150 or less for pedal bikes. Classifications, I wasn't confident in those. It wasn't necessarily talking about scope, but the buses along Snelling that we were seeing was like 1 or 2 per 3 or 4 hours. And with Payline along there, you know, we should be expecting 4, 6 buses per hour. We did have a failure with the SDLC adapter. I'm not an expert in this type of thing, but the issue appeared to be that there was MnDOT cabinets do not have a logic ground. And so when the SDLC adapter failed, it was basically sending a data storm to the cabinet, causing issues with the controller. Finally, at this time, they don't have any pulse detection available. They are working on it. The reason that's important is because when MnDOT ingests count data from these detectors into kinetics, they use pulse detection to do that count data. So that will be coming more than likely. And then just kind of recommendations for installation: 2 detectors for best coverage, mount equipment in opposite corners. If you're doing counts with them, make sure you know what you want and plan for that accordingly. And if you want advanced detection, this is not, you're going to need supplemental detectors for that. Now to the fun parts, the performance metrics, they were kind of fun to look at here. So this is the Blue City application, which is a separate subscription fee per intersection that we had as part of this. And you can see over here all the different metrics that you can get from it. I'm just going to run through a few of them just for fun. We looked at this a little bit. You can kind of see a little bit more how heavily traveled this out of crosswalk event was between the southwest and northwest corner of North. Interestingly enough, at MCC, the city of Roseville, that's where this is located. They've been doing studies for this, so they're interested in the data that we're collecting here. So you can see those type of events. We also have conflicts between vehicles and non-vehicles. So right here, we have the post encroachment time set to 2 seconds. And I have it for vehicles and non-vehicles, so ped to car, ped to bike. You can kind of see in these corners, we are seeing some post encroachment issues. So that can be used for that application if you're looking for that information. Similarly, this is more a graph type for post encroachment time. Then there's red light running metrics. So this graph here, it did set this bar here for 3 seconds, which is the all red time for this intersection for the eastbound left. And you can see everything above that is vehicles running the red light here. So you do see one up here that decided to run the red light 6 seconds. Or that 6 seconds after it was red. So kind of interesting results there. I don't know much about this one, so I'm just going to skip it. We also have split failures here. Again, this kind of shows you your different metrics here. The one I highlighted here was the failure. So basically, that's the inability for the signal to clear to you during the allotted green time. So kind of some interesting metrics there. And with that, that's what I have. I did include Ashley, she's the officer rep we worked with towards the end. If you have any questions, reach out to me, Ashley, get you any answers. So thank you.
Let's make 2 questions if there are any. So how is it determining, you mentioned conflict between vehicle and non-vehicle? Like what is kind of the threshold? How's it conflict?
So the post encroachment time is basically the amount of time between when a vehicle enters that area and when the pedestrian does. So it's able to determine when that pedestrian was there versus when that car hits that same spot. And if it is under that threshold, it marks it as a red dot, I guess, here. So.
Sarah, were there any findings that you guys had that changed the way maybe how you're advertising the markets that are technology?
Yeah, one example that we had was, so when we first set this up, it was May 2024. And so the way they had set up working was you had to have an internet connection. You had to allow all these APIs through to be able to set up the detector on its own, which, as many of you know, is just kind of a pain. What's even more of a pain with Minute involved. But what they did towards the end of the project is they actually made all that internal to present your zone, so it can be more of a standalone project as opposed to something that's working with APIs and connections. So yeah, that was the biggest one. The other one, like I said, is once they knew MnDOT wanted pulse detection, they started looking at that a little bit more. So they are, like I said, they're not new to LiDAR, but they're new to the traffic realm. So there's a lot of learning that's still occurring on their end. So
Thanks, Derek, for the presentation. Our next presenter is our first U of M presenter. Brian Davis is an associate director of the Human Factors Safety Laboratory in the Department of Mechanical Engineering. His research focuses on the development of technologies and systems to improve transportation safety and mobility. This work includes applications such as high accuracy roadway mapping, driver assist and lane departure warning, connected vehicles and telemetry, and safety data reporting and transportation safety. So as soon as we get the presentation pulled up, we'll be introducing Brian.
We have many two different views. You can start it, I think, over here, when I can be able to go. It's good. Yep, one upload complete.
I've been asked to fill, so.
Okay, sir.
I'll just kind of get started, and then when the slides come up, they'll enhance what I'm talking about. So again, my name is Brian Davis. I'm the Associate Director of the Human Factors Safety Lab in Mechanical Engineering here at the The hat I'm kind of wearing right now is the Vehicle Manager for the MnCAV Ecosystem. So in this role, I work closely with my colleagues at the Center for Solicitation Studies here, also at the U. And I'll tell you a little bit about the program and the vehicle. I'm well aware that I'm the last speaker before lunch, so I'll try to keep my comments brief. So what is the MnCAV ecosystem? We're a group of interdisciplinary researchers, members from public agencies, members from private agencies and companies. And what we're focused on is kind of advancing the state of connected and automated vehicle research, preparedness, workforce readiness, outreach, education, kind of all these broad buckets for both Minnesota, but also nationally and worldwide. So just to name a few of our partners, we sort of established ourselves in 2020 with funding support from 13 different groups within the university, including individuals from a lot of different departments in College of Design, College of Science and Engineering, as well as CTS itself, and the Research and Innovation Office. We're also happy to work with MnDOT, local road research board, and a handful of private groups as well, including DataSpeed, the company that integrated our vehicle, Catalyst, and NCITE. So some of our focused areas, strategic initiatives, we want to build infrastructure to support research and development. We want to bring kind of our unique expertises within the university and be able to share that more broadly with our partners and kind of external groups. We want to support and implement outreach and education to further have research and knowledge and education more broadly. We also want to develop a workforce to support the emerging needs of the CAV ecosystem within Minnesota and nationwide. So just a handful of our research focus areas, connected and automated vehicle research and connected and automated vehicle, like the industry as a whole, touches a lot of different pieces. And what was important for us was to kind of carve out what's our niche here, what can we bring that's unique and exciting to this industry. So what we're looking at is equity, public perception and trust, vulnerable road users, cold weather conditions, and the connected environment. So these are some of the areas that our researchers are focused on. So perhaps one of the most interesting pieces of infrastructure we have is our connected and automated vehicle. It's a 2021 Pacifica hybrid. It started its life as a regular boring minivan and was purchased and integrated by DataSpeed, one of a handful of different connected and automated vehicle research platform integrators. They happen to be located in Michigan. And what we do is we maintain this as a platform for research, education, and outreach. So researchers within the U and external to the U use it to conduct research in their areas of expertise. We also make it available for education and outreach purposes. So summer camps and a lot of youth outreach programs within the cities and the state. So I'll talk through some of the sensors that we have on it. Kind of starting front to back, actually the same or very similar LiDAR as what you were just hearing about. We have a Ouster 64 beam in the front middle. And then there's two kind of helper LiDAR that we have on the back. Those are 16 beam LiDARs, and what that does is it gives us a really good picture of the geometry of the space around the vehicle. You can imagine where if you have a single LiDAR, you get a really good 3D representation of what's around the vehicle, but you have a lot of blind spots that you can't see through the vehicle itself or other obstacles like the sensors that are on the ramp. So that's why we have those two helper LiDAR. You can imagine in operations like lane changing, that's really critical. An operation that many times human drivers will neglect to check that area. We have two radar units, one in the front bumper and one in the rear bumper. Very similar to radar units that are in consumer vehicles, so it gives us information about the distance and kind of closing speed or time to collision between our vehicle and the vehicle in front of it, as well as the vehicle behind it. We have high accuracy GNSS. So what we use is a Novatel unit. And what that does is it gives us really precise information about where the vehicle is kind of in the world. So it gives us our latitude and longitude down to just a couple of centimeters. And the way that we get that is we use corrections information from Minnesota DOT's MnCAV network. What that lets us do is we tell the system where we are, and the system sends back correction information so that we can take the information observing from the satellites and filter out some of the noise. So again, that gives us a really, really precise position solution that enables a lot of really interesting applications. We also have a DSRC unit, so dedicated short-range communication. In recent years, this isn't as popular as perhaps when we were specifying the vehicle, but what this is a radar or a radio unit that communicates with other vehicles and roadside infrastructure on a kind of a designed protocol for transportation vehicles. So, for example, if you had multiple vehicles that were on the interstate in a line, the vehicle in the front slams on its brakes, you, a human driver, would have to wait for the next vehicle to react, and then the next vehicle, and then the next vehicle. So by the time it makes its way back to you, you're at a pretty high risk for you're in a vehicle in front of you. However, you could imagine if this system were fully implemented and every vehicle had this, the car up front would say, "Look out! I'm going to slam on my brakes here," and then everyone would know all at the same time. So a real positive to automated vehicle applications. We also have video cameras, so we have 3 in the front, one that's rear facing. These are just regular cameras, more or less. That gives us, a video imagery of what's going on in front of the vehicle. So this is really useful for providing context. So when we're looking at all this data coming in, we want to know, what was the radar seeing? What was the LiDAR seeing? We have these videos that we can go back and look at. Additionally, for some researchers who are looking at computer vision applications, these are approximately medium to high-end cameras that are capable of providing high frame rate, high resolution data to the computer, and they can look at here's my scene, what's in it? What's the drivable surface? Are there pedestrians? Are there cyclists? Are there other vulnerable road users? What's going on? What's the context for the scene that's being detected by any of the other sensors? We also have a thermal or infrared camera that gives us temperature information. you could be driving on a road late at night and a deer is right on the side of the road. A very common situation, a very challenging situation to navigate as a human driver, but the warm deer would stand out very well against the cool plants behind it. So that gives like another layer of sensing capability for the vehicle. And then lastly, another vision-based system, but Mobileye. This is a system that's really specifically for detecting lane lines. So at its core, it's a camera, but it has built-in computational hardware that's really set up for detecting the position of the lane lines. So what's my position within the lane, right? Too far one way or too far the other way. So all these sensors, they're providing their raw data to the system. The system needs to do something with it. So kind of at the very first level, what the system needs to do is take all this information in, parse it, and make it useful. So I'm getting ones and zeros from the LiDAR. How do I turn that into X, Y, Z coordinate points? Then kind of the next level up, we want to make decisions about like, what's the scene around me like? What's the drivable path? What are my obstacles? What's my local environment like? One level up from that, we want to know like, what's our goal? Where are we trying to go? Like, I'm trying to get from my house to the clinic. What route should I take? What sets of roads should I drive on? Things like that. So all of that happens within the computer. Additionally, once the computer makes these computations, it kind of goes back down to the lowest level and says, what does my steering wheel need to do? What is my brake and what is my throttle to do? And then additionally, you can also actuate the gear shifter, but that's not as interesting at high speed. So currently what our system is set up to do, we have a highway automation software stack. That was software that was provided or purchased from DataSpeed. Additionally, a lot of our researchers are working on more specialized versions of either this stack or kind of other driving applications, and I'll talk a little bit about that a little later on. So what are the advantages of this platform over, say, a Tesla or a BMW, something that has all these sensors built in and they're nicely integrated. They don't look gaudy on top, mounted to 2-inch field type. What's the advantage of this? So we maintain this as a customizable research platform, and that's really the key, how we're different from other commercially available vehicles. So what we're doing is we're maintaining all these pieces so that we can see what's going on. We can get all the information back out. It's not just a black box that you put in a set of inputs and get some response from. We can see kind of in real time each step of the chain so that we can query it and figure out what's going on and debug issues as we're developing these different applications. Additionally, researchers can customize this to their needs. So if you have a researcher that's just looking at one specific piece, they don't want to reinvent the wheel and create a whole system, but they could pull out the steering controller and put in their own one and evaluate that. So it gives a lot of flexibility for the different types of things that we can look at. And additionally, for education and outreach purposes, it is really helpful to see these intermediate steps. So, it's a really cool demo to get in the vehicle and see it driving with the driver's hands off, but it's also really interesting to see, what is the LiDAR seeing? How is that different from what the radar is seeing? How is that different, than what the cameras are seeing? And how do those work together to create, a single cohesive scene for the vehicle? So I'll highlight just a handful of projects that we've worked on over the last few years. One of our very first big projects was Drive Minnesota. So about a 1,000-mile trip through Minnesota. And we made stops in different districts along the way to do outreach, meet with local stakeholders, tell them about the vehicle, tell them about connected and automated vehicles more generally. We were also working with ESI, which is out NCITE, and they were looking at collecting data from these trips, a human driver driving, but collecting all the data and then processing that information and coming up with how good are these roads for these applications? So, are the lane lines visible? Are the signs readable? are things what we're expecting with lane width wise. We had a number of cities that have started and ended in the Twin Cities, and it was about 3 or 4 days of a lot of driving. I didn't get to go because I had a conflict, but I'm told it was very fun. Here's a handful of pictures from a couple different stops. People were very engaged, very interested in what was going on with our vehicle and kind of more broadly just connecting and networking with other connected and automated vehicle stakeholders. Here's one of our current projects that we're looking at. This is Professor Raj Rajamani in mechanical engineering. He and his group are looking at a handful of different things, but what I'm going to show right now is this stop and go automation for the vehicle. So what we're looking at kind of on the outside of the picture are the video feeds. The top left has the infrared feed. And then we're seeing in the middle and the bottom right, this is sort of the software stack's internal state. So it's sharing its perception of what's going on. So more broadly, their research here is looking at stop and go or traffic jam assist. How well does that work? And in particular, this particular project was looking at like, how does that degrade in winter when the lane lines aren't very visible, or even if the lane lines are visible, the road is really white due to salt or other de-icing agents. They're not working on this actively, but they're still using the vehicle right now. They're looking at the readiness of the MnCAV system, which I talked about a little bit earlier, for providing support to GNSS applications kind of across the states and rural areas. This is another well, so what we're looking at here, this is another group. This is Julie Zhang in computer science. What they're looking at is teleoperations. So a number of different applications could be related to. There we go. So what are the logistical considerations of teleoperating or remote operation of a vehicle? So what they're looking at is specifically, how much bandwidth do we need to get the information off the vehicle to a station where an operator is, and then back to the vehicle? How much latency is acceptable for that operation, and how much additional help does the system need to do to make sure that that latency isn't a real safety issue? So they're looking at a lot of connectivity and 5G applications and considerations around this teleoperation. Lastly, the last project, this is kind of an ongoing recurring thing. So the MnCAV Ecosystem supports a CTS, Connected and Automated Vehicle Career Pathways Camp. This is every summer. And what this is introducing students to connected and automated vehicle technology, and specifically, what are the education and training pathways to become involved? So, what are research opportunities in MnCAV research? What are maintenance and technologist opportunities in MnCAV? And the groups are they're very interested in this technology. They're always excited to see the vehicle and see the demo. They also do a number of other visits. So many years they'll go to Inroad and they'll look at snowplows and ATMAs and things like that, or they'll visit sensors. So a ton of different stuff kind of across the industry, but we're really excited about this, and it's really fun to see just excited about these things that I'm excited about. So I'll let you move on to lunch, but again, my name is Brian Davis. Feel free to email me or my colleague Gina if you have any questions. I appreciate your attention. Taking questions.
One thing that I've never seen is the automated vehicle stuff, and maybe it exists, so maybe you can answer my questions. We see a lot of cars following, right? Oops, the sudden stop, okay. Is anybody looking backwards as to, okay, the person behind me doesn't have an automated vehicle, they're not paying attention, and they're about to rear end? Is there anything going on in that space of emergency maneuvering?
Yeah, so I'll give 2 brief answers and then love to follow up and chat about it more. So it's not as heavily studied sort of in the field of like what I would consider like consumer or personal vehicles, but it's very well studied, particularly here and with Minnesota DOT looking at snowplows. So rear end collisions are a big issue. People hitting the back of the snowplow. How do we either warn the drivers, warn the snowplow operators? How do we make them more conspicuous? Things like that. So it is an area of research sort of across transportation more generally, looking specifically at connected automated vehicles like a Tesla or something, like a consumer single personal vehicle. It's not as well researched, but it is important.
One more.
You should let it driving. My understanding has a lot of it. So what's the like procedure for benefit of that driver and so person?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So yeah, a lot of times we're focused on pulling human error out, but there are, if you're driving on the road and your vehicle has a fault or something, or the vehicle is by itself and has a fault, the system's not able to recover. You could imagine there's an operator in an office who could kind of assume control of that vehicle, navigate it to a safe location where it could get towed or whatever. So you're kind of having multiple vehicles belong to one driver. It's kind of a really kind of a frequent discussion point in teleoperations. So how do you manage a fleet of autonomous system, autonomous vehicles operating in those conditions, and then how do you take over and kind of insert yourself into that vehicle? Like with emergencies, alternating. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Brian, for the presentation. We'll give you one more round of applause. Water, I think they still got coffee over there as well. But in an interest of fitting in 7 hours of presentations today, Nick also gets to present during lunch. So he is a loud talker, hopefully. His fascination with how systems function has driven his career in traffic engineering, where he works to improve the coordination of transportation networks and multimodal travel. As ITS group lead, he specializes in designing intelligent transportation systems and signal operations that enhance safety and efficiency. His expertise in wired, wireless, and fiber optic communication systems makes him a sought-after consultant for both urban and suburban projects. So this is our first presentation really going outside of Minnesota, and thought it was a great one to highlight for lunch.
Thank you, Joe. That's more of a introduction than I had on Tuesday at ITS Minnesota. I just kept it brief than that. So, wow. All right. So, yeah, here to talk about our work we've been doing in the city of Inglewood, California, and our event plans that we've been helping them out the last few years for some of the stuff that had been built over the last, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years now. So just kind of quick location, kind of help people out. I don't know how many people have been to LA, obviously, but downtown LA is right here. Famous, awesome places to be. Check out. Used to live out there for 5 years up in Pasadena, right up in this area. We're about I was 3 blocks off the Rose Parade route, so it was really cool to be out there for that. So anyways, city of Inglewood, it's right down here southwest of downtown LA. So it's a nice little network or neighborhood in the midst of all the downtown or all of LA basin. A lot of cities, a lot of traffic, a lot of stuff out there, right? Couple things to note here, LAX being close by. That's one of the largest world airports in the world, international. And then down in Long Beach as well for ports. So one of the, I think the 5th largest port for imports and exports coming into the world, in the world. So a lot of stuff here that can be happening, and Inglewood is just a small little community in all the midst of that. So a number of years ago, I think it was in 2014, 2015 timeframe, the mayor at the time had this idea to kind of reinvent the Inglewood area. So small community, mainly housing, a little bit of shopping malls here and there, but nothing really too spectacular outside of a couple of things they had already going, but they want to really reinvent the city. So in 2014, early 2015 timeframe, someone called the Rams and came knocking on the door looking for a place to go call a home. They wanted to go back to LA. They were in LA once before, went up to Oakland, came back to LA, then went up to St. Louis, and now they're back. So they kind of bounced around, but they were looking for a home, and the city, the mayor at times like, you know what, this would be a good opportunity to bring a venue such as SoFi into Inglewood and build a entertainment district. So they started building that stadium here, and amongst of other things, they kind of built with that over the last number of years. And the idea here was to bring in new jobs, more tax revenue, and kind of really beef up the city from what it was back in the days. When I lived out there in the early 2000s, Inglewood was not known to be a very good city to be in. I did some work down there as part of my Los Angeles County work, and saw some interesting things down there. And so they really changed that in the last number of years and really cleaned up things, which was nice to see. But in the midst of all that, with this new stadium, which we'll get to in a second, it's in the middle of a community of basically a lot of homes, a lot of just, you know, kind of people that go to work and come back and live there, and you're popping a huge stadium right in the middle of it. So that was something that was a challenge for them to understand how we can get people into these events from, you know, the different freeways around the area and out, but also keep residents happy and keep them be able to get around the city. The one thing that isn't unique to Inglewood is, traffic besides in LA being busy, but they did have a small event that has been there for many years. In 1967, they built the Forum, which was previously the home for the Lakers, who left us and went there, sadly. And then the Kings and the Sparks for a period of time was also at the Forum. So they've had some traffic, but not to the extent we're going to be talking about here in a few minutes. So again, in 2015, the stadium that came about, they started building the stadium back, about that time. It was built on an old race track or horse race track. So think of Canterbury Park, for example, and putting a stadium there. They had a lot more land to deal with and work with, but that's ultimately was available when the Rams came looking for a new home. The city, interesting enough, was looking to develop that site into retail mix and residential commercial type thing. And then when the Rams came knocking, they're like, okay, we have this huge site that we can build this nice facility. You can see up the picture here, SoFi Stadium. So they built that. Like I said, 2015, it opened up in 2020. You can kind of see here the capacity with the stadium itself. It's got 70,000 for football games, and then 100,000 for any other special events like concerts and so forth. The Rams were the first one to come to knock on the door and say, hey, we want a home. And then the Chargers like, well, we're not doing so well in San Diego. We can't get them to build a stadium. So, hey, let's go join the Rams and have a, two venue team. So which kind of leads into, things to think about as you're building these plans with now games happening every weekend and other events. I think they have over 300 events at the stadium throughout the year. Some big, some small, obviously football games being a little larger. So you can imagine that really adds more traffic background than what used to be out there, just, kind of on an occasional event at the Forum. So we started looking at this back in 2018. I got connected with the project team. There's several of us working all together. Bob Brooks, who was a former WSP employee, may have known that name. He's been around here a little bit, but he really helped out with the US Bank Stadium with the traffic management plan. And then because of my work out in LA years ago, got connected with that, and we kind of worked out there together. So we started that project in 2018 or so. They called us up to help us out with the traffic operations and signal timing part of it. And so our initial scope was to look at 75 signals around the stadium. And we first realized, once we get out there, the city of Inglewood hadn't had a traffic engineer for, I don't know, 10 years prior to that or so. So it was a lot of electricians and maintenance guys trying to keep the city running, right? So a lot of signal timing was outdated. And excuse me, if Nick Rippleding was still here, the YARP, that was a mess, right? So I was surprised when we got into it. I'm like, okay, what are we getting ourselves into? So before we even started looking at event plans and timing and all that, we're like, we got to take a fresh look at things and kind of help you guys all build up your system so we actually have something to start with, a foundation. Otherwise, we're just kind of doing ourselves injustice, and we're not going to do well with this. Operations that we start just putting up plans that don't have really good sound foundations on the signal operations. The other thing that the city was working on at the time, because they're kind of, again, wasn't really a lot going on back in the day. A lot of their infrastructure was old. They were looking to build that out. So new controllers, traffic management center, infrastructure that goes with that, right? So they started working on that when the stadium became a thing, and they got money from the stadium through different agreements and stuff to kind of help build that system out, which is really amazing. And I'll talk about a little bit how they went from almost nothing to what they have today, which is a huge difference. And through the process here, as we were working through this, we worked with many different stakeholders, as you can imagine. City of Inglewood, obviously, with the traffic folks, the police, fire, emergency vehicles, that sort of thing. SoFi operators, so they have their own event staff that operate the stadium. And so we worked closely with those guys as we developed these plans and operations. Transit agencies, which we'll talk about here in a second, and how they kind of fit into this as we looked at parking situations, things like that. And then the businesses, that was a huge outreach to those folks as well to understand their needs and concerns as these systems are operational, traffic's coming in, what are their hot buttons for stuff that's going to be happening in and around the city. So a couple of challenges we kind of had to deal with. First of all and foremost is, again, as I kind of alluded to, the location. So downtown, kind of Inglewood is right here in the map. SoFi Stadium, or the complex, which now has Intuit Dome, and the Forum is kind of up in this area, is kind of in the middle of the city itself. So again, here's the freeway structure, 105, 405, which is a parking lot usually during peak hours. And then Western Avenue is kind of a nice arterial that feeds into downtown LA. And so if you look here at the right, you can kind of see with recent stadiums that were built, what the kind of the average miles, or in this case feet, you would have to go from the stadium to a nearby freeway. So a couple of the top stadiums here that were recently built down in Atlanta and Vegas, you're going less than a mile, almost a half a mile to get to a freeway of some sort. US Bank Stadium, as people know there, it's right there, right? You got a couple connections there. And then down here, more toward the Dallas and Santa Clara, up in the San Francisco area, a little over a mile, but not too bad. Then you get to Inglewood, 2.5 miles almost between where you would leave a parking lot or a structure to get down to the freeway. So you're traveling a lot of local roads through that. So we had to look at that and how to best manage that traffic that you got, many vehicles leaving at the same time post-event, and dealing with that. Also try to keep people going through the area and keeping the residents happy. So again, tens of thousands of people coming in and coming out, we had to deal with that. The balancing of traffic with local needs and residences. So this is kind of the blow up version of that stadium. So SoFi is right here in the orange. That's kind of the stadium and the main kind of stage. They have a little outdoor amphitheater right here that's 6,000 people. So it's a smaller venue, but they do have events there as well. Parking lots are kind of around the stadium. And then they have a development here in the southwest quadrant of the property that was more for retail mix, commercial, dining, and things like that. So when they built this is all city property at one point. When they built this, they wanted to have that venue, that an entertainment district type of feel. So they had, this is kind of their main, mainstay. Here's our events, and then you can go down here, hang out, do some eating, whatever. And then further along, with the Forum being on the north side, and again, that was there since '67, and then Intuit Dome, which just came online in 2024, which was also in the plans when this was also being developed. So they kind of viewed this area as their kind of entertainment area as a whole. Then you got a little Hollywood Park Casino that's been there since, I don't know, down the time. Drives a lot of people coming into there, especially during events, which is nuts. Why you would want to park in the parking lots and fight the traffic, but people want to gamble during events and probably on the games while they're there watching them. And then interesting enough too, this area here kind of in the kind of gray area, but that's a lot of shopping. So Home Depot, Costco, which everybody loves out in California, and you know, Targets, things like that. So a lot of people that go in and out of that area. And then right there, approximately, I should have highlighted this is the map, but there's the In-N-Out Burger. So if you've never been there before, go do it once, and then that's good, right? I don't know why I've seen it literally out the door, out and come down like traffic, just sitting in this right lane, waiting to get into the drive-through to go to In-N-Out. It's like raising canes around here. It's just nuts, but that's what people do, right? So we have all this background traffic while, you know, all these cars want to come into here and park and so forth. So we had to deal with that and kind of keep that in mind as we kind of develop these plans. As I mentioned before, we had outdated signal infrastructure, so we had to deal with that and how to come up with the ways to, as the city was building their system out, how to manage that and deal with the outdated infrastructure. So, for example, controllers out there for those who may not be familiar, you know, most robust or most new controllers have multiple plans you can put in for events. So you can do up to what, 64 plans now. For the 170 controllers that were built back in the 70s and early 80s, they only had 9 plan options. So when you look at time of day plans plus your event plans, you didn't have a lot of options. And as you can imagine, with this many stuff or these events going on, you can have multiple events going on in a day. You can have triple event, which is always a fun one where you have, you know, throughout the day, pretty much from 7 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, seems like there's something going on. You have a large events here, you have an event there. So there wasn't a lot of options for more plans. We had to trim down our plan options, and we kind of expanded out from there as, you know, technology improved and they got new infrastructure out there. And then again, with the signal timing piece, we had to really update and do all the YARP. So hitting back on that presentation, we had to go through all that and update that stuff to get it all up to snuff before we started with our event plans. The other thing was I kind of touched on a little bit, was also something to consider with our operations, is our parking deficiencies. So again, on site, they had parking available, but they only had so much, right? And so with that, we were looking at a shortfall about 6,000 to 12,000 vehicles, depending on the event. So football games, for the most part, they can kind of generally get most people in here. It's about 13,000 cars that can park on there. And you figure about 3 people per car on average. So you're getting pretty close to the capacity of 70,000. But when you do a 100,000 event type of thing, then you're pushing people out. So Inglewood downtown area kind of has some parking structures, lots, but not a lot. And so they did a huge outreach, you know, as part of this to look for opportunities where people can do parking rides, where the shuttles kind of come into play. So looking out further, they have some colleges off the map here to the north and south that have large service lots. So they teamed up with those venues or colleges and said, okay, during weekends, let's use your parking lots. We'll get shuttles to and from the site and, you know, kind of help alleviate the parking issue. The one thing the city did very well, which I kudos to them, is they took this little parcel here that they owned. Again, they sold everything else to the owners of the property or the Rams. But for this little property here, they kept that for their transit facility. So it's basically, it started off with the open parking lot where the shuttles can come into and stop, drop off and pick up sort of thing. And it's kind of now morphed into a park and ride situation. And it's going to probably change here going down the road with their new project coming online here with kind of the shuttle mover system that they're building here in a few years. But the goal again was to get people, you know, that couldn't park on site to shuttles and have them drop off conveniently. The one thing that, you know, always comes with these developments is everybody thinks about, you know, where the people are going to go, where they're going to walk and park, but nobody really thinks about the TNCs or the shuttles necessarily. And they always want to push it out to the city and make that their issue. So there wasn't a whole lot, even though the site is huge, there wasn't a whole lot of that thought done on the development side. And so the city kind of had to protect themselves and give them some options for that type of thing. And then again, with the ride share and the shuttles being part of that whole thing. I mean, this up here, we had a plan for this road up here, runs right next to the forum. They use that for park and ride, or sorry, the TNCs. So there's a huge setup staging area that people can stop, drop off, or pick up. And we want to find them a home for that. Because of the fact that you don't want people stopping anywhere along Prairie Avenue, Manchester, Crenshaw. I mean, people that like to just like, oh yeah, here's a ride, get a pin, set it somewhere, and they stop in the middle of traffic. So they found a home for them and said, if you're going to do business here, you have to be up there, and that's where you're going to pick up people. So that's really helped confine those challenges of people stopping in traffic and trying to pick up fans that are trying to leave the site. So our project, again, started off with retiming 135 signals. We started with 6 plans initially, which again was kind of getting close to exceeding that 9 plan feature. So we had 6 plans for the time of day, 3 plans for our events. After we kind of rolled through the plans and had them out for a couple of years, at least the time of day, we actually dialed that back to 3 plans, largely because the city was looking at simplicity. They kind of thought that with the 6 plans, and really what we did, we had our morning peak, midday peak, PM peak, like you normally would see. Then we had kind of shoulder plans. So we kind of wanted to ramp up into that peak and then drop down. Thinking again about, just your cross streets, your pedestrians, they don't want to wait as long, especially when traffic's a little lighter. The city's like, no, after watching this for a couple of years, let's just dial back to 3, make it a little more simple. We'll expand those peak hours a little bit, and we modified some of the cycle lengths to kind of drop them down a little bit and kind of found a happy medium for that. But our event plans is what mainly our work for the event stuff was happening. That was 3 plans, 1 inbound plan for 200-second cycle length. And interesting enough, there was talks about doing like a 400 or 500-second cycle length, especially outbound. I had to talk the city off the ledge on that a little bit, because I'm like, you realize that if you did that, you're going to have every person that lives out there after you. And I don't want them after me, because, that's just not going to be fun. So we kind of settled into the 200 to 232 range for cycle lengths. The other great saving grace for us, at least kind of keep it off from falling off the cliff with longer cycle lengths, is the controllers at the time, they can't do more than 255. So I'm like, oh, there you go. But they were talking to the manufacturer, like, hey, can we get a 500 or 600 second? I'm like, let's not do that. But I think they find that 232 second nice happy medium with traffic events or the traffic flow that has been going out there since we started this project. So we developed the plans. We developed all the cycle lengths, splits, offsets, and sort of thing. And then we got to go out there and kind of have some fun with implementation of it. So let me back up a slide for a second here, a couple slides right there. Yeah. So we started with kind of looking at these 4 corridors, the Manchester, the Crenshaw, Century, and Prairie, of our kind of our mainstay of where the volume of the traffic is largely going to come from. These are the 4 corridors that really feed out to the freeway system and also out further out to the LA area. So Prairie, that's a huge corridor. I mean, that in alone, it's got, I think, about 23,000 cars a day normally. And then when you throw all the traffic in here, it really gets interesting on there. So as part of that project, or part of the project here, we also looked at doing reversible lanes along Prairie. So the entrance into the lots, they kind of break it up into 4 quadrants. They kind of got this southwest quadrant, southeast quadrant, northwest or northeast and northwest. So depending on where traffic is coming from, especially if you're a ticket holder, they kind of assign you where you want to go, where you should be parking. So you're not driving around the stadium. But generally speaking, people are going to come up Century, go on this here and come up this way, or go Crenshaw up to Penn K and over and down. So these 4 corners are very much hot spots as your vehicles are coming in and leaving. So we kind of use that as our ground zero to start to develop the plans. And then from there, we expanded it out to other places around the city, that we thought would have some traffic impacts. And then that also helped out with the future building of the Intuit Dome. So again, when we first started this wasn't online yet, but we knew it was coming. This had some, obviously some events up there at the forum, which the city really didn't do a whole lot at the time. But now with this being online, they felt that was a little more critical to obviously, especially when you have an event here at forum and an event at SoFi, maybe you should include these guys. So we started developing plans up here as well. So our scope really expanded out. Even with the 75 signals we first started off with, we're actually about 100 or so with everything going on, if all three events are going on at one time. So anyways, as I was mentioning, we got to go out there, have some fun, and kind of see how things are working out with our plans. We looked at the reversible lanes, for example, on Prairie and kind of tweaked that a little bit. Our signal timing plans had to be adjusted. They do close down left turn lanes post-event, and so we have to make sure those plans are working right and we're omitting those left turn phases as needed. The one thing that's been a huge help, and my city folks can contest to this, since we had Target Field and US Bank Stadium and such forth, is the traffic control officers out there, or TCAs, if they're known here. Those are folks that are, people out in the streets helping manage some of the traffic flow, especially around the stadium itself. So as you imagine, people are leaving the site, especially, pre-game's not so bad, but post-game, a lot of PEDs are leaving, trying to control those PEDs out there. And when they've had a few drinks, and if they're Raider fans, they are horrible. I thought Packer fans were bad, but Raider fans, oh my gosh. They will literally fight anyone and everyone that gets in their way. We've seen a few fights break out. We've seen a few dumpster fires happening. I don't know if it's because of them, but that also causes problems. In fact, we even saw, they put this kindly, but since they moved to Vegas, they've kind of adapted those kind of Vegas ideas, I guess, or thoughts, and they've had a stripper pole out there at the parking lot, and they had beer being served and whatever, and they were really making a time of it. And of course, they had to shut that down as well. But as you can imagine, you get crazy stuff happening, and that spills out into the streets after a game. And so we have the TCOs out there, or they have them out there to help manage that. So with our signal timing, obviously we provide a lot of signal or ped time for the crossing, the streets and such, as best as we can. But you can't get everyone, right? It's just you got to keep people moving, especially when you have multiple cross street conflicts and such, where everybody wants to leave the stadium, but you also got people coming from the other direction. So it's really helpful to have those guys out there to kind of control that. But they also help people get around the stadium as well. So especially early on, a lot of people didn't know where to go, even though we had wayfinding out there and such. They still were getting lost. So they really help manage that, so we don't have people just sitting in traffic trying to figure out, where do I go park? Where's that pink lot or orange lot or what have you? The other thing here with this site here, the picture here, this is at the stadium itself. So they built their own traffic operations center. So the idea here was to be collaborative. I think US Bank Stadium still does this, where they have traffic from the city. They have police, fire, TCOs, obviously, the stadium operators as well, PCH, Sheriff's Department, anybody and everybody who's involved with this. They have a representative down there to help kind of keep things moving. So there's a lot of, this picture looks, obviously was taken when nothing was going on, but I've been down there several times when this thing is full, and it's a zoo. And that's why they put up this glass. First, they didn't have this glass partitions, and it was just chaos. Like, you couldn't hear, like, people be on the phone trying to talk to someone, and it's just so loud. So they put up these little partitions that kind of shield that noise a little bit. But it really brings everybody together and collaborates on when the events are taking place. And when they see something happening in the street, you just reach over and say, hey, I got this problem over here, or this car is stalled. They can get somebody and get it towed out right away. So it makes it a lot easier to keep things moving after a game. So we deployed the system, or the signal time, in 2020. We're ready to go. We're all pumped up to go for it. And then all of a sudden COVID hits. And of course, the first year, nobody was at the stadium, which is kind of a good thing, because even though we were ready to go, the city was still working on some updates. And quite frankly, when we were thinking about how we're going to implement this, we would have to be probably, 4 or 5 of us would be in the field to go out and hit the timing we wanted to plan to run, right? Because a lot of these times you're kind of looking at how traffic's flowing into the site. And so you don't really set it up on a time of day. You could say, we want the clock to start, or the pre-event timing plan to start at 2 p.m., even though maybe say the game's at 4. But is traffic really picking up at 2 p.m.? We don't know, right? This is kind of the first early on. So we wanted to make sure we could do it remotely for the most part. So if we were happen to have that first game in July or August in 2020, I think there would have been a little bit of scrambling going on. The stadium as well, don't tell these, I said this to you guys, but they also were under the gun getting things done. They were lucky to have it kind of technically ready to be open in July. They were working 24/7 for about 6 months to get it on track, because they had some issues construction related on the site that they had to deal with. So it was good. It was kind of a blessing in that sense that it get pushed back a year before they had people on site for these things. Not to say COVID was a good thing, but at least the delay of it helped. So again, we were on site helping out with that implementation. We saw a lot of things, and it really helped bring in focus of how people are using the system and how the network that is, and how people are getting in and out of the stadium, and where the trouble spots were. You know, you try to do the best planning up front, but you just never can get it down until you really see it in live action. And again, we kind of really closely worked, especially early on, with those other agencies and such to make sure things were flowing and working well. So really the results and outcomes of this, so reduce congestion. Obviously, you know, congestion obviously when traffic stopped, they call it congestion, right? And it's funny to think about congestion in LA, because I always tell them, like, okay, yeah, congestion happens out here, but you're like congested all the time. Like, what's not congested out here? But when you look at from a perspective of getting people in and out of the stadium, and especially for residents, you know, when they're sitting waiting 5 minutes to get across this corridor because you're dumping everybody in or trying to get everybody out, to them, that's a lot of congestion. That's more than what they typically deal with on the day-to-day. So we want to make sure we keep that down as much as possible. And so when we first started this, and we kind of monitored things and measured how long it took to kind of dump the traffic and go from a event plan to a non-event plan, or back to time of day, we were kind of looking at about an hour and a half on average to start off with. Of course, again, there's a lot of people learning where to go and sort of thing. So just a lot of that happening. Now, you know, 4 or 5 years later, we're down to about an hour and 10 minutes. And quite frankly, when you're dumping 13,000 cars out of there with that background traffic, I don't know how you can do any better, honestly. The police wanted to see it like that. Like, they just want to get out of there, you know, dump it fast as you can and screw the residents. I mean, that's honestly, I heard that from the chief of police to some degree. They called me out on one of the weekends. I got to fly out last minute. They said, "Oh, we want you out here. We have some questions, blah, blah, blah," right? So I talked to him. He's like, "Yeah, we want to just get people out fast as we can." Like, I'm like, "Well, what about this three, that three?" Like, resident, "Nope, we don't care. We just want to get them out." Like, all right, well, we can look at that, but you realize it's just not going to work, because at some point they're going to get caught somewhere else down the road. Right? The freeways are going to get busy, and they're just going to back up anyway. So having that kind of gated flow out, it helps. They don't see it that way. It's hard to kind of get them to think that way, but just open the floodgates and just let it all go. It just doesn't really help you. So I think we're not going to get better than an hour and 10, and that's pretty good for a lot of you know, talking to other venues around the country. They're about the same or even worse. So I think they do pretty well for what they have out there. And then the last thing I kind of want to point out here with our signal timing is, again, we were thinking about expanding that system to include Intuit Dome, which again opened in 24. We looked at opportunities to how to build the system long-term. And once they start getting their controllers and everything else up to speed and they have more plans we can use, we kind of backed off on some of our SoFi plans, we call it, and backed it down to Intuit Dome. And so we have multiple different plans that can run at different times, and it can be activated by different corridors as well. So we can be very flexible in how we operate it based on the needs for that event. And you know, if anybody works in an event, not one event is the same. Concert goers are different from football, from basketball fans to whatever. So it's always little nuances and things you learn along the way. So kind of lessons learned from this whole thing. One is the importance of flexible programming. So again, talking about those multiple plans and be able to build up and back down on what you need for the events. Early coordination with the stakeholders. So we were collaborating from day one, but I think the takeaway there is, I kind of mentioned about the congestion and kind of what people see as success. So again, what is it for a guy who's does police officer and wants to just dump traffic? Is it an hour? Is it a half an hour? What's your level of success versus my level of success versus the residents who's sitting on the street trying to cross the street? It's all different thoughts, right? So trying to get everybody on the same page so we can say, yes, this is success, or are we going to spin our wheels and try to, you know, fine tune something so detailed that you really can't get it down to, you know, a perfect science. Scalability, I kind of talked about as well. So again, with that stadium kind of area kind of expanding, being able to accommodate those changes. And then again, that resident community impacts, just thinking about those forefront, you know, knowing that they're going to be out there complaining. They're the ones who call into the council members, to the mayor, and really, you know, voice their opinions. on things, especially when you have people parking in their residential streets. Nothing that we had to do personally from a line perspective, but as far as the team, they had to do kind of set up a program for parking management on the residential streets. So you don't have people, oh, I want to go to the stadium. I'm just going to park on this road, walk to the stadium. And also enforce people who are trying to park cars on their lots too. So I think one person had 20 cars parked in their lot, and LA does not have acres of land out there. You're a quarter acre, if that. So it was packed full. And so I don't know what happened to him or that owner, but I'm guessing he got a little bit of a call from the city saying, can't do this. Future kind of directions that we're looking to do with the city. So long-term multimodal planning in Inglewood. So again, I kind of mentioned before with the bus mover system, the ICF, they call it. They have federal funding and local dollars to build basically a kind of a shuttle system that's could hopefully be autonomous at some point, that runs from the Crenshaw line, which is about a mile or 2 miles north of the site, down to the stadium. So it's another way to kind of backfill some of the shuttles and other modes of transportation that they see a need for. Real-time data collection. So now that they've built the system and they have every controller out there is pretty much brand new. All the signals are online now. They have cameras everywhere, lie detectors. So they want to take that real-time data, bring that in, and really map out where the volumes are coming from each event, so they can kind of really fine tune of, okay, where's our trouble spots? We kind of see it when we watch the events, but have that data historically, so we kind of know what's going on, and they can plan better for future events. And then at some point, they kind of been kicking around the idea of doing adaptive signal control or using AI. So again, right now it's a lot of hands-on. The staff from the city work there. They have a team of 3 or 4 guys from the traffic group that rotate through the events. And so again, with football being 2 home teams, so you have almost every week you have a game going on, and then special events beyond that, and then you have now the Clippers being there. So they're working a lot over there. And so we're trying to get to a point where with technology and things improve, they can kind of get more hands off and let the system kind of do its thing on its own to a degree. And so hopefully over time we'll get there, but right now it's definitely a hands-on experience for them. With that, I probably went over time, I apologize, but open the floor for any questions.
Got 1 or 2 questions. Did you have a security buffer that you had to have around the stadium? Did that both the roads kind of similar to 4th Street and
Good question. So yes, there is a buffer stadium piece here, and that's because of the way the stadium is built. It pretty much encompasses or stays within the property. So all these local roads are internal, and the parking lots, they kind of adjusted for that. So we didn't have any hard road closures on the city streets because of that. Now, when it comes to, and I didn't touch on this at the time, but in 2028, Olympics will be out here. And this whole area, from my understanding, is going to be cordoned off. So you cannot get, besides local residents, you will not be able to drive there at all. They'll be using shuttles and whatever else to get people to and from that.
We have with Gopher games on campus is people trying to get to like their specific lot for tailgating. You sort of mentioned it, but was there solutions that you guys came up with to sort of get people to the right lot once they're off of the materials?
Yep. So we personally didn't do this, but as part of the team, they kind of segregated these areas into colored zones. And so what they did is for a pre-sale, they'll assign you a zone. They'll kind of ask you where you're coming from, and then they'll assign you a zone, and they'll give you maps and how to get there. In fact, I think they give you a GPS point as well to kind of get to the entry point, and then from there you kind of have to find your wherever parking lot. I think it's not assigned like you got to park in this particular spot. You just need to be in that lot. So that's helped. And then again, early on, like most, they don't know the area, so they're kind of driving around trying to figure out where to go. But once that kind of got out there more, people generally understand where to go.
Let's give Nick a round. So our next few presentations start to advance into a little bit of video analytics, AI, TSMO, Nam is a registered traffic engineer with over 30 years of experience in traffic modeling, ITS, and transportation technology. He has led numerous AI-driven initiatives to advance transportation systems management and operations, TSMO, including detector health diagnostics, automatic incident detection, and traffic conflict analysis. Dr. Nam earned his PhD in civil engineering from Virginia Tech. So with that, let's welcome Bill.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah. So it's a great privilege to open today's session on TSMO and big data. So today, I'd like to share our work on AI-powered video analytics, what I call AVA, through these presentations. So with emphasis on operations, safety assessment, as well as our upcoming project with MnDOT on AI-based detector health assessment. Okay. Before diving into our work, I'd like to briefly share how this video analytics for traffic engineering has evolved over the past several decades. So in 1990s, early product systems such as Oroscope introduced zone-based vehicle detections, and they used analog camera at the time. And then 10 years later, in 2000s, with advanced computing power, commercialized, they brought commercializations for ramp metering and then traffic counts. And now in 2010, now we have HP high definition IP cameras. They are all digital, not analog anymore. And also GPU enabled real-time applications. So vehicle detections and queuing stuff. And those were adapted in SCADs and scope systems for adaptive signal control. So now, today, we have entered the AI revolution era. So we have convolutional neural network, cloud, and edge processing. Now we can do not zone-based, but the AI keeps track of every individual vehicle movement. The digital camera has 25 frames per second. Now they produce vehicle trajectory. And then this AI will give you, I'm going to show you today, they'll give you the high resolution information that supports operations, safety assessment, and planning in ways that were never possible before. Okay. So we work with a company named Good Vision. So they developed the platform, and then we work together. We provide expertise in traffic or planning engineering. So our system is number one is hardware independent. So we work with your existing CCTV network. We use our portable cameras and drone to create the footage. At the same time, if you already have footage, we can analyze. So we are very flexible in the process. And the second one, our system supports both real-time and offline applications, depending upon your project needs. The only difference is when you do real-time, then the user has to define the virtual detectors on screen, where you are going to extract the data first. And then trajectory will be developed. If you do offline, then AI just automatically create detectors, the trajectory, and then later user looking at the screen, oh, I want to extract turning movements or throughput or identify pedestrian, bicycle. You can do that way, and then you have the interactions. You look at the result, you can revise or replace. You can put the detectors in near location and so forth.
So very flexible. And our process is non-intrusive. So this is the where how we are going to apply the upcoming the project with MnDOT. So the first one is we are going to use the MnDOT CCTV to monitor traffic over some of the detectors on 694. And then when we access the MnDOT local network, all we need is their IP address. That's it. So it's 100% cyber secure. And then some of the detectors, we're going to use our camera to they'll be mounted over overpass. So in this way, our system architecture is 100% cyber secure. So next one, you know there is a saying in English, right? Saying a picture is worth 8,000 words. So here, this is the AVA generated clip on the westbound I-94 at Chicago Avenue. So please do enjoy. Some of the cars driving on shoulder, right? Some cars changing lane. You can see now trucks. So here, every vehicle is detected, almost every detected and tagged. And then they have multimodal, up to 8 objects. So pedestrian, bicycles, that's how we do safety assessment. And also cars, trucks, heavy trucks, buses, vans, you name it, up to 8 predefined objects. You can see AI can see the lane changing and many different driving behavior. And on top, the accuracy wise, I'm going to show you later, well above 95%. So now this is on freeway side, the same thing. So now this time, the video is from the MnDOT RTNC. It's a high definition. So now our picture is a little more clear. We can see a little more larger area. So whether, so this is the walk zone, Highway 10 in Anoka. So same way, every vehicle is detected and multimodal, lane by lane, and then accuracy is over 95%. Okay. So the next one is the accuracy validations. So this one shows that we conducted on the westbound I-94 at 25th Avenue. So here so this one is we collect the video that was in 2023 working on POC with MnDOT. So we collect the video, and then recently I reanalyzed using the latest version of this AVA, and then also with the expanded the manual counts. So here what you are seeing is 2 counts. The one is AVA, the other one is ground truth. This ground truth we established by a third party. So upcoming project so I've been into more details. So here, as you can see, so we analyzed the video for 2 hours, 4 to 5, and another 5 to 6, lane by lane. Look at the lane one. Here, AVA 1059, the ground truth 1056. 3 car difference, meaning 0.02. Yeah? So here, lane 1, lane 2 overall 0.1 and 0.3% difference. So now this is in here, Minnesota, and here we collect the data in Houston, where they have 5 lanes. So 5 lanes, or one video can handle 5, no problem. So here, then we expanded into 3 hours, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, and 5 to 6. It's the same story. Every lane, every hour, the accuracy, detection accuracy is up to 99%. And then what about turning movements? So now we're in freeway. So now here, turning movement at Houston area, the ramp junctions, there are 8 different traffic movements. It's the same. So sometimes we hit this 100% and 1 point difference. Okay. So the next one is let's go back. This one is the location that the Chicago Avenue, and here look at the third lane from the left. So this location we have the upstream. We have a on-ramp coming from 35W and then Highway 55. So heavy volumes going into this area, and the fourth lane is exit only, exit to 11th Street. So there's and then also 1 mile downstream we have the tunnel. So the third lane from the left is heavy weaving lane. So now this one shows from the video is conventional metrics, just hourly speed and 5-minute speed. So when you develop this hourly speed is, oh, okay, this location, everyone knows, heavily congested. So, but then what I'm saying is, now we have a technology, we are still using the conventional metric to describe, in this case, traffic flow instability. So then I came up with a new idea I called step and go index, SGI. So this green one is the step and go index. So we have the 2-speed hourly speed and the 5-minute speed. This step and go index is this one quantifies how unstable the traffic flow is. The larger SGI, the more frequent stop and go, and the more unstable the flow is. So here, as you can see, around 525, this SGI spikes to almost 2. Why the speed is about the same? And this is what's happening. So this idea, more to come as you kick off this new project with MnDOT. But the concept is very interesting. So the next one is here. Now then we have the video, the footage coming from drone. So much more resolutions, 4 megapixels, and the much larger pixels, meaning we can see much larger area from which, using this AVA, just draw a virtual detectors, and then give you all the matrix. And then this one we can use vSIM or transmodular to do micro simulations or even synchro. So very interesting. So next one is let's turn into the safety side. So now here from the video, let's change our safety assessment approach. So using this AVA, now we can be proactive, not reactive. So through the video, we can identify high-risk interactions before crashes occur. We can be more proactive. And the next one is, now we can have much richer data set. Continuous meaning, when you do safety analysis, we get paper accident report. That's a snapshot based. But this one, we have the footage. It provides pro-conflict, during conflict information to you. So this one provides continuous and high resolution data beyond across all modes, pedestrian and bicycles. And then third one is unbounded coverage. Anywhere, just shoot the video, then we will analyze. And then it collects capturing insight beyond the conventional safety data provides. And the last one, I like this one. It provides feedback. So meaning you can do kind of before and after. Before doing something, you capture, and then you modify the design or policy, and then you can do before and after study. So this one is westbound I-94, exit to 280. This particular location is, if you look at the rightmost lane, that is shared through an exit. So when you look at this pre-conflict, vehicle number 1 in orange, which is on the third lane from the left, and then vehicle number 2, the white, is on the fourth shared lane. So they are traveling together, but then a few seconds later, this conflict, the vehicle number 1, they cut across the board, which we call last second exit. And then here we computed PH time. Post encroachment time is less than 1.5, consider high risk. And then we can check the gap between the two cars. It's less than 50 feet. And then this last second exit, it happens a lot, more than 20 times per day. Not just only these locations, but other location. We have many similar design layout, and this AI can capture how many opens, where it can provide more proactive data in such a way. So now this one is the V2P, the vehicle to pedestrian conflict. So we got the video from Dakota County. And then here on picture 1, we have a jogger on your left-hand side. And then there's a vehicle in the red. And they are coming to the left-hand lane in motion. That's the key. So what's happening is that vehicle is supposed to yield, but the AVA can capture how many times it spent behind the stop bar, less than 1/10 of a second. This yellow vehicle didn't stop at all, in motion, arriving, and then made a left turn. So the PT is less than 1.5 seconds, considered very dangerous. So third one is, again, this one is a continuous data. So here, another, in this case, the PT is a little bigger, but however, the video says the bicyclist, he didn't stop. He didn't wait at the medium bar. He just spent there less than 1/10 seconds and creating a potential high-risk event. So this one is about our upcoming project with MnDOT. So the project has been awarded 2025 in innovative ideas. So we are expected to kick off in a few weeks from today. So this idea came from the previous POC with RTMC. So here we selected this location, westbound I-94 at 25th Avenue. At the location, MnDOT has a detector, and later we learned that detector is a Wavetronics radar system. So that location has 4 lanes. And then we collected AVA data and also conducted the third-party manual counts. So here we see 2 issues. Number 1 is detector accuracy. Compared to ground truth, we can see as much as 20% difference detection rate. Whereas the AVA, they are all within a very narrow band, just few percent error. Another issue is consistency. In other words, reliability. Sometimes they got 20% difference. Sometimes some hours less than 5%, it's very hard to know what's going on. So this project, what we are going to do is we chose Interstate 694 between 81 and Lexington Avenue, and there are 56 MnDOT detector locations, detector stations. So then the work plan is we're going to collect AVA data Tuesday through Friday, and then 12 hours per day, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then we do manual counts. We budgeted more than 800 hours. So we're gonna establish our ground truth, and then we collect detector data. So we'll do comparisons. So detector data versus AVA data versus manual counts. And then while doing so, that the footage is coming from the MnDOT, the 26 CCTVs within the study area. And then some location we'll be using the portable cameras. So we're gonna start this one very soon. And then we already have a good idea how to expand further. When you look at the hours, we're gonna stop at 6 p.m. because the sunset time. But then through the advance in AVA, we are expand to hours after sunset. So we can do up to 24 hours. We'll prove detection accuracy. And at this time, I'm very positive it's going to be no more than 5%, the error rate. We all the accuracy would be 24-hour counts, lane by lane, hour by hour, or 50 minute by 50 minute would be well over 95%. So it's a closing. So to wrap up, I'd like to highlight some of the key takeouts. The first thing is the AVA transforms everyday video into actionable high-resolution intelligence. And then, as you saw, it delivers lane by lane detection accuracy well above 95%. And then using this AVA, it enables proactive, on-bound coverage for safety assessment, and then it supports very flexible both real-time and offline applications depending upon program needs. And then this AVA drives the upcoming project with MnDOT on detector health assessment and more innovations, I'm pretty sure, to come. Yeah. But thanks for your time. I think I have time to entertain some questions. Yes, yeah. Any questions?
So maybe I'll start out questions.
Sure. Yes.
You had a couple of different freeway applications on there. Is the camera sensitive enough to pull license plates where it could be used for a network-wide origin destination?
So whenever we have a meeting with agency, their concern number one is the privacy. So most of times, unless the client is asking, we put that issue off the table. So we don't read license plate, but the technology is out there that's available. Yeah.
And that's 10, 15, 20 years ago, how MnDOT did a lot of their origin destination studies was license plate type origin destination work. So, yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah.
It looked like, so you were getting the vehicle speeds directly from the cameras. Is that something that, does that require calibration or something? Because normally that's like radar.
So when you do data collections, I think that technically we need to differentiate measurements and estimation. So this technology, they measure counts and they measure travel times, but the speed is estimation, because when you convert travel time to speed, the parameter you need is the distance between two virtual detectors. So we, at the beginning, we were very, we spent so many hours and years trying to beat the systems. So if I share one tip, it is here. So this video is giving you the idea, which is the pavement marking. So the MnDOT, they are uniformly, the spacing is 50 feet. So when you estimate a speed, now our confidence is much more higher. Yeah. So we use this from the video. Okay, the lane marking is spacing is 50 feet. So our input to AI, we were able to increase our confidence.
So you take how long it takes vehicle to get from
one line to another line, such as similar to a single loop or double loop. But then two things. The one is the count passing the point, but the AI is smart enough. Now we connect two virtual detectors. Now we are defining the movement. So that way, this AI can pick up this wrong way driving within 110 seconds, because or even U-turns.
All right, with that, let's give Doe a round of applause. So our next presentation will be Justin and Ben. I'll pull that up. Yeah. Justin Stevens is a project manager with SRF Consulting, specializing in planning level transportation studies. He has a bachelor's degree in physics from Carthage College and a master's degree from UW-Madison. Again, that red school, at least he's not wearing red. No red today. Justin enjoys focusing his work on helping the community by identifying and pursuing a right-sized approach for each project and understanding the balance that is needed between all stakeholders and users of the corridor. Outside of work, Justin enjoys coaching his son's traveling baseball team and playing dance dad for his daughter at her Irish dance competitions. I love it, Justin. Ben Nault is a transportation professional and experience as a travel demand modeler, an engineer building big data products, and as a representative helping users with open paths patterns. He's interested in using new technologies to make transportation modeling work more efficient and fun. So with that, welcome Justin and Ben.
Thank you, Paul. I am also usually pretty loud, so I'm just going to kind of talk loud and make sure that doesn't fall off. And I'm going to turn this just so hopefully you can catch some of it here for the folks in the back. So thanks, Joe, for the introduction. I don't think we need to go through that anymore here. So for today, what we're going to do, we're going to talk about why we took on this initiative, why we partnered with Bentley Systems as well. What was the motivation behind this? We're going to actually, Ben's going to have some slides here that walk through the model itself that they created. And then we'll talk key takeaways, do some examples. We've got some frequently asked questions as well. So trying to kind of get ahead of the questions at the end, but I'm sure you all will come up with additional ones. So the purpose of this, most of the agencies that have travel demand models are your larger agencies, your APOs, your MPOs. There really aren't small communities that have access to the same level of features that we get out of our regional model here in the Twin Cities. And so we wanted to look at ways to bring those capabilities to these smaller communities and give them an option to leverage both big data and try to demonstrate cost effectiveness for them to be able to have these models, develop these models, and then of course use these for their planning studies. So that was really the purpose behind this collaboration. What are some of our challenges today? There's a lot on that graphic over there, but essentially what it's going is we're trying to connect all the dots, right? We have a finite amount of money. All agencies, there's only so much money to go around, and you have to balance the needs of the system based on what's going on. What do you want to try to do? And so this is a way when we go through as practitioners, any project, right? We're always trying to balance all these different aspects. And again, in those small, medium-sized areas, it can be hard to do. We've got limited data sets. And so essentially working through what's called a multi-resolution modeling approach over here on the right side of the screen. So you have your macro level, that's your ABMs, your traditional travel demand models. You've got that lower level, which is the micro level, that's your VSIM, your SIM traffic. That's getting into the, the car following models, the nitty gritty. And really where we're focusing at is that middle level. So that's that meso. So we're taking the best of both worlds, we're combining them together, and that's really the space that we live in. And it helps us address a lot of our issues that we have out there. Touched on this a little bit already, but the motivation for this, mobility, greenhouse gas emissions, right? We have to start tracking a lot of this as part of our projects. If we're adding capacity, expanding our roadways, traffic impact studies, traffic impact analyses, infrastructure investments, really that's the key pieces here. But really what's missing, I'll say in our current process is that land use sensitivity, right? We, to an extent, right? SE data for TAZs, population, household, and employment, we can start to get at that, but these types of models in this meso space allow us to get all the way down into the parcel level. So we can really start to fine tune what's going on, particularly for large scale redevelopments, Nick, to talk about the stadium there. And so all of this gets brought together to help with that mesoscopic simulation. For this partnership here, we chose Sherburne County. Why did we do that? One, it's one of the fastest growing counties in Minnesota. It's right on the collar of the Twin Cities metro region. So think travel demand model, right? Our current ABM, it's really good with the 7-county metro. You start to get outside of those collar counties and we start to see issues. We don't have the detailed roadway network. We don't have as good of TAZ information. And so we wanted to take Sherburne County and really show the power of what we could do with a county like them. They did recently update their transportation plan in 2019. So not too long ago, a little about 6 years ago or so. And a lot of the projects that they've identified to look at are control modifications. So stop signs to signals, maybe stop signs to roundabouts, capacity improvements, and the new connections. There's a lot of work going on in the area there. When their transportation plan was done, they followed a very similar approach to what a lot of us do. They looked at historical data, where is their growth happening, both with counts as well as new developments, and they kind of created growth forecasts based on this kind of off model, right? Meaning they use the model to understand kind of a rough change in volumes, and then from there they take it off the model, and you're doing everything in spreadsheets. You're calculating growth rates per year, all in spreadsheets. You've kind of taken it out of the model, and that's what we want to fix. Touched on their potential projects a little bit. This is just a map from their transportation plan, kind of highlights a couple areas, potentially a new river crossing, the capacity expansions, kind of gives you a flavor for what a smaller county like this, at least from a population standpoint, is starting to look at. And one of the things with these different projects is we start to see travel pattern shifts. We start to see improved mobility with some of these with the capacity expansions, and you start to attract those new developments. So as we make the area more accessible and we drive some of those capacity improvements, of course, that's going to bring in developments, and folks are going to want to live there. They're going to want to work there. And so really understanding how each of these compound on each other is critical. If the change in the VMT and the VHT goes into the greenhouse gas analysis with the legislature requiring those impacts now, starting to be able to look at that. They have no way to look at that right now before this model. And then the other piece, our regional models, they're really good at looking at our freeway systems, our larger principal arterials, but we can't really get into the intersection level. We can't start looking at, well, what happens if we go from a stop sign to a signal? We can't take that really into account with the current methods. got into a lot of this already. Just a recap, touched on the TAZs already, touched on the fact that we don't have our local roadways as much modeled in the larger ABMs. We have no intersection delay that we can really account for. There's a little bit, you can kind of account for it, but not to the level that we would like to. And then of course that off-model traffic growth, right? Again, that's taking, you're looking in the model, you're getting static results. You're taking those out, you're developing your turning movement counts, you're running them through VSIM or Synchro or HCS, and there's no feedback loop, right? We don't look at that and go, okay, yeah, that was really bad. We just say, yep, that alternative won't work, right? But what else can happen to help that alternative? And so that's what we were trying to solve. With that, turn it over to Ben.
Thanks, Justin. And I'm pretty soft-spoken, so I'll try and go for the microphone here. And yeah, I'll talk about a little bit about the model and the data that we integrated and how this looks and works and operates and some of the cool things that we found here. We were really excited to be partnering with this because we have these tools. We want to see them implemented. We want to look at efficient ways to help people and help users understand, answer and get answers to the questions that they want. And so this was a really cool application with this dynamic traffic assignment implementation. So if you know anything about dynamic traffic assignment or DTA, I think one of the first things that pops into my head or anybody else's head is that it's very data heavy, right? It's kind of been hard to adopt because it needs signal timing, it needs traffic counts, it needs really detailed trip tables, it needs a really, really detailed roadway network, and on and on and on and on. So one of the things that we were able to do with our grouping of products is integrate our big data product and help, ease that burden, ease that lift of all of that data collection. And so for the network, we were able to glean that from a big data product. For the time series trip table, one of the unique things about a dynamic traffic assignment is that it requires 15-minute incremented trip tables. And so every 15 minutes, it's loading new vehicles that understand the existing conditions and existing congestion, and is trying to find the best path there. So that's kind of how it's in between, like a macroscopic model, like Justin was saying, where it might be an hour, every hour it's running trips, or a micro where it's, instantaneous. Time series traffic count data, we were able to glean from that. And so really pull all of this data in and ingest it easily into the GTA model, which really just, again, helps with the lift. It helps get the model up and going, get it running, and get it to something that can be implemented and adjusted from there. So with this, I'll talk a little bit about the big data that we were able to collect. So here you can see on the map, kind of, maybe you can see all those little tiny blue lines, all the side streets and everything like that. Those are all part of the network that's available that has vehicle data, or like count data, ADTs by hour, by trip purpose, by day of the week. And that whole network is exportable and able to be pulled into the model. So this was the basis of the roadway network for Sherburne County. And again, you can see the level of fidelity there was all able to be pulled in and utilized. And along with that, obviously, is kind of origin destination matrix data, right? So along with understanding how many people are on a given road, we want to understand where they're coming from and where they're going to. And so with this project, we kind of broke down sub areas, recomputed the TAZ. We included external gates, which is all those dots, which is really important because on the next slide, you'll start to see kind of the travel characteristics that we're seeing in and out of Sherburne County. And so it's not enough to just look at one little project inside of Sherburne County. We're looking at all of the trips that are coming through, going all the way north to south on 169, taking US 10 over and things like that. So we're taking a holistic approach in and out of Sherburne County, which is what we can see here. So on the left-hand side, you can see the pie chart. So just a brief part of these characteristics, about a 33% or a third of the trips in that gray slice of the pie are going to be your internal. So those are trips that start and end inside of Sherburne County. And so if you're only to look at that area, you'd be missing 2/3 of the trips. The blue slices are going to be your internal, external. So these are trips interacting in and out of Sherburne County, and that's about 60%. And then the yellow slice, which is about 10%, is going to be your external pass-through trips, if you will. And if there's any astute engineers 33 plus 60 plus 10 does not equal 100, but the numbers here do, but I like rounding, so. So once we are able to gather all this data together and implement into the model, we're able to see what this is looking like just from the get-go, right? So we're able to pull it into the model, set up all this data, and then start to see the power of what this dynamic traffic assignment can do. And so this is really kind of that sweet spot of the DTA where the activity-based model, the macroscopic models can't do visualizations like this. The microscopic may be able to, but on a really smaller scale. But on a county-wide scale, we can see every vehicle going through every road at any given time at the same time. And so that was a little bit about how we built up the infrastructure and built up the data to support the model. When we went in and built the model, there are kind of two key parts that I'll talk about with this. And so we were focusing on the morning period for this concept. We used our dynamic traffic assignment package, Dynamec, which is one of the things that I really appreciate about it, is it is so efficient that it can just run on my laptop for the entire county in 20 minutes, 30 minutes. You know, it's pretty fast to run through these scenarios. And so it's really well suited for these development scenarios where, hey, we're having new development on this parcel, on this property. It's going to generate this many trips. Where are they going to come from? Where are they going to go to? What are the impacts of signal timing? What's the impacts of stop signs? All the things like that. Part of the network development, again, you can see these are screenshots from the software. You can see where this is kind of getting into microsim. This might look a little more familiar for those microsim folks, where you're looking at intersections, you're looking at movements. You're doing the signal timing here on the bottom right side. You can adjust the VDF curves to make it more realistic to the base observed data that you're seeing. And so it goes from this county-wide level to as detailed as you want it to be at any given intersection location. And then it also has the ability to, like I said, take those trip tables on any size that you want and get them down to what you need. And so there's integrations here that can ease the burden of implementation of these really detailed data sets that are needed for DTA. And so once you have it here, you can see kind of a video as it goes across. And I found out this morning there was noise on this that was like, threw me off. So I'm glad it's not going, but you can see as it's jumping through these little bars on the bottom, these are 15-minute increments. And so this is why I'm saying you can see those kind of 15-minute increments of traffic building up and reallocating. In this case, on the left-hand side, we have a base scenario on 169 going north and south kind of through Elk River. And on the right-hand side, we have one of the TMP scenarios of like a Highway 169, a full closure. And so as time progresses, you can see how the congestion is building up. You can see the hotspot intersections, and you can start to understand this from a very practical and visual perspective. You can also look at, just overall diversions really easily at a really small time scale. And this is my absolute favorite slide. And I'm so happy that it worked out. But the thing that I really love and I think is really powerful for something like this, like I said, you can go on the scale of the entire county, but then you can also put visualizations like this, which take all of the engineering aspects out of it and put it into something that people can understand. So again, we're looking at the same scenario. On the left-hand side is kind of a no-build scenario, and on the right-hand side is going to be kind of a lane closure on southbound 169, a full lane closure. And as this goes through again, you can look at when it zooms to the north there, you can see all the vehicles diverting, taking the side street, coming down, having some congestion at the stoplight. So I'll let this go through one more time and then hand it back to Justin. But it's just so easy to look at it. And for stakeholder engagement, for anybody to look at this, they can go, oh, yeah, I understand that. As I'm going up here and the lane is closed, I'm going to turn off here and there's going to be a ton of congestion at that signal. And then I'm going to take this side street down. There's going to be another congestion, but here's how it's going to divert. Here's how it's going to clear up, things like that. So this is really one of the key things that we really like about this project that we've worked on. With that, I'll hand it back to Justin.
So you got to kind of hear the why, right? Why we went through this efforts. Ben walked through the development of the model itself, which was a relatively quick process. So now we're going to get into the key takeaways for this effort. And so as we talked about, we're really looking to fill the gap, right? We know as transportation professionals that we have that macro level, we have the micro level, and this allows us to fill in that gap, make the process more efficient. We were able to get answers, meaning we were able to develop that model relatively quickly, 2-3 months, 2 weeks, sorry, not months, 2 weeks. And so being able to take all that information, of course, open paths, gotta give Ben the props on the Bentley side there, helps speed up the process a lot. As Ben mentioned, you're able to integrate all that data, all of your origin destination data. You don't have to go pull it from other third parties for that data analysis piece. But one of the key ones, anytime I talk to our travel demand modelers, trip purpose is huge. And so being able to have that trip purpose associated with that particular origin destination pair was huge, and it really helped speed up that process. We're able to validate the existing conditions, run our future no build scenarios, do all of the post-processing all within the model itself, right? We don't have to leave the model anymore. We don't have to go from ABM results to a spreadsheet to turning movement counts, by 15-minute bins for 3 hours and then plug it into vSim. We can do a lot of that testing in the model, keep it in the model, and it allows us to go really quickly. It allows us to test a lot of these kind of what if scenarios really fast, which I'll get into here in a little bit. I do want to make sure though that I just state, right, meso models do have their limitations, right? We've talked a lot about the pros. There's a lot of good things about them, but we also have to be careful that they're not going to be as detailed as a vSim or as any of your other, true micro simulation softwares. Those are truly meant to model every car. The car following models are very robust. They're very detailed. And not saying that these aren't, but this is a planning level tool. This is truly meant to stay at that planning level and not get into making design decisions necessarily off of it. Right? These are broader decisions that we're trying to make. And as Ben mentioned, the communication piece, right? All these animations, everything's out of the model. We don't have to go anywhere with the data. We can just continue to produce these. As I noted earlier, we're going to go through some FAQs that we get from folks when we talk about this. This is to preempt, get us back onto schedule, Joe, just for you, of any questions that you all may have. But the first one is, what is this multi-resolution approach, right? I really briefly touched on it at the beginning. There's a lot on this slide, but really the big thing is we're adding that middle piece. We're adding that meso level. We're getting down to the detailed nitty gritty here. We're able to talk about what happens if parcel A or B changes, right? What does that do to the traffic system? We have our feedback loop now. So we can go from the macro level to the meso level down to the micro level and go, hey, something happened with that alternative that we weren't catching at our meso level. Once we ran it through vSim or once we ran it through synchro sim traffic, let's take that back into the meso level and let's see what happens. And it's a dynamic system. So our volumes may completely change somewhere else in the network. And so it's being able to have that feedback piece and being able to bring all that together. What tools are on the market right now? So this model was produced in Dynamec, which is in the Bentley suite. But you also have AimSum, you have PTV vSum, and you have Dynast. So those are really the 4 kind of key ones on the market right now. There are some others, but these are, I'll say, the most widely used out of the ones that are on the market. We've touched on this a little bit, but how's it different, right? The biggest difference at our ABM level, at our true travel demand level, it's all population, household, and employments information, your SE data. When we get to this level, we can continue to work in that space, or we can bring in that parcel level information and we can start using IT trip gen rates, and we can get really detailed really fast with what we're trying to do. And so that's the key piece there. And as it's noted on Federal Highway's website, right, this isn't meant to replace your micro simulation. This is truly that planning tool that we're trying to support. What can we do with all this? We've talked about the quick response, the what if scenarios. We can go through our screening process. So that alternative screening analysis that takes, 2, 3, 4 weeks sometimes, as you get the data, you run the numbers, you take it into VSIM, you take it into Synchro, and then you bring it back into your matrix and you go, okay, how to do. We can do that in a couple of days now. As Ben mentioned, this model runs really quick. And so you can test a lot of that really, really quick. The placemaking, so that's your land use, touched on that a couple of times. And then the big one is the TMPs. So if you have large construction projects and you got to start understanding how traffic's going to reroute, where should we invest our money from a TMP standpoint for mitigation, we can start to test that really quickly. And the 169 example was a really good example of how we could do that. And then everything else, right? Any of the land use scenario planning you want to talk about, any network changes, we can do all of that. We can test all of that in these models. And again, relatively quickly with minimal rework as you go from one scenario to the next. This is not the development near SoFi Stadium, although as Nick was talking about it, I'm like, this sounds really familiar. This is a generic example that is based actually out of a project out of Atlanta that's one of our travel demand modelers worked on. But we've got a redevelopment here. And what can a DTA model do for us that maybe some of our other systems can't do or other softwares do as efficiently? So this is a semi-fictitious, semi-real example of a development that was proposed. It's a redevelopment of an existing area. This is a look at the existing roadways, the kind of how the network gets loaded under existing conditions. And so you can see you've got all your centroid connectors for those of us who are modelers in the room, and you've got all of your roadway links that are in here as well, and we're loading the network. We're telling it how it gets loaded. Once we go to the DTA side, we can start to actually get in at the parcel level. So on the far, be the left side of the screen, get my directions right here. You can start to see the different areas as they developed around the main hub, the 2016, 2020, kind of seeing what's developed in there. And then on the upper right-hand corner here is at that parcel level. And so this was able, all of this information was brought into the DTA model, and you were actually able to say, okay, what if that's no longer residential? What if it's retail? What does that mean? What else do we need to look at then as we make these changes? And again, all of this is being done on the fly. So it just makes you a little bit more efficient. When this one was completed back, this would have been like 2012, 2013 timeframe. The great OD information that OpenPAS provides for us wasn't necessarily available. So this would have been a little more time intensive back then than it is now. And we can, with the softwares and the tools that we have at our disposal, we can do these types of analyses quite a bit quicker. And with that, I think we've got a few minutes for questions if I didn't already touch on the questions.
Apologies if I missed this, but you mentioned that Meso is not, like, it's got microscopic levels, but it's not full microscopic simulation. So what is missing? What isn't generally included to allow you to run a county-wide model for environmental?
Do you want to start with that? I've got some thoughts, but
go ahead.
Okay. One example, I can't tell you exactly what's missing. I'm not as into the weeds as our travel demand modeling group is. But one of the things that I've noticed is car following. So when you have an area that's really congested, we worked on a project in Milwaukee, State Route 175. It was one of the first DTAs that WISDOT used for the purposes of that analysis. And at the same time that the expansion of the state highway was going through the process on our end, they had a different consultant who was looking at some interchange rework around that same area, around like where the Brewers play. The numbers weren't jiving. They were showing almost no congestion in the VSIM model, and the Meso model at this point was VSUM that we were using. It was showing significant congestion. And so that to me is one of the biggest things is you don't quite have that same granularity that you get in the micro simulation world. It works, but again, it's meant to be that planning level tool. And so it's not meant to get into that level of detail. And so I think that's the hard part is folks see, cars moving, or in this case, dots moving on the screen, and they're like, hey, let's dive into this. Let's zoom in and test some of this. And you just can't do that. That's one of the biggest limitations that we saw.
I think that when I look at the measure, I saw attention to intersections, but then the mainline segment is a stick. When you look at microscopic, for the freeways, the weaving is the one driving the congestions. So I think the measure gonna simulating the weaving as microscopic. So,
Yeah, do you want to go back to that? Would have been.
That's my observation.
Yeah. Or do you want to go to here? Yeah.
Yeah, and so that was one thing that I was going to add with Justin is one of the limitations with micro to meso is the weaving. So some DTA products will only allow lane changing. So the DTA products do know what lane these vehicles are in, and they will change lane depending on where they need to go. But some products only allow that to happen at a node. So you have to maintain the segment and then the node you can change. And so for like an analysis like this, very sufficient. It's an efficiency place. Our package does allow intra-link weaving. But in terms of limitations, that is one of the things. But I think that in the last like 5-10 years, the gap has become smaller and smaller, right? I think that there's been a lot of advances in terms of implementation of signals, implementation of those weaving things, implementation of the car following, but it's all about efficiency, as you can imagine.
All right. Selfishly, I'm going to take the last question, but how is your volume balancing and volume validation in this model comparative to kind of that ADM or micro? Like, are you able to get that, balancing down within a 5% error? Are you tying it back to MnDOT ABT values? Can you explain that process a little?
I can try to. And we had an internal team do a lot of the work, technical work of building this in. And so Joe, what I think you're talking about is like, what's the kind of validation? Like if you were to dump counts in here, what would you see with that? That was one of the things that I was trying to hint at the beginning of understanding those time series counts. And so one of the things that we did with this that we can get from our patterns product is ADTs by hour on every single road. And so that's definitely an implementation where any bucket of 15-minute increments should match those ADTs. And we have that on every single segment in the network.
Perfect.
So yeah, it should be, I never like to say perfect, but it should be really, really close because the ODs and the ADTs are measured exactly the same. But yeah, if you were to pull in, like we had talked about pulling in like loop detector data or anything like that, you can pull that in and help it influence the calibration.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Justin. Let's give them a round of applause. Thanks, Ben, for the presentation. Transition here real quick to our next presenter. Yes, so here's the HMI here. There. All right, next presenter is going to be Songjin Choi. His research interests are broad and interdisciplinary, encompassing urban mobility data analytics, spatial temporal data modeling, deep learning and artificial intelligence, and connected automated vehicles and cooperative ITS. Songjin is driven by the desire to optimize urban mobility and contribute to the development of sustainable and efficient urban transportation systems. So with that, let's welcome Songjin.
Good afternoon. It is my honor to present some of my work and some of my passion in transportation research. One of the reasons I really like this transportation field is that as a researcher, I can develop many different mathematical, theoretical, fancy stuff, but it really takes this communication between like researchers and practitioners to make things happen in real life. And then I know how much effort it takes for a research to go to a practice and then how to realize it and then how that's going to change the entire transportation system. So I think it's really good opportunity for me to present this topic here. So my name is Songjin Choi. I'm an assistant professor at the Civil Environmental and Geoengineering Department here at the University of Minnesota. I actually joined last January, so I'm kind of fresh, young faculty. I have been working on this AI for transportation for about now, like 10 years. I started working on it starting in 2016. I was working more on machine learning side, and then in 2017, I started working on the AI that we call nowadays, or deep learning to be more specific. And now, as we are kind of entering the era of generative AI, I want to introduce how the transportation research is going and then maybe you can inspire me to get some idea and then make some other research topics as I move forward. So one of the things I kind of want to emphasize here is that because this AI, machine learning, and deep learning terms are kind of fuzzy and we are not very familiar with it. So I want to kind of first start with kind of defining what are those terms and then trying to understand these terms first, and then to try to introduce what are the potential examples or potential applications we can have in transportation. So first of all, we have to talk about AI. So artificial intelligence, it sounds very fancy and sounds very new, but actually the concept came from 1948. So when Dr. Alan Turing came up with this idea of like machine computer, he already came up with idea of making machines think and then making intelligent machines. So any type of effort that tries to make machines or computers mimic human intelligence can be called as artificial intelligence. So if someone is saying that they developed artificial intelligence with bunch of like if-else statement in the computer code, technically it is AI, but it is not the AI we want. Within artificial intelligence, there's the subfield of AI called machine learning. And this involves using some statistical methods to teach machines to learn from data. So the keyword here is to learn from the data to be good at some specific task. And one of the famous application or one of the successful applications of machine learning in early 90s is spam filtering. When we had emails filled with a lot of spam emails and ham emails, the machine learning was able to kind of classify those spam emails from ham emails. The research has been going towards deep learning. It is also not a new topic. It started around like 1960s, 70s, or 80s, but then this deep learning world had like two winters, they call it. But now, after like 2010 or 2012, people started using deep learning as like a general guide tool to represent AI. So deep learning is a subfield in machine learning that tries to train machines to be good at complex tasks. So the difference between machine learning and deep learning is that now the task that we are trying to deal with is kind of more complex and based on neural network and massive amount of data. So here we have another term, neural network, that is using artificial neural network inspired by the human brain cell. And then now we are using massive amount of data compared to what we have used for machine learning. So I actually teach this course called Generative AI for Transportation Research this semester. So I really like this metaphor. So if you think of AI as a food, then machine learning can be seen as, say, Italian cuisine. And deep learning is actually within this Italian cuisine and one of my favorite pasta, vongole pasta. Okay, so it's kind of, AI is this big field. We have machine learning and deep learning. Now then, what is generative AI? So actually, generative AI is also not a new thing, because when researchers and people have developed machine learning, there were also generative models that are doing pretty much the same thing as we expect from generative AI. But nowadays, the generative AI that we care about nowadays is more of a subset of deep learning, where we try to train machine to create new data or new content and learn patterns and structure of the data so that it can reproduce, synthesize the data without, based on the trained parameters. So one of the famous examples that we all know, I'm pretty sure, is ChatGPT and GPT. So GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer. It is a generative model or generative AI developed by OpenAI. So at least for GPT-3, that was, I think, in 2021 or 2022, used more than 1,000 NVIDIA GPUs with a lot of data and a lot of parameters to train and a lot of money to train it. Essentially, what it's doing is to learn the underlying distribution or underlying structure of how sentences and paragraphs work, and then predicting the next word. Another example is image generator. So you can see from 2014, the best model that we can or best face image we can generate from AI or deep generative model or generative AI was that looked like that. But as we progress in 2018, we already had very good models that can generate realistic face images. So now it's not only this one modality of data. So we are not only talking about text generator or image generator, but we are talking about text to image generation, where if we input text, then it's going to generate some kind of image, or if we input image, it's going to generate text according to that image. And one of the funny thing about this figure right here is that if you type avocado chair on Google now, you find a lot of photos related to avocado chair. But when this paper first came out, there was no such thing as avocado chair. And then these were the images that these researchers have developed from OpenAI. It's not only text and images or computer science topic, it is also applied for engineering design. So these researchers here have come up with some generative AI that can design fields based on some kind of reference image. So it's generating creative configurations of the field design to optimize the efficiency and efficiency of the vehicle, or the energy consumption, reduce the energy consumption. Also, it's being used for training autonomous vehicles. So if we input the semantic map where we have different colors representing road, sidewalk, cars, trees, and signs, then the model can generate realistic scene that looks real to us. And it was released like 2 weeks ago. This Carla simulation, which is widely adopted autonomous vehicle simulation, can now transfer the simulation images to real images so that it can actually be used to train autonomous vehicles. So to me, it all kind of looked like magic. And as we heard from Sir Arthur Clarke, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Even though we cannot realize the flying kill, we can now realize text generator that can summarize and maybe overemphasize some of the lines that Harry Potter said during this interview with this Rita Skeeter. So now let's talk about how it works. So generative AI is a subset of unsupervised learning. In unsupervised learning, we try to learn the underlying structure or the distribution of the data. And generative AI mainly achieves this goal by learning the distribution, as I mentioned, or the data generation process. So if we think about data generation process, it can be very stochastic. So it should follow some kind of distribution. So generative AI is trying to learn that distribution so that it can synthesize or mimic the generation process, this stochasticity, and then use that distribution to generate new samples. And if we think about some ways to learn distribution, maybe from our statistics class or probability and distribution class, we have learned that maybe we can assume some kind of distribution. Say, in the left side, we have famous Gaussian distribution, and then we can learn the parameters like, for example, sigma and mu of Gaussian distribution. And then we can say that we have trained or learned the distribution of this data. And it is fairly easy because we now only have 2 parameters, and then it is quite interpretable. And then if we have the distribution parameter, we can generate new samples. So if we know Gaussian distribution, we can generate data from this distribution. But another type of research that have emerged during this 2010 was to use neural network to train neural network that can produce similar properties to the distribution or the given data, so that we can sample and learn, sample new data from this distribution and learn this distribution. And that's mainly what we call as generative AI nowadays, or more technically, people should call it deep generative model, because I think generative AI is more like a marketing term. In research, we should, I think, use more deep generative models or large language models to be more specific about what kind of models that we are trying to use. So the goal here, I'm kind of repeating, is that given this training data, so any type of data we have, the goal is to, given this training data that's drawn from some distribution, we call it true distribution or the data distribution. And we want to train a model that can estimate the distribution properties. For example, we can estimate the likelihood of some data, or we want the ability to generate new samples that looks like it's coming from similar distribution. So for example, if we have some kind of trajectory data from a city, this is Brisbane, Australia, we want to learn P-modal X that can sample new data or synthetic data. But then this P-modal X that we are training on, we are trying to train should be similar to P-data X that these training data came from. So a lot of these deep learning models or machine learning models, they have certain form. And a lot of time it looks like this. For example, we have some kind of image, and then we have some neural network, and then we are classifying that image into a cat. And we usually call it discriminative model. And actually what this discriminative model learns is that decision boundary between classes. So this model is learning how to classify or what distinguishes a dog from cat. But how generative AI works is that it's kind of doing the opposite. So if we input cat, then it should generate a cat image. And we call it generative model. And actually, it's because it's learning the distribution, and that's where this ability of generating new data comes from. I brought another quote from Dr. Richard Feynman that I think he left this quote on his chalkboard, maybe when he was died, I'm not very sure. So it says, "What I cannot create, I do not understand." So if we remember the class that we learned about propositions, if this conditional statement is correct, the contra positive should be correct. So if we take the contra positive, what I understand, I can create. So if the machine understands what the data is, it should be able to create the new data or generate new data from the same distribution. And there are some common features that we observe from the examples that we saw. So one thing is that there are multiple or infinite number of potential solutions or predictions that we can make from one input. So for example, for the scene generator, based on the same semantic map, we can generate pretty much infinite number of scenes that follow the same structure. But then within those many examples that we can generate from the data, from the model, there are some more plausible solutions than others, and we want to create those more frequently. And then in the training process, we don't really have something like exact solution or exact target to train on. So it is typically much harder to train, and that's pretty much why we require a lot more computational resources and a lot more data so that we can learn what's in the data. So in this paper, I published with my colleagues this year. It's called A Gentle Introduction and Tutorial on Deep Generative Models in Transportation Research. We reviewed state-of-the-art generative model or generative AI applied in transportation field, and then we classified those into 3 different subsets. So why we are using generative, or why should we use generative AI for transportation, or at least for transportation research? So first of all, we have generative AI for data generation, and the second is generative AI for probabilistic inference. And third one is generative AI for explainable AI. So I'm going to kind of step by step look through what I mean by each of these classes. So as the name suggests, generative, one of the most outstanding or key functionality of generative AI is the ability to generate new samples. So we can use that to generate synthetic data or augment the data if we have less data. Because in transportation, many of the time, we have this challenge of collecting high quality samples. So because it's costly and it takes time and it's challenging. So maybe we can use generative AI to augment this data so that we have sufficient amount of data to train some neural network. Also, it will solve some sensor sparsity issue or unreliability issue of the traffic sensors or sensors that we use in transportation. And maybe if this data that we are dealing with is biased, and then we have some prior knowledge on what this data, or at least some part of this data should look like, we can leverage that information to resample the data so that it follows the distribution that we want. One example is my own research. It's generating trajectory. It is related to the figure I showed you in the previous slide. So in this paper, we collected large amount of trajectory data. So if I say trajectory data, it is just the origin, destination, and the links that connects the origin and destination. And because it's very hard to collect these type of data, there's such a big need to kind of resample this data to meet the total population. So we were using generative model to augment this data, but then we want the generated data to be realistic at the trajectory level. But then if we generate, say, millions or 2 million or more data from this model, the overall network characteristics should follow the same characteristics that we observe from the real data set. As I mentioned, if we have some kind of bias in data, for example, if we have survey data, but then we have to admit that sometimes the population that we are sampling from our survey will not really represent the whole population all the time. So we have to admit that we have the bias. But then if we know the demographics of who participated in the survey, and then we know the actual demographic distribution, we can use that information to resample the survey data to represent underrepresented group more correctly. Another application is towards autonomous vehicle training or driving training, where it is very easy to collect normal driving situation, but it is very hard to collect near misses or accident cases. But essentially, when we train autonomous driving models, it is important that we train the model to react or to respond to near misses and accidents correctly. So we can collect some samples of near misses and accidents and learn how that looks like, and then resample those so that the model or the autonomous driving model can react to or respond to those kind of scenarios. The second pillar is the probabilistic inference. So because generative model tries to learn the distribution, we can leverage that to do some kind of probabilistic estimation and probabilistic inference. One example is predicting probabilistic distribution of traffic data. So here we are predicting I think, speed of some sensor. But then by using generative AI, we can produce this kind of distribution map of how this future traffic trends are going to be. Or more at the microscopic level, we can predict the location of the pedestrians and vehicles at intersection. And maybe we can use that to understand how they behave or how they interact with each other. Or we can predict a trajectory of airplanes or drones, and then use that to control the drones or the UAVs, air taxis, so that it can safely navigate through the airspace where it's very congested. Finally, I think it's so far very underrepresented or underexplored area of research, but I think it's the most important part, and it's the explainable area. So so many people say that machine learning model or deep learning models are black boxes, but now we are entering the era where we can actually make the model explain itself. So that's what I'm trying to explain here. So because how this generative AI works is that it kind of learns to compress and reconstruct the data. So as a byproduct of this, this training process, we have this latent vector. Okay, and then if we have this latent vector, and then if we align the latent vectors of different data modality together, so for example, if we have latent vector for text data, and then if we have a latent vector for image data, and then if we can align them together, we can have text to image generator. And we can imagine a lot of different things like image to text, text to image, but also image text to traffic control, image text to scene, that we already saw. Especially when it comes to aligning with text generators or large language model, we can make the model provide explanation on how and why the model works that way. Or if we want to ask some question of why the model did some kind of shaking at some scenario, the model can explain why it's doing it. Also, if we flip it around, we can input natural language to control the generation. One famous example from this image processing side is this. The left figure is from variational autoencoder, and the right figure is from generative adversarial network. So it kind of visualizes how this latent vectors represent the data. And here you see, so in the right figure, if you have a latent vector representing man with glasses, and if you have a latent vector representing man without glasses and woman without glasses, and then if you do this arithmetic calculation of men with glasses minus men without glasses plus woman without glasses, then we might have some kind of vector that represent woman with glasses. And then if we generate samples from that latent vector, this is actually the image that you can get. So it's kind of fascinating that we can control this kind of image generation process. So in our lab, we are applying that idea to align the image or video sequences and crash reports, or the dash cam or the CCTV feed of a crash scene, and then train a generative AI to reconstruct a bird eye view pre-crash scene representation so that insurance companies or traffic agencies can use to analyze what's causing those crashes, or what were the certain circumstances that we have to look for when it comes to crash between pedestrian and vehicle, or vulnerable road users to, say, other vehicles or large vehicles. Another research that we are doing is to make the model explain autonomous driving. So we have this vision language action model that takes vision, so the image or the video frame, language, some user preference, and description of the traffic scene, and it outputs the action, like what kind of braking, how much acceleration, how much steering it has to do. Because we have the latent vector that's aligned with text, we can generate why it's driving this way. So if you look at the right video here, as it's kind of navigating through the traffic scene, it's kind of outputting some word like there's some truck, there's a bus merging. So that's why I'm turning left or taking the steering, stop, go straight, something like that. So this is pretty much what I want to show today. So if you are very interested in this type of research direction, feel free to read our paper, but I have to kind of warn you that this is a very long paper. The initial version was around 80 pages, but then they cut it to 68 pages. Also, we have a GitHub repo where we provide open source tutorial code to practice data generation. So we have two examples. One is generating household survey data, and second one is generating time space diagram on highway network. So with that, thank you so much for your attention. If you have any questions, I think I might have, I have some time to answer.
60 to 80 pages isn't that long. I've seen some reports 400, 500 pages.
It is considered to be very long, and I had two reviewers, and both reviewers said, and including the editor. So three people who reviewed my paper said, due to extensiveness of the paper, it took a long time to review the paper.
Awesome. Are there any questions? Go ahead, Doug.
Oh, very interesting, but too fast.
All right, maybe I'll ask one. What's kind of the biggest struggle? Like in the past, it's really been research to industry and professionals implementing that research. Do you see AI playing a role in being able to move those kind of breakthroughs faster into implementation? And how does AI help that?
Well, I didn't really introduce today, but one of the other branch of research that we are doing in the lab is to use AI to facilitate the working process. So the previous presentation was about a simulation, and I worked on traffic simulation during my master, and I know how tedious it is to set up the network file and then set up OD demand and check every link connection is made correctly and everything, and whether it matches with, say, satellite image or street view images. So one of the research that we are doing is to automate that process so that if you input some site and then we take the satellite image and the street view images, we generate like a draft network using OpenStreetMap. But then link by link, we review, because we have the image evidence, we review the image to check, verify whether those links connections are made correctly. So kind of I see AI, and I like the term co-pilot. So it's kind of freeing us from these tedious works and then make us concentrate more on important stuff. So if AI can facilitate the working process like that, I think there are many other parts like summarizing reports or having some kind of interface between the passengers or users of the traffic system with a traffic operator, then I think that's one role that AI can take in the future.
Questions of that on the spur? All right, as people start returning to their seats, we've got a lot to cover here in the afternoon last session. First off, we've got Olivia Flinsky-Rose and Ken Johnson speaking. Olivia is a traffic engineer at HDR, focused on safety and operations studies. Some of Olivia's safety experience includes safe system approach implementation, highway safety manual analysis, strategic highway safety plan development and implementation, and traffic incident management. Olivia is passionate about implementing data-driven safety strategies that create a more accessible, equitable, and efficient transportation system for users of all modes and abilities. Ken Johnson is an assistant state traffic engineer in MnDOT's Office of Traffic Engineering. He has a Bachelor of Civil Engineering and Masters of Infrastructure Systems Engineering, both degrees from the University of Minnesota. He has worked for MnDOT since 1992 in a variety of areas. I won't quantify how many years that was, including project development, design, surveys, and right-of-way, though most of his experience has been in traffic engineering. He's a member of the ITE and American Traffic Safety Services Association. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ken and Olivia.
This one. Is that okay in the back? Cool. Thank you. All right, so introductions are out of the way. Great to be here. I'm going to talk really quickly, high level, about what safe system approach is and a little bit of background on the plan development, but we want to reserve most of today's time for Ken to go through some of the actual actions that came out of it, since that's really the meat of this.
Before I go past this next, it may look like that picture was taken about 10 or 15 years ago. Actually, it was last week. I just had a rough weekend. I'll just.
Thank you. That's good. I won't do the dad jokes, but I promise Ken will get at least 5. So quick show of hands, who is familiar with the safe system approach? Who's heard of it? Okay, most hands. Show of hands for people that feel confident that they know how to translate that into action, into like their day-to-day role. A lot less hands. That's typical. And that's really like the root of this plan, is to create a plan for MnDOT to translate the safe system approach into action for the agency. So before I get into what the safe system approach is, I want to set the stage a little bit about why we need it. I'm sure people have seen a figure similar to this. Minnesota is an early adopting TZD state, and in those initial years, since 2003 to mid-2010s, really good success, almost a 50% reduction in fatalities across the state. And then we reached this kind of plateau where not much was changing, and then the COVID-19 pandemic happened. Despite there being less vehicles on the road, less total crashes, we were seeing a really big spike in fatal and serious injury crashes. So this was not just specific to Minnesota, this was nationwide. We saw this. So there was really kind of this moment where people realized we got to do something different if we want to kind of correct the course here. So the safe system approach is really this paradigm shift. And if you remember one thing about what the safe system approach, that's different than what we've been doing, is that it's acknowledging human mistakes and then also the human vulnerabilities. You may have heard things in the past like you can't design for stupid. And there's kind of this history of more of a victim blaming mentality that, you know, if people do dumb things, there's only so much we could do as engineers. With the safe system approach, that's exactly what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to say, we know that those things are going to happen, so how can we design our infrastructure so there's redundancies in place so that mistakes don't mean that you die? So it's a principles-based approach. If you've heard of the safe system approach, you've probably seen this wheel or something similar. And this really kind of represents the principles that it's based on. Ken does have stickers for people for the wheel, so that's a little gift at the end if anyone wants it. On the outside of the wheel are those principles that it's based on. First being death and serious injury are unacceptable. Responsibility is shared. Humans are vulnerable and humans make mistakes. Those two things I just talked about. Safety is proactive, and the redundancy piece, it's crucial. So then within the wheel, we have these 5 wedges. And these are the elements of the safe system approach. They're really the conduits for how we take those principles and actually apply them in the engineering world, but not just the engineering world, the 4 E's, if you've heard of that. Engineering, enforcement, emergency response, education. So those are safe road users, safe vehicles, safe speeds, safe roads, and post-crash care. I mentioned the redundancy is crucial piece. There's something called the Swiss cheese model, and it's very cheesy, if you will. So bear with me. So we think about each element as a layer of, or a piece of Swiss cheese, and we think about a hole in that slice of Swiss cheese representing a failure or a weakness in that element. And we line them all up. The only way that death and serious injury happens is if all 5 of those elements fail. So what does that actually look like in practice? On the left there, say we have a road user who makes a bad decision and gets behind the wheel when they're intoxicated. Safe road users has failed. We have a vehicle that's a little older, doesn't really have vehicle safety features in it. Maybe one of the headlights is out or the windshield wipers are old. Safe vehicles has failed. Because that driver is intoxicated, they're making a bad decision and they're driving too fast. Safe speeds has failed. But we have a road infrastructure element in place, something like a cable barrier, so that when that driver makes those mistakes, the vehicle doesn't save them, they veer off the road, there's something there to absorb that energy and prevent those failures from being a death or a serious injury for themselves or for someone else. So that was a super quick hit of what the safe system approach is. A little bit of background on how we actually developed the plan. Almost first thing this morning, Faye had brought up the 2022 statewide multimodal transportation plan, the SMTP. And in that plan, the safe system approach, adoption of the safe system approach was identified as a key strategy. So that was December of 2022, moved to August of 2023. That's when we kicked off the plan development. And really the hope for that plan was to take that adoption and turn that into universal integration. So everything that MnDOT's doing in their program delivery, project delivery, that the safe system approach is really at the core of that. So ultimately, the final vision for the plan is to be this framework that can guide the agency to that broad application. And really that safe system approach should ultimately be seen as this tool, this resource approach for MnDOT practitioners and partners to be using as we work towards zero deaths. Something we also want to acknowledge up front is that safe system approach is a framework. A lot of times people hear safe system approach and they think this is a replacement for TZD or a replacement for complete streets or something like that. It's not. It's a framework that's going to guide those things to be a little bit more intentional about how we're thinking about safety, making sure we're thinking about all those elements. And with MnDOT being an early adopting TZD state, we have a lot of really great programs and processes already that align with the safe system approach. So we're not reworking the wheel, we're not scratching those. We're going to continue with those and use the safe system approach as that kind of umbrella and that framework. And Sonia's presentation next is going to be a really good demonstration of that, of how complete streets create a safe system. So briefly, in terms of the plan organization, there's core areas, strategies, and then actions. So the core areas are really the areas that focus our implementation efforts, and these were directly built out of some pretty extensive research and agency interviews that we did at the beginning of the project. So those areas are leadership, commitment, and institutionalization, training and educational resources, technology and innovation, and engagement and cultural change initiatives. Within those core areas, there's 10 strategies, and those strategies are getting at how do we meet the goals of that core area. And each one of the strategies has a specific desired outcome that's specified. So we're being really intentional about why each one of these strategies made it into the plan. We went through a lot of iterations and we had a lot of input from people all across MnDOT and MnDOT leadership. So these were really refined over time. And then under those 10 strategies, there's 26 total actions of how we're going to actually achieve those goals and the final visions of those strategies. And 26 actions is a lot. There's a lot to be done. So a big piece of that was prioritizing things and identifying who was going to do things. So first piece, prioritization. We assign priority levels A through D to all of the actions. Priority level A actions are what we call those foundational actions. So if MnDOT doesn't do anything else and they only get through priority A actions, they're going to be sitting pretty. B through D are also great, but those A are really setting the stage and the foundation for things. And then we also identified 3 different responsible parties and roles of who's going to take the lead on things, who's going to own this, who needs to approve it, because like you said, that responsibility is shared piece is really important. And there's a lot of different groups at MnDOT with different priorities, but making sure that everyone's on board and part of that development is really important. So with that, super quick hit of what the SSA is and how we develop the plan. Ken's going to get into actually what the plan came up with.
Thanks, Olivia. Appreciate it. I'm a little shaken this morning, or I'm a little shaken today because this morning I ended up coming in and I saw two crows sitting on a branch. That's the first attempted murder I've ever seen in my life. For your word nerds, if you got that, murder of crows, two is not a crowd. Anyway.
One.
So yeah, I'll be jumping into this, though it also does remind me, my family really hates it when it gets to October because I start telling all of these jokes about seeing dead people. I guess I just have a sixth sense of humor. So before I get into the specific strategies and the actions for the overall implementation plan, I want to talk a couple of key considerations so that we can institutionalize this list of strategies and actions. And all of these things are documented in the final plan. But we want to acknowledge that it's not just going to be MnDOT that's going to be working on the safe system approach. The areas that we have probably the biggest level of influence are going to be safe speeds and safe roads, a little bit into post-crash care with our traffic incident management stuff that we end up doing. But we absolutely want to work with our partners, with the Department of Public Safety, Department of Health, for those other areas. The cheesy example that Olivia gave earlier indicates that we're not going to solve everything with safe speeds and safe roads. We have to work as a whole overall effort related to this. I heard a quote on a podcast earlier. I don't even know who to attribute it to, but it was essentially that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And so we're only going to be able to go far with the safe system approach when we work with our overall partners. So briefly, here's what a sample of what one of the pages looks like related to each of the different actions. So initially, we talk about, at the top, we've got the leadership, commitment, and institutionalization, the core area that it belongs to. We highlight what the strategy is, as well as what the desired outcome is. And then within it, we talk about what the specific action is and who owns it, who drives it, and who's the approver for it. Again, we want to make sure that we identify these people or these groups to take ownership of it, because there's a temptation when you finish a plan that, yep, got done with the plan, and then it gets put on the shelf, and then we're going to work on it. We want to be very intentional for each of these different types of things. So we listed out who's going to start the discussion, who's going to own it in the end, who's going to drive it, and in the end, who's going to approve it. And finally, we've also got within here the resources and considerations, some brainstorming efforts that we went through as we developed each of the actions, that when we start each action, we can take these things into consideration as we start working on that specific action. And then we also identified which of the SSA elements that it actually reflected and we're working on. And yeah, okay, so jumping into the overall strategies and actions, and there's a lot. Again, there are 26 actions in here. I won't be able to have time to explain every one, but I will likely be going through and talking about within each of the strategies. So I do have a slide for each strategy, and I'll describe some of the actions as I go through it. But there's a lot on this slide. So at the top, you're going to see what the core area is. And in this case, it's leadership, commitment, and institutionalization. That is a tough word to say. I've had to practice that word way more often than I should have. Institutionalization. But for this first strategy, we were going to formally institutionalize the safe system approach as the agency-wide approach to traffic safety. And this is going to include a few different elements. Oh, didn't want to do that. Just want to make sure I get all the actions. So the first action is to make sure that we evaluate our policy and funding documents to make sure they're aligned with the safe system approach. And this includes things as the Minnesota Go Vision as it goes through, the SMTP when that gets redone, the Strategic Highway Safety Plan, cost participation policy. We want to make sure that these things are aligned with the safe system approach. We also want to establish leading and lagging performance measures. The current performance measures we have for traffic safety are all lagging. Over the past 5 years, how many people have died? How many have had serious injuries? How many non-motorized users have been killed or have serious injuries? That's great. We know what happened in the past, but what's going to help us into the future? So an example of a leading performance measure that we might consider is what percentage of MnDOT's trunk highway system, undivided high-speed roads have centerline rumble strips? What percent have shoulder rumbles? If we've got a divided highway, how many through stop intersections have we converted to J-turns. So if we're able to label things we know that are going to make a difference and have those be our leading performance measures, we feel like we can make a bigger difference in that. So much easier with a real mouse. The second action of the strategy is we want to make sure we do a change management model with any type of big change and with a large organization. It's great. You've got a few early adopters that want to do things, but then you've got the people that, well, things have worked in the past, so why do we need to change that? In order to implement real change, we need to get an overall effort and acceptance of that change throughout the entire agency. And there are ways that you can do that through these change management models. And so an action is set for doing that specifically. And a third action that we want to do within this area is to define and advocate for safer design first policies. So these could be things like what New York State DOT does, where roundabout first, that's a first intersection consideration that they do, and they go away from that if they exercise engineering judgment to go away from it. So those are some ideas we have within that action. The second overall strategy is to integrate the safe system approach into MnDOT standard operating procedures and practices. So this is originally strategy one is going to look at the policy documents. This is the actual design documents. So the facility design guide, the traffic engineering manual, the TEM ICE manuals, traffic forecasting guidance, the transportation project delivery process. There are quite a few different groups that we can get into or documents that we can change in order to facilitate this. So awkward. The next thing we wanted to do is to come up with a way to evaluate a specific project or plan so that it's in alignment with the safe system approach. So, and this could be something like the safe system approach for intersections. It could be looking at doing more road safety audits, things of that nature. So we want to come up with a methodology, highway safety manual analysis. We still have to identify what those are going to be, but we're thinking about maybe integrating that in with the Complete Streets project report in order to be able to make that work a little easier. Awesome, thank you. It's going crazy. I'll just go with the third strategy. So the third strategy is make sure we identify implementation leaders and champions throughout the agency. That's both within the districts, within our central offices and other areas. It's much easier to facilitate change if you've got someone within each area that's actually looking for where we can make change in that particular area. So if you've got a safe system approach champion in District 2, they can see how things are going. And some of our initial ideas is maybe that's at the assistant district engineer level. Maybe they use traffic as a resource for that. But we definitely want to have champions out there. We also want to have champions within our central offices too that are tracking it as well. We should have a champion in our transportation system management group, within traffic engineering, OTAT, a whole few different groups like that. So as they're updating their policies, as they're updating their documentation, it's making sure that we've got the safe system approach in there. It's okay. And we also want to make sure we're doing consistent implementation of the safe system approach across the agency. So if things are getting done in Metro District, they should be getting done in District 8. We just want to make sure it's consistent across the agency. The next overall strategy is developing a training program across MnDOT in order to make sure people understand what the safe system approach is, what the elements and the principles are. And we can do this through a few different ways, or we've got 3 different actions. One is to have a roadshow where we've got people going out to each of the different districts, the different groups, such as the design engineers, the project managers, and others, and specifically talk about what the safe system approach is and why we want to do it. Maybe an hour or 2 hour long visit to each of the districts. We can do that. Another thing we're planning on doing is having a safe system approach for practitioners course offered annually. And so we're going to be starting that in the spring of next year. It's going to be a day-long course where we're going to be targeting practitioners about the safe system approach. And we're going to be a little targeted with this. So we're going to 1 year look at planners and designers. And another year, we're going to look at maintenance and construction, because it's not just traffic that needs to worry about this. We want to make sure that the maintenance worker on the field understands why they're doing this. Why are they going to be maintaining the cable medium barrier? We've estimated that we saved over 400 lives in the state of Minnesota when we started implementing cable medium barrier across the state. Maintenance generally doesn't know that. We have to be intentional to let them know that what they're doing out there is making a difference. And so having that intentional class is going to make a difference. And a third thing we're looking at doing is maybe having, I don't want to call it an onboarding, but it could be kind of an onboarding video. When a person comes into MnDOT, they've been in there for, maybe they've been there for a little bit. Well, let me back up. If your neighbor works at MnDOT, but they work in finance, working on timesheet type stuff, to the neighbor, they still work at MnDOT and really knows everything about the roads, and they get asked questions about that. We want to make sure that everyone within MnDOT can understand what the safe system approach is, can explain it to their neighbor about why we want to do it that way. And so making sure that we have a webinar is going to make a difference there too. The next thing we need to do is develop an online resource. This is going to be the web page for practitioners. We need to be able to give them resources so that when they're out there talking to the public, why do we want to put in shoulder rumbles? Why do we want to put in J-turns? Why should roundabouts be placed out there? We will have one-pagers that the practitioners can have and use when they're going out there talking to the public. Later on, we'll talk about engaging with the overall public, but this is really for practitioners. We also want to have this one-stop shop to include case studies. Where have we done things that are aligned with the safe system approach? And we can absolutely take things that have been done from a complete streets perspective and use those as some of our case studies. And we also want to have this website include those analyses so that we can make sure that the project is aligned with the safe system approach. Highway safety manual, I mentioned that earlier, road safety audits, things of that nature. This will be the place that practitioners can go to get the information they need. In our next section of technology and innovation core area, we want to leverage technology to aid in the implementation efforts. And this is kind of twofold. So one area that we'd like to do is look at MnDOT's overall fleet, our maintenance and construction vehicles, and make sure that they are safe vehicles. We could be a model for other agencies or across the state by having backup cameras in all of our vehicles, making sure we do an analysis of all the blind spots and making sure those are covered. I'd like to even put speed governors in our vehicles so people cannot go above the speed limit. These are things that we can do so we can act as a model. The other thing that we had planned on doing with technology is coming up with a database of statewide safety features that will help us track A, where they are, and B, will help maintenance know where they are as well. And I mentioned earlier funding. We want to make sure that maintenance has what they need in order to maintain the system that we've provided to them. Adding some of these safety features does add a little bit of more effort to the maintenance folks. So we want to make sure that is funded, but we also want to let maintenance know where those things are so they can take care of them. Also within the technology is to establish innovative approaches. Oh, 5 minutes. Okay. So we want to make sure within the agency, we can explain how and we're doing the safe system approach and where our successes are. So one way we can do this is have an internal update, maybe within our news line, letting people know what has been done with the safe system approach over the past couple of months. We're also thinking that we could have awards. So if there is something that is specific to the safe system approach that was successful out there, a safe system aligned project, we could do an award, similar to, maybe it could be tied into the TZD awards that are done at the end of the year at the TZD conference. In the engagement and cultural change initiatives, here's where I'm talking about public awareness. We need to be able to explain to the public why these things are effective and why we want to do it. So we need to have materials, one-pagers they can understand, but we also want to train our project managers to be able to explain why we want to do these things. Engineers, we're great at designing, not maybe the best at explaining why we want to do certain things other than getting into the charts and graphs. I was at the transportation conference earlier this year, and one of the things that I heard was humans like stories. They want to be around the campfire hearing storytelling, and we just need to get better at the storytelling aspect related to making sure our system is safe. Also in the engagement and cultural change initiatives, we want to improve our engagement efforts with the local agencies. 70% of our fatal and serious injury crashes happen on the local system, not on the state highway system. So while we're doing this implementation plan internal to MnDOT for how we're going to do it, we want to act as a model and work with our partners in order to encourage them to do a similar analysis. So if we work with our local agencies, give them the tools, allow our resources to be used by them, we think we can make an impact in that area as well. And finally, we want to improve partnership with our safe system approach stakeholder agencies and groups to advance the shift in Minnesota traffic safety culture. And so there's the Advisory Council on Traffic Safety that MnDOT wants to work with so that when things come up that MnDOT can't necessarily do, but our other partners on the advisory ACOTS, as I like to call them, the advisory council, they can implement these things or suggest these things. ATSA can go out there and lobby for things that would be worth doing. The other thing within this area that we want to do is, as legislative requests come into MnDOT for us to comment, we should be reviewing those legislative requests with a safe system approach lens. You want to make this change, let's see what this is going to do to the overall safety with all of the elements, not just safe roads and safe speeds, but with all of the elements. So now we're going to be implementing the plan. Olivia mentioned we've got some foundational actions, and those are listed on the screen here. I won't go through them, but these are the ones that we need to do. In the near term, some main things that we're working on is that we are working on that safe system approach for practitioners course. We've got a team that meets monthly to talk about what's the next thing we need to work on. We've got that safe system approach resource, the skeleton of which will be available sometime this month, and we'll be adding meat to it as time goes on. So we are doing some things active, and the other thing that we're planning on doing in the near term is identifying our champions. So those are some immediate things that we're going to be doing. And this is the advertisement for the safe system for practitioners course. This will not be on the website yet, but if you want to stay up to date with traffic training information, email updates, you can click on that QR code and sign up for that email distribution list. And finally, one of the things that we discovered as we were developing this, because we had to stop, start, go back, meet with others within the agency, as you're going through developing your plan, you're going to learn things. And I thought this was a fantastic quote. It was from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development in a 2016 article on the safe system. There is no single pathway for the adoption, establishment, and implementation of a safe system. Moving to a safe system is a learning by doing process best described as a journey which presents opportunities, hazards, and challenges along the way. So we fully anticipate that we are going to, as we're working on the plan, which I do have here, we're going to be making modifications to it. So this is going to be dog-eared, and there's going to be lots of cross-outs and changes in the future. And I'd like to round out today's presentation with a call to action. We all play a role in eliminating fatal and serious injuries on our roads. So as engineers, I want to make sure I get this right. Things that we can do is we can aim to reduce severe conflict points on projects to reduce the likelihood of crashes by separating users in space and time. We can implement infrastructure strategies that manage kinetic energy and speed to reduce the severity of crashes when they occur. We can manage speeds to the context of the road. These are things that we can do in our efforts as working on projects in order to make the road a safe system. So you can access the plan from there. I do have stickers that are fantastic to be put on the back of your laptop or on your water bottles. Olivia has hers on her water bottle. So if you want one of these, come see me. I'll be at this table right here and I can hand them out.
Yeah, question, maybe 1 minute. So, who's got one on the top of their mind?
Ken, there were a handful of people that would like to access for that training course. If you wouldn't mind flipping back to the other QR code so that they could scan that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Yep, this is an email distribution. So once you click on it, we'll let you know when those classes are available.
If there was one dad joke you look back on over the last 10 years, what was it?
Yeah.
You know, I was a piano recital for kids over the weekend, and it was the weirdest thing. We were all sitting there listening to kids play. It was fantastic. And then a zombie came in and was shambling up one of the aisles, and everyone's just like frozen stiff. What are we going to do? This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. The kid ran away from the piano, and it shambled up to the piano and ended up grabbing a bunch of the sheet music and just started ripping it up while it was decomposing. That sheet music.
And you're in the water bottle with the last one. Thank you. Handheld microphone is
And the
on.
clicky thing.
And the clicky thing is right
Stand on the
here.
other side.
All right, well, Ken just tore my speaker notes. That's awkward. Just kidding. Sonia Piper is an active transportation safety engineer with MnDOT's Office of Traffic Engineering. Sonia's role involves working with MnDOT project managers and local partners to find ways to make Minnesota a safer place for people walking and biking along and across state highways. Sonia earned her degree in civil engineering from Iowa State University. That's a new one today.
You're welcome.
And is a registered professional engineer in the state of Minnesota. She has an over 20-year career working across government agencies and the private sector. So let's welcome Sonia.
Thanks, everyone. I'm gonna do my best to tell some stories. We're not sitting around the campfire, but whatever, we can fake it. I'm also gonna try standing over here and see what this feels like. So different. All right, so I appreciate that Olivia asked that question of how many of you are familiar with the safe system approach and yet don't really know how to implement it, because that's the bulk of what we're gonna talk about. Kind of walk through the safe system and complete streets very much are very similar components, and so they're kind of related, and so that's what we're going to talk about. Why are we here? Why is this important? And as Ken and Olivia talked about, you know, we've done a lot of work from a vehicle crash perspective, but what's missing is the work that we've been doing from a non-motorized crash perspective. And so that's what we're going to focus on if we want to make a difference, right? So if you're not familiar, MnDOT does have a complete streets policy. We were early adopters in that, and then have also just recently updated our policy. It has a really nice handbook. We'll talk about that. What it is, what it isn't, what it is not, is you must do all the things in all the places. That is not what a complete street is, right? A complete street provides the most transportation in the spaces where we need them. So as I mentioned, we just redid this, I think a couple of years ago, 2-3 years ago, probably still on the slide. 2022 is when we completed our updated complete streets policy. And if you're not familiar with it, highly recommend Google MnDOT complete streets and take a look at that handbook. The complete streets policy frames our mindset thinking about from a place of vulnerability. So who's using the roadway? How vulnerable are they? And that is what is kind of helping us to make some of those decisions in our design. And we also do that by recognizing the type of land use that we're in to understand who are we trying to serve and how and where. So MnDOT in several of our documents, we have identified 9 different land use contexts, primarily, you know, urban and suburban, and then rural and industrial for the most part. But then we also took those land use contexts and we took that lens of vulnerability, who's using the roadway, how are we supposed to be thinking about that, and applied those in a modal hierarchy. So each land use context starts with a prescribed baseline modal hierarchy. And that's supposed to help a little bit when you think about the cross sections and how you're developing the project to make sure that you have the space provided appropriately. Can't stress this enough. Collaboration is the key to all successful projects. I think everybody has said that up here today. And that remains true when we're also talking about complete streets and safe systems projects. Okay, so now, it's cool.
cool, that was neat from the complete streets perspective, super high level, super quick. But we're talking about the safe system approach today. How does that relate to this? I'm really glad you asked that question. Okay, so Ken and Olivia talked about the safe system approach. It is fundamentally, it is this wheel. Bottom line, no one should die on our roadways. Okay? But we're gonna make a mistake at some point in our life. We all will. We're gonna do it again. So how can we design this redundant system to reduce those impacts so that these events are not life altering? Well, Olivia stole my thunder slightly. I think of the safe system approach as an umbrella. Right, so we've got complete streets, we've got context-sensitive solutions, we've got performance-based, whatever the rest of that acronym is, PDPDP, whatever. Like all of those things are ways to achieve a safe system. So they're not necessarily separate. They work together. And what we're doing is we're reframing our mindset. So instead of, as Olivia talked about, instead of thinking about, oh, that guy was just kind of dumb and there's something I can do about that. That's not the way we should be thinking about any of these projects. So we need to be switching our thought process away from how can we prevent crashes and instead be thinking about how can we prevent deaths and serious injuries when one does happen. Instead of thinking about, oh, we just need to improve human behavior. How many times have you heard that in your career? All the time, right? It's not going to happen. We're not going to do it. So instead, we need to be thinking about how can we design for those situations where someone's going to make a mistake. Instead of thinking about how can I control speeding, we should think about how do we react and reduce that system's kinetic energy when it does happen. Instead of thinking about individuals are responsible, we need to recognize that we all have a role and we need to take responsibility. That responsibility is shared. Instead of thinking and basing our projects on where do we have a crash history, we should be thinking about how can we proactively identify those risks before we have a crash history. So there's also this safety pyramid where we can try to understand where we have the most impact. So as an example, me wearing a PPE, the safety vest, that's not going to prevent a crash, just going to make me more visible. Eliminating those hazards is where we're going to have the most impact. And so that is basically what this is also trying to identify. Where do we, as transportation professionals, have the most impact? That's transforming our roadway space. So that means thinking about safe roads and safe speeds. We, as the transportation professionals, have a little less impact here on the post-crash care, which is why we should be focusing up at top. Fun fact, that also is related to complete streets, because that's where we have the most impact in the design of the street to achieve safer roads and safer speeds. What is safe road? Good question. This is where we're thinking about how can we separate people in space and time, right? So our primary modes of transportation, walking, biking, driving, all three of those happen at different speeds. So how can we separate people in space and time? If we can't separate them in space and time, how can we increase that visibility and awareness? Safer speeds. Speed has a significant impact on the survivability of a crash. So how can we ultimately design a road so that people feel like they need to drive slower without putting up 30,000 signs? Good question. So how can we use target speed? That's kind of a new terminology on the market. Target speed is an output, so recognizing all of those elements that go into our designs that impact speed so that we have this outcome of a slower speed. And when we do a really good job of that, well, just hold on before I go down there. I'm not saying that we're going to get rid of design speed. That's always going to be a thing. But design speed doesn't necessarily mean the same things in your urban areas. And that's where target speed comes in. How do you use speed to inform that equation? Ultimately, you're trying to get at a situation where we have a self-enforcing roadway. So you have designed a road so that it encourages people to drive the speed at which we want them to. There's a handful of different ways that we have to do that. It's challenging, not gonna lie. I love this quote. This quote, when I first started learning and hearing about the safe system approach,
I attended a webinar for Towards Zero Death Conference, and Wes Cooper, who was the speaker, said, you cannot have a safe system if you have not provided safe mobility for our most vulnerable road users. That matters, right? Because so much of our roadways design is based on vehicles. Well, now, if we only focus on vehicles, we have missed the mark on even providing just a basic safe system. So I think that this is really, really important. Okay, so when I'm not up here telling stories with a PowerPoint, my other part of my job is to provide active transportation scoping assistance. And so that's kind of where this example comes from. So it's a project in St. Cloud. This is Highway 23. This is Highway 15. And this is only part of the project. The project is a really long project. It's multiple cities, whatever. So anyways, it's an important corridor. It's also called Division Street in St. Cloud. It carries roughly 30,000 ADT, somewhere between 30 and 32. 6% of that are trucks. The speed limit through here is about 35 miles an hour. This is generally what the cross section looks like. It's a little more suburban than what these buildings at the back of the sidewalk look, but it is generally a suburban area, 4-lane road with handful of turn. Okay. Little bit more background of what we know. So I use a couple of different tools. There's a space score. It's a tool. Space and pause are very similar in my world. Both of them talk about or try to help us understand the people that live there and their needs and their modes of transportation. What these scores tell me is that there's a high need for people to walk and run in the area. There are a couple of bike routes that go through the project. There is transit. And on this particular part of the corridor, the transit doesn't stop on 23, it stops on the side streets because 23 is a very busy road. Suburban commercial, it is on the national truck network, and it's also a super load corridor. St. Cloud has adopted a complete streets policy. They did that back in 2011. They've also, their comprehensive plan release was updated in 2016. Which talks a lot about how they really want to do more for people walking and biking. And then very, very recently, in the last month or so, they've completed a comprehensive safety action plan where they have spent some time trying to understand where are the high entry networks within their APO area. Okay, so from an existing conditions, where are those origins and destinations? All over the place. We also have a handful of signals along the corridor with marked crosswalks. And as I mentioned before, this is a suburban commercial context. I'm not going to go through the other bullets in there. So when we think about the suburban commercial context and this land use hierarchy, and we double check with what do we actually have going on this roadway, does that match? Or do we need to make some changes? There's a couple of changes that need to be made. And one is that increasing the freight, I don't know, whatever that suffix is, increasing freight up to a medium threshold instead of low. A lot of times in communities, we see a reduction in transit, but they have mixed route transit in this area, so that will stay at a medium threshold. But the other story out here is it's a sea of pavement. And so as a roadway engineer or somebody looking at transportation, should we be putting back exactly what's there? Should we do more with green space? Should we try to treat stormwater in different ways? Did we do good things with this tonight? I don't know. Looks like a sea of pavement. But the bigger story to me is the safety needs. So this picture, the blue circles, the blue things here are where we have crash histories. The red things here are where we have identified in the district safety plan. This is the old version of the district safety plan, where we've identified the proactive risk. This corridor lights up like a Christmas tree. If we were to put back exactly what is there right now, will we solve any safety problems? Probably not. So when we think about this from a safe system approach and those concepts that we've talked about, where are we trying to prevent deaths and serious injuries and prevent those mistakes? Where are we trying to proactively identify those risks? Sometimes they're the same thing, apparently, and say, well, they're not always. And where are we trying to reduce that systemic kinetic energy, or the system's kinetic energy? Some other observations that we made when we were out there, there's a lot of people walking. And especially at some of those busy intersections where people would like to tell me, oh, nobody walks here. There's a lot. There's some power poles in the middle of the sidewalk. Even though the posted speed limit is 35 miles an hour, I'm pretty sure they're not driving that way. They have some really, really long right turn lanes. There's at least a couple that are 3 blocks long. Transit agency avoids stops on 23 in this area. The city would like to increase some green space on the corridor, and they would like to see a more pedestrian-friendly space. This is what it looks like. Super awesome. Great place. Totally want to go there, right? I could tell. Okay, so how do we design for the results that we want to achieve? So this is a disclaimer that this is kind of one person's idea, but there's some thought behind it. Okay, so I like these questions, is this transportation corridor, is it meeting the needs of the community? And these are some things that we're gonna have to think about, right? The problems that we need to solve. How are we doing? But then also, as we think about what could it be, we also need to ground ourselves in the safe systems fundamental questions, right? And be thinking about, we don't have a safe system for our most vulnerable road users. We don't have a safe system. So what could that look like? And before we go down this road, what could that look like? We need to have a little sidebar, because I got another story to tell. Okay, so this is an example from Golden, Colorado, and this was done in 1999. So in 1999, Golden, Colorado, on South Golden Road was a shopping center that was going to come in, and they already had issues with the road. Now they're going to have more traffic, and the issues are just going to be exacerbated, right? So there's a handful of concerns. It's a major community corridor. There's a lot of speeding, a lot of safety issues. They have concerns about pedestrians and bicyclists, because there's a lot of those out here too. And the businesses were concerned with how it's going to impact us. Because it was, once again, really inviting space, even less than Scalable. So existing conditions, 4-lane road, 5-lane road, half-a-mile segment, has 2 signalized intersections and 2 stop-controlled intersections, plus a lot of driveways in the middle. 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. Once again, you're probably not driving that. In this case, they're going 48. And they're averaging 4 crashes a month. So, corridor study, they're gonna, the shopping centers coming into town, so they're gonna start a corridor study. So they're gonna look at how can we reduce speeds, improve that aesthetics, make this a more inviting space, improving safety, and creating that pedestrian-friendly environment. And so they end up looking at 2 options. So one is, what if this corridor is a signalized corridor, or what if it's a roundabout? Solid questions. So they end up going with, spoiler alert, roundabout corridor. And what they saw in the after conditions was significant. So they saw significant reductions in vehicle speeds, less delay, a reduction in crashes. I know it's wrong there, but I'm pretty sure that there was like a 39% reduction in the fatal crashes, like a 90-something plus reduction in injury crashes. Significantly improved pedestrian access. Also, the crossing distances were significantly lower. They saw some improvements in bike safety, even though they did not put out any specific bike facilities. It overall had a positive impact on businesses. So the other part that wasn't in this document that I'm told was one of the businesses says, no, you cannot do this, because the survivability and success of my business is based on having a signal. And the city said, I bet you it's not, and we're going to test it. We're going to put in this roundabout, and if it's worse, we take it out. That's a really strong gamble. But after a year, they did see the positive economic impacts to this business, and so that's a really big deal. They ended up also creating some educational things. But the bottom line message that I love about this story is that ultimately drive through slower to get through faster. So there's a 15-mile-an-hour reduction in the overall speeds, but drive through slower, and they were able to get through that corridor faster. That's a big deal. This is what the corridor looks like. So you can see the 4 roundabouts. If I were to do this again, because I wasn't involved at all, so if I were to do this again, I would not allow these mid-block left turns. I would make everyone do the U-turns at the roundabout. But this is a pretty good idea. Okay, so now let's go back to St. Cloud. What if that concept could be applied to St. Cloud? What if this corridor were reimagined with roundabouts? So putting roundabouts at some of these critical key intersections, and then remembering that people aren't going to walk to an intersection, so we need to make sure that we've got some safe crossings for them. So here we're recommending at these Ds, there's a pedestrian hybrid beacon with a median refuge. So we're making sure that we have crossings at those reasonable spaced distances. This way, now we only need 4 lanes total, right? 2 lanes in each direction. But now you have all of that turning lane space that you can differently utilize and give that to the active transportation, which is my focus. And, you know, of course, somebody else doesn't, might be like, well, but drive through slower, get through faster. So then this is an example of what that could look like. And now you've got a lot more, you know, green space. Obviously, one would want to get ahead of that and work with somebody that's green infrastructure, stormwater management things. You know, I'm not that person, but those would be the ideas and space where you could do that. You could also have significant separation, 9 feet of separation for people walking and biking away from the road. And this doesn't increase any right of way, it's using the space you already have. Oh, cool story, dude. What did we learn from that? What are our thoughts? Well, my goal is that when somebody shares these kind of radical ideas, don't gut react to them. Like, think about it. Actually give them their due diligence, have those meaningful thoughts, have those difficult conversations to really think about what is right for the space, right? Because immediately I was prepared for people that gut react to me and say, oh my God, you blew the budget, it's recommended dollars. The reality is, you're not going to make any safety improvements if you go backwards there, right? And this is the corridor that lit up like a Christmas tree. Jim Hallgren, I forget what his title is, but in D3, program delivery in D3, had seen that, and I've talked with them several times about it. And every time I would see him, it's like, oh, I don't know what we're going to do. Because some of the challenges were that they have an immediate pavement need, they have an immediate need to make a fix. And so I have to give him a lot of credit because he had those hard conversations, because he understood the trade-offs. And he had those hard conversations with the APO, and they talked about it. And together they're making strides in different directions to do something. So the immediate pavement project will go through and it will put back probably what's there. So it's going to be a null and overlay. But the APO has conducted that safety action plan. And so that helped them identify where we have the issues, and it's setting them up for strategically making some of those radical improvements, because the corridor like Highway 23 is not going to be a small project, right? That's going to be a major project. And so making sure that they have the time to complete the visioning and do the public outreach that they need to do to get ultimately that buy-in. You know, I think this is now allowing them to go in that direction, to have those conversations, to then also even ultimately set them up for what can we do today? And break that out into smaller chunks. And so I have to give them a lot of credit for the work they've done, because they have a meaningful conversation, and that's kind of a big deal in what matters. So the other quote that I want to end with is something that I read in the ITE journal by Randy McCord. And we've got to read the whole thing because it's really good. It has always been our jobs to make streets complete. Each time we use the excuse we don't have enough budget or staff, rather than strategically making decisions about our community needs, we are contributing to incomplete streets. We will never have enough funding. But obtaining public support for the investment and the accountability needed a name, which is why we have complete streets. achieving these types of roads in our community can't fall victims to scarcity-based decision-making. I think that's important, and this has always resonated with me. And so, moral of the story here is, that's how you can implement a safe system, and it's by doing complete street. Does that help? Does anyone have any questions? How did I do on my time?
I'm impressed. 25 minutes.
That is.
That's a first.
Yeah, you have a question?
What would take cloud interaction for your plan?
Oh, solid question. And I even brought in like a hydraulics guy, because I was like, we can't keep this sexy of pavement. And I'm not a hydraulics engineer, but I'm fairly certain you can't keep this sea of pavement. And so it was, they tried really hard to not gut react, but there was definitely some gut reacting in the room. And we had to reframe our conversation to say, please don't gut react. Please take this back. Please think about it. These are some of the issues long-term that I think that you need to think about. And then there was probably over a year where I would see Jim every, I don't know, 3 times over a year. And we talked about this, and it sat in the back of his mind, and then all of a sudden I saw some people from D3 a couple months later, and they were like, holy cow, St. Cloud APO has done this study. Because also when I think I talked to somebody that had worked at the St. Cloud APO and told her about this, and she told her boss, she followed up with me, because what I did wrong was that I also forgot the middle part of the story and said, if you did this, you know, like think of all the things, and then you'd have so much more space to use for active transportation. And so she said, how come you didn't focus on driving through slower to get through faster? And I was, oh yeah, sorry. So, they worked really hard not to gut react, and they did take back and think about it, and it sat in the back of their mind while they processed it, because it is radical. Yeah, so I appreciate D3 though, they did a good job, they're doing a good job.
Another question about complete streets policies and different jurisdictions in an urban area. So MnDOT has a complete streets policy, many cities do, often the counties don't. There are a lot of county roads that go through urban areas. So how do you think about that problem? How do you think about building coalition for change?
Yeah. I think at the heart of the complete streets is you need to have the conversations with our local partners and agree, right? So I talked about that modal hierarchy, and if MnDOT sets a modal hierarchy and says, this is where our priorities are, and the city says, no, ours is over here, we're not gonna go in the right direction, or in the same direction. And so that's why, you know, collaboration is key to the success of a complete street, because at the beginning, you have to be in a place where you can agree on what are the goals. Yeah.
And you said that for like truck crowd and the land use and the field and everything. But are there concerns about access to their largest copies and that kind of stuff? Building.
Yeah. That will be a concern for sure. But I think also thinking about which size trucks need to make the turns in which spaces, because those trucks don't need to turn out every single road. And so having conversations with our partners, understand how that routing happens, to then put those truck turning movements at the places where they're needed and the sizes in which they're needed is important, because some of those trucks are not turning down every single street. Those giant ones are probably driving through town. Be my guess.
One more question. What's the Minnesota example of Golden, Colorado? That's my question.
Ooh, I think, good question. I mean, I just switched this example, I don't know enough about MnCAV. Otherwise, I was gonna say, I've been using Laura as an example too.
Okay.
I mean, the goal with the roundabouts is to slow people at the entrance, and then you keep them strategically to continue those slow speeds through the corridor.
can be implemented on a very commercial corridor. It can be implemented on a 4-lane highway bypassing a town, but still slowing speeds down.
Yeah, I'll just, Mankato is a good example of that. It's a commercial corridor. They've got a bunch of roundabouts through that, and yeah, they've got nuisance crashes at the roundabouts, but they've reduced the fatal and serious injury crash.
Let's give some.
There are some challenges. They're not all, you know, have to be thoughtful and mindful of the speeds, specifically speeds of the exits. And then with these multi-lane roundabouts, pro-way because it becomes an additional consideration. I'm only saying these things because I have a lot of time to have a microphone.
Engineering, cut her off. Give her a round of applause. All right, I only had to use the hook once today, but that was the example. Up next, we've got Seth Anderson, Director of Innovation with Image Sensing Systems for over a decade. He graduated from the University of Minnesota with a degree in civil engineering and is passionate about using technology to create a positive impact on our roadways. So with that, welcome Seth up here and talk more about Safe Systems approach.
Perfect way to start here today. Trip and fall and spill my entire glass of water. All right, so a lot of the safe system approach concepts and philosophies have been introduced here today. I'll do my best to not go over those. I'm specifically going to be speaking about how it applies to speed management, but spoiler alert, as we go through this, you're going to find a lot of my conversation doesn't actually talk about speed at all. It's an incredibly important thing to consider, but as some of the previous presentations have discussed, the level of appropriateness for a particular speed is heavily reliant on the context, who's using the roadway, where, when, and how. And I'm going to focus on that element a little bit about some work that we've done to help folks like yourselves perhaps go out and investigate those contextual elements and put some numbers to those in a way that helps that collaboration, helps build the appropriate change in an understanding of those safety needs. So I'll wrap all of this in an actual case study. This will be some work we've been doing off and on over the last couple of years with a city in Texas, McKinney, Texas to be exact. So if any of you have heard me talk over the last couple of years about McKinney, don't tune out yet. Hopefully there'll be something new and interesting because we continue to go through the work with them and iterate over time on that. So just to get ourselves oriented, I'll start by going through and just kind of showing a view of the roadway. And I'm sure as you watch this, you will have done some work at some point in your careers looking at a roadway that looks similar to this. Relatively wide road, 4 lanes, got a center turn lane. It goes through a town of about the size of St. Paul by population, just to give you a kind of an idea of what the community might look like. And as that community has grown, so has this road, so the demands on the road. What we've got in terms of a dynamic here is this particular area is a little bit lower in socioeconomic status, and so you get a lot of demand for pedestrian traffic because the people are more reliant on walking and biking. And so as you get more and more people or vehicles using the road, you get more and more people trying to cross the road. And now this also, I guess, one more bit of useful information. This is a road that's run by TxDOT. And so the city has some limited options in terms of what they can go out and do on that roadway without interacting with TxDOT and trying to come together to figure out the appropriate solution. So I think it was Sonia mentioned West Comfort. So West Comfort was actually I think the primary investigator, if that's the appropriate term, on this particular piece of documentation published by FHWA, goes through the finer points of applying the safe system approach to speed management. And my goal here is not to take us on a mini MBA through this, but just to tease out a couple of key elements that we have used in conjunction with some of our work with communities. And so again, we've already motivated the topic of speeds should be set based on human injury tolerance. And I want to talk just a minute about that concept that you guys have already talked about, which relates to context. And so there's kind of a qualitative context, and then I think there's also a quantitative context, which helps look more at, like we have a typical conversation that I feel exists when we look at these arterials, and it's like, we know that pedestrians use this roadway heavily. We know that they're crossing. We just don't know exactly where, when, and how that comes together. We want to help quantify that. And so that's where we've worked in conjunction with them to figure out how to quantify those types of contextual elements for them and actually put some numbers to them. And then also bring in some of these concepts that are motivated in this particular documentation. One of them specifically the idea of harmful speeds, which if you come down to, if you kind of tease out the details of that, comes down to some very simple measurements that we can extract from the roadway, put together to try to get ingredients, shall we say, that go into what constitutes a harmful speed, and start to look at where those ingredients are more prevalent. So getting back to McKinney in Texas, how are they attempting to go out and gather this information such that they could bring that to the table in their discussions with TxDOT, use that to advocate for some better crossing facilities perhaps, and ultimately trying to get some lower speeds on this stretch of roadway, such that when those crashes do occur, they don't end up being those life-altering ones. Their first swipe at it was to go out. They sent city staff out. They sat on the side of the roadways in their cars with their cameras, did some undercover investigative work, and actually just snapped some photos of people crossing the roadway. So they got a montage of these types of images, and that started the conversation, but it really wasn't enough for them to feel like they could take it to a point where they knew exactly what the safety needs were and what to do about them. They knew it kind of put them in the ballpark, shall we say. So what we helped them do then is figure out how to take that and kind of more programize it and formalize it, if you will. And so we picked apart their corridor, which in this case was about a 2-mile stretch of roadway. And we covered, let's say, about 50% of it in terms of with cameras. So we picked apart a 1/4 mile at a time. We work our way along it. We skipped some areas just due to construction and other things where people were explicitly fenced off from being able to walk out into the roadway. And so we collected video for a 7-day period of time, and that gave us long enough time to get a sense of how people are moving, see some of that variability. And then we go and post-process it. And you all have seen this type of technology before, so I won't spend too much time dwelling on this. But what we're able to do with this wealth of information, or this wealth of video, shall we say, is start to extract out exactly how the vehicles are moving through the scene, estimate those speeds. We're starting to capture the paths of those people as they're crossing the roadway and getting a sense of how they travel, when they cross, where they cross, etc. From that, we can do some very simple things. Here's an example of the map. Here's 26 locations plotted out where data was collected. We can put a legend on so you can tell what those dots are supposed to be telling you. And you can see anywhere from 2 pedestrian crossings at some locations all the way to 42. So now they started to get a sense of, okay, we get an idea where these might cross. And of course, they can slice and dice that in different ways, looking at time of day or date. But they still didn't feel like that really captured the spirit. Like, that's a statistic, how long or how frequently do people cross at a particular location. It doesn't really tell you what it's like to cross the roadway. And they wanted to start to be able to introduce some more experiential kind of contextual elements into the conversation as well. So I'll show you a video of what they're thinking. And so here, far upper right-hand corner, you'll see a gentleman standing up there on the side of the road. This is the entrance to a Dollar General, I believe. And so we'll just watch this gentleman cross the road and start to show some of the data points that we worked on with them to help capture. And so this gentleman, by the way, is one of the most relaxed people I'll ever probably see in my life in terms of how he approaches his crossing here. So, he stands on the other side of the road for about a minute waiting for an opportunity to cross. He's able to make it across that first set of lanes finally. And now he's going to be standing out in the middle of the road, waiting for an opportunity to get across those second set of lanes as a whole pile of vehicles come through. And then eventually he'll have his opportunity to make it across. And, there's no real alternative for him. He's got to go half a mile one way, half a mile another to find a signal. So this is really his option. And all in all, took him 108 seconds of waiting, whether it was on the far side or in the middle. He's out in the roadway for 75 seconds. Vehicles are speeding by him at 37 miles an hour. There's some variation in speed we can get, which again goes to just how difficult is it to pick a gap in traffic. And all in all, 49 vehicles drive by him. And now, those I think are interesting to describe just one of those experiences. It's interesting certainly to watch. But when, for example, with this particular project, when you capture 3,000 unique pedestrian crossings, you can start to show some interesting data points from all of that. So we'll get back to the harmful speed side of things for just a second. I realize no one loves to look at tables, so I'll try to break this one down just real quickly to point to the takeaways that I'm trying to get at here. So remember that harmful speed concept that was in the safe system approach for speed management guidance. It's really a function of some very simple things: speed variation, speed variability, and pedestrian exposure. What we're doing here is we're just taking those ingredients, shall we say, for harmful speeds. We're aggregating them together in a very simple manner such that we can look along the stretch here and say, where do those ingredients come together more regularly? Not predicting that that's going to be a crash location per se, not predicting that a place with a low indicator is going to not have a crash at it. What it's just saying is, where do we more regularly have these ingredients existing at a particular location? And that for them was incredibly useful to try to, when they got to the point where they were trying to decide where do we need to ask for some improved crossing facilities. And those are certainly these locations were at the top of their list. And then thinking one step further, I'll zoom in here past this bit. We saw a presentation earlier in the day, if you still remember it, where it was MnDOT's Lidar project. They're looking at people crossing. This is a very similar view. Let's zoom in on one particular location now. This is actually where we saw that gentleman cross. We now know there was 42 pedestrian crossings at this location every day, but what actual path did those people choose? We can visualize that as well. And if you squint down, maybe below those yellows and reds, you'll be able to see individual paths because there was infrequent crossing events there, but we start to see those greens form into yellows and reds. That's where you get a very high concentration of people crossing at that specific location. And now maybe you're not going to put your crosswalk between the Harley-Davidson dealer entrance and the Dollar General entrance here, but maybe you can convince someone to cross somewhat near there, and it'd be an ideal place to consider trying to put that crossing facility if you are looking to get one. And then also that trend that we saw, or excuse me, that where we saw that gentleman stand in the middle of the road there waiting for an opportunity to get across that second set of lanes. You're also seeing that in those yellows and reds in the middle. That's telling you that people are spending a pretty significant amount of time standing there. And we could actually draw a little box around that and pull out exactly how much time that was over the course of the study if we wanted to. A couple more quick visualizations, and then I'll kind of tie it all together in terms of pulling this together, how we see this coming together to help form a story and a narrative of what people experience out there. We've seen it useful with some of these projects. This was one particular location they looked at. How long does it actually take people to cross the road? This is just one of those set of lanes in this particular case. And how long do people wait? This is just looking at one of those particular waiting areas. I think this one was the center of the road, if you want to interpret it. But more just qualitatively, those things are readily available and sometimes useful in these types of conversations. And then last but not least, I'll show one more video here. And so as the folks as the traffic engineers in McKinney, Texas, were again trying to put together some materials to facilitate this conversation with TxDOT, and kind of work through those trade-offs of how do we make sure we can continue to move vehicles through here, and also continue to ensure that we're helping people cross this road safely. They asked us to go out and help them find some videos that they could use to kind of put some exclamation points at the end of their case for some safety treatments along here. And this is one of those videos you're able to find. And I think something like this comes together really nicely to put with the data to introduce kind of the human story, the human element to it. And what's interesting, you know, you don't want to see someone pushing a stroller standing out in the middle of a dark road at night. But what was interesting to see as we were looking for clips, it's a convenience store just off screen to the left. And we saw, you know, every other night, this particular person, it's pretty easy to identify someone with a stroller, right? We could see that they were crossing about every other day to go to that convenience store to buy, you know, who knows what for the family there. And so that was one of those pieces of data points that are one of those pieces of information that the city found particularly useful to leverage in terms of just facilitating a constructive conversation. So I don't know, I'm not a practicing traffic engineer, but I figured someone would ask the question, and so I'd be prepared. This is what the city was planning to do for a cross section, or ask for a cross section, keep it 4 lanes, put a median in the middle. There is a more urban area. They want to have some on-street parking there. I can't tell you why they want to do any of these things, so don't ask those questions. I'm just the data person. And then to give you a sense, the existing signals that they do have for the stretch of roadway we looked at are where the red dots are. And they're going to advocate that 3 more signals are introduced, and that they're going to ask for some RFBs to be introduced as well. And a lot of that was, again, where they want to put those was driven by some of the information that they were able to extract. And then there's just an example of what they're thinking for the RFB that they're going to try to get put in there. So bringing that all together here, again, just in the spirit of kind of the theme. So we didn't talk about speeds. They already knew how to measure speeds. What they didn't know is really how to measure the environment to be able to determine what they felt an appropriate speed was, and how to advocate for the appropriate facilities for folks to move around their community safely. And so this is just a little bit of story how we were able to take some information, go from that spot where they had a suspected risk, and you know all the way to the point where they felt they could put together a really nice. They felt like they're asking for the right things and tie it together with a really nice narrative, and you know start that conversation with TxDOT, and the process continues there. We'll see you next year to tell you how it pans out, I guess. So with that is what I have.
We do have some time for questions. Don't see any immediate hands, so I'll start out again. You talked a lot about mixing the elements together, you know, mixing the soup together, of being able to get all of the elements in the same kind of calculation. How do you scale that from, say, an intersection where you have to go out with a camera to a full corridor study? How do you kind of create some efficiency with that?
In terms of analyzing large geographic regions? Yep. Yeah. So what we have done, you know, you might have your own priorities as if you were the client and how you wanted, where you're particularly interested in analyzing roadways. What we've done, for example, if you got a high injury network, we've had the case where we've got a high injury network, now what is kind of the question. And what we've often done with them is they might have a mile of roadway they're interested in. We'll typically start with a quarter mile at a time and just march our way along. And what we've done is for each of those quarter miles, we're essentially covering that quarter mile with video coverage for that 7-day period. And so as you march along, you're getting a sample of what that looks like for that 7-day period at each of those locations.
Okay, let's give Seth a round of applause. All right, got everything loaded, ready to go for our final presentation of the day. We have Nicole Morris here from the University of Minnesota. Nicole is interested in human-centered engineering with an emphasis on inclusive and equitable design, infrastructure, and human-machine interfaces to improve transportation and occupational safety. Her research examines human behavior and performance and applies human factor design principles to help achieve safe and usable technologies and systems. So please welcome our last speaker of the day, Nicole.
Good afternoon. I'm Nicole Morris. I'm a research associate professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, but as you heard, I'm not an engineer, not in that way. I'm actually a psychologist. So my background is in human factors psychology, but I have a great home in mechanical engineering. It's a great opportunity to work hand in hand with engineers to come up with good, safe solutions. And our lab is called the Human Factors Safety Lab. Our main goal is really to reduce occupational injury and transportation-related injuries and deaths on our roadways. So we do that through our understanding of human behavior, our understanding of psychology, cognition, decision-making, perception, and applying that to design, really through this process of human-centered iterative design. So I got asked to talk about kind of what's new in Human First. So I was nervous that this was all going to be old hat for you, that you've heard me say all of this before, but I'm seeing a lot of new faces, so I feel not so bad that I'm boring you with things that you've heard before. But even if you've heard me speak before, hopefully I'm going to tell you some new things that we have going on in Human First. Okay, so we have a lot of different research areas because essentially human factors is really that intersection between humans and systems. And so really humans are touching all different types of systems in the transportation system. And it really gives us an opportunity to have a seat at like every single table, or I try anyway. But I'm going to talk about three main areas: crash reporting, non-motorist safety, and driver simulation. I'm going to start with crash reporting, which is just really near and dear to my heart. So I'm going to have this kind of like looking back, what's now and what's coming up. So looking back, so many years ago, I was fresh here at the University of Minnesota, and I heard that there was this thing called the TRCC, the Track Road Records Coordinating Committee, and they needed a university representative. And through that process, they were saying, oh, we're going to rebuild the crash report, but cops make all kinds of errors. We need all kinds of training. And I raised my hand and I'm like, well, if you design the crash report with human factors in mind, you don't need any training. And people were sort of like, who is this lady? But thankfully, there were some smart people in the room that were like, we should fund that. And so lo and behold, we pushed a brand new crash reporting interface in 2016. We had a big train the trainer thing that people were supposed to go out, and we trained some people and they went back to the police agency, and it went live January 1, 2016, and we had almost no issues. And we found out later the train the trainer didn't really happen. Like, we trained some people, they never went on and trained anybody else. So I was vindicated. I was right. You didn't need to train them if you designed the system really well. And so we've been using this system for over a decade now. My team has been involved in iterating the process, really making sure that everything through the MnCrash interface that cops interact with is as seamless as possible. And no detail is too small that we are not interested in. What can we automate? What can we make faster? What can we make more intuitive? Things like when they are saying where on the vehicle is a vehicle damage, it used to be a drop-down menu that they would say, you know, front left or the middle. But in Muck, there was this great diagram, this clock diagram that would show a motorcycle or a bus or a car. I was like, let's put that into the interface. We know if it's a bus, we'll populate that image with a bus, and then bing, bing, boom, they can click exactly where it is. So really cool interface. I'm really proud of it. I've had a lot of big success, but nonetheless, there are a lot of changes in policing. And so this shows you what's happening in St. Cloud. Duluth PD looks very similar, where they're just not reporting property damage only crashes anymore. It's not a part of the job. It's not a part of the priority, and they're not doing it. We should have about 70% of our crashes being PDOs. It's the lifeblood of transportation safety to get these smaller collision events documented, but they're not doing it. So you could conclude St. Cloud is one of the safest places in the state to drive. You could also conclude it's one of the places, the highest likelihood that if you are involved in a crash, you will die, right? Those are the spurious conclusions that we could draw from data. That's why it's so important to get base rates. It's really important to know somebody was in the crash and they were wearing their seatbelt and they were fine. That's just as important as knowing they were in a crash, they weren't wearing their seatbelt and they died, right? We had to know that data. So I deployed my team. When I heard what was happening, because they were saying it takes 45 minutes to do a PDO and we don't have time. And I'm like, I know it doesn't take that long because I designed the thing. So we had great police officers that agreed to let us ride along. And one thing I said was, I bet it does take a long time to do a PDO. It just doesn't take that long to do the actual report, right? You got to get the call. You got to drive to the scene. You got to interview people. You've got to do information exchange. You go back to the station, you sit down, you get another call, you get interrupted. And so we find that, yes, it does take sometimes up to an hour or more, start to finish, to deal with the entire crash. If it's a hit and run, you've got to go to that business. Do you have any video? Can I get access to it for the criminal investigation? It can take a long time. But the yellow section tells you that is just time on task. We were there with a stopwatch. We were Zoom recording. We know click by click how long it takes. And it takes on average about 12 minutes. We found somewhere between 5 and 20 minutes to complete. And of that time, 5 to 20 minutes, we found about 5 of those minutes was the diagram and the narrative. Right. So we get hundreds of data points through all these clicks, and we get that in about 7 minutes time. That's how efficient MnCrash is. But it does take time to type out the narrative. Easy Street Draw is kind of clunky. I don't have any influence on that. So this is really important. But nonetheless, me telling cops it doesn't take as long as you say it does, doesn't really get me what I want, which is more crash data. So we're exploring, looking what's next. I work with Department of Public Safety, and we have a long-standing contract, and we're looking at what can we do to potentially continue to streamline. What about a PDO? The hard part about doing a shortened PDO crash is if it's 12 minutes, I don't know, is 10 minutes going to make the difference? Is 10 minutes going to get us the data? How much do I actually have to cut? And the big question is, I know the low-hanging fruit to really cut the time is the narrative and the diagram. But as you, traffic engineers, tell me, do you want to lose the narrative? Do you want to lose the diagram? Probably not, right? So what could we cut? The other thing I want to explore is, what about driver-reported crash reporting? We used to have a statute in Minnesota that people involved in a crash, you had to submit a citizen report. We kind of said we don't need those anymore. The cops account is far better. But now we're not really getting the cops account. So I'm like, well, let's go back. So I'm working with MnDOT and LRB. Can we explore a driver-reported crash report? I kind of have a lot of faith in people. They were there, they were involved in the crash. I bet they could tell us some pretty rich details about what happened. So we have a new study that's going on there. Key questions: how accurate would that data be? How complete is it? What do we really need if we were going to really put the pins to ourselves and say, this is the bare bones, what we actually want in this industry? So I have a question. Sort of, what do the Minnesota engineers and traffic safety professionals most need? Like, if you really had to choose, what would you cut and what would you want to save if we were to make a shorter PDO report? So my question is, could you help me with this? So I have a QR code here. I have an ongoing survey, and this is to traffic safety engineers. And I'm not asking you, what do you think drivers could reliably tell me? That's what the research will tell me. But I want to know, what do you find really valuable? What is most valuable to you? What do you find to be accurate in the existing crash data as we try to prioritize cost versus benefit? Right? If it takes 5 minutes, but it's highly beneficial, then yeah, let's take it. But if it takes 5 minutes and we don't care about that data point, well, then maybe we cut it. So this QR code won't take you right to the survey because I didn't want you to stop listening. It just asks you for your email address, and we will email you the survey at a later date so you can stay engaged in this meeting. Okay, so moving on at non-motor safety data. So looking back, we did this phenomenal study, one of my favorite studies of all time, with MnDOT. Department of Public Safety was involved through a grant of the Stop For Me program. So that was with St. Paul PD. They do high visibility enforcement. And the question was, does that work? Does that really change driver behavior to increase driver yielding? And so we worked together in this really multi-pronged study of looking at high visibility enforcement, engineering solutions like the R1-6 signs, one of my favorite signs, and then social norming. So maybe you remember these signs. My team, myself included, personally populated these, running all over the city with a ladder and replacing those placards every single week with our data. And we found it did really drive up yielding, not only at the sites where police were enforcing and we were treating with engineering solutions, but even sites that we weren't. And it was really, really exciting study. So what's the latest in pedestrian safety? So we have a really fun study looking at aesthetic crosswalks. So as you may know, MUTCD has now sort of given us some permission to do aesthetic crosswalk markings. If you're familiar with the regulations, you would say that's not in them, right? They wanted transverse lines, art in the middle. There's a lot of sort of requirements. The challenge is places like the city of Minneapolis, they don't do transverse crosswalks. They do continental style crosswalks only. So are we going to convince them to mill that up and lay new? Probably not. And then the bigger question is, you know, are they working as intended? Are there unintended consequences, particularly for visually impaired pedestrians? So is it confusing to a visually impaired pedestrian as they approach a crosswalk? Do they get disoriented? Do they know what they're approaching? This is in the Little Earth community where we had a crosswalk. We treated it with bollards. We collected some data first, and then we came in and painted it. I painted it, a lot of it myself, so don't spread the word that I'm for hire to paint crosswalks. But when it's your study, you got to make sure the work gets done. So I was out there painting for about 6 hours on a Sunday to get this painted up. So stay tuned for those results. And what's next? So kind of a busy charts here, but I have a fun study that's with Metro Transit. And so what we're doing for Metro Transit is trying to develop a tool and validate that tool to determine, can we get a reliable and accurate measure of code of conduct violations on Metro Transit services? So there's a lot of perception, a lot of storytelling about what happens on trains and buses, right? Your neighbor saw somebody smoking crack on the train. Now it's basically you saw it. You saw it every time you drove on the train or rode on the train, right? So the question is, how often do these things really happen? Just like with crash reporting, we need good base rates. We can't just rely on people reporting when they have a complaint and they saw something. We need a really good, reliable base rate of how many people are on a car at a given time. What is the number of behavior violations that they have? And we need to do this covertly, of course, because people probably wouldn't like us observing them with a clipboard and writing down. So we have a tool that we're developing. We're out on the trains and buses as we speak, starting to collect this data and to validate to see, do we get inter-rater reliability? So there's one coder who sees the same thing. We should get good reliability of those codes. So that's a fun study that's upcoming. And finally, driver simulation. So looking back, again, one of my favorite studies was of the Med City Mover. So you may be familiar with this low-speed autonomous vehicle. We had talked with MnDOT about, you know, some of the potential risks of these mixed fleet environments and how would drivers of manual vehicles interact with drivers of highly autonomous vehicles. And so there was this great deployment down in Rochester around the Mayo Clinic, and they were starting to get early reports from the operators on board that people were engaging in really aggressive behaviors around the shuttle. So cutting it off, flipping the drivers off, doing what we call a multiple threat path, but in a right turn and a signal, which, you know, we've done 20,000 crossings in our other pedestrian studies, and never had we seen a multiple threat pass in a right turn at a signal. So we sort of knew something was really going on. And through that process, we did find indeed that the Med City Mover experienced a significantly increased rate of overtaking and risky driving around it relative to regular vehicles in these maneuvers. Some of the things that we noticed was, one, as you may know, the Med City Mover goes very, very slowly. So its top speed was like 11 miles an hour. And the fleet was going much faster. So people were pretty impatient and wanting to cut this thing off, but it had big safety ramifications. If it got cut off, it had a hard braking maneuver, and that was a rough ride for people on board. So we certainly don't want those hard braking maneuvers to happen. You may be annoyed by this flashing, and this is what happened when the Med City Mover was yielding to a pedestrian at this crosswalk down here by the Mayo Clinic. So that was a pretty complicated maneuver. There's a lot of pedestrian traffic. And so when it needed to yield to that pedestrian, it would hand off control to the driver. So when it handed off control to the driver, it would turn on its hazards like this. Now you may go, okay, well, So I've been behind this shuttle. It's been going 11 miles an hour. We get to the signal. It starts to go, it stops, and then its hazards go on. What do I conclude it's doing?
Stop.
Right. It's stopped. It's not going. It's bored. It's loading or unloading. It's having a breakdown like it did sometimes. And so we rebuilt this shuttle in our simulation software and then built it in an urban environment. And we were able to play around with what we call the EHMI, the external machine interface. So how are these low-speed autonomous vehicles or other types of autonomous vehicles going to communicate with other road users? And so rather than having it use all of this flashing, we really wanted to know, well, what if we didn't do that and we had an LED board and we just very simply communicated what it was doing. And we found in simulation we could drastically reduce the overtaking maneuvers when we presented participants with this versus no message and using the flashing. So that was sort of a fun study that we did of pulling that field work into our sim. Some of the latest work is on J-turns. So one of my favorite intersections, the J-turn. We've done a couple of studies on this, and one of the studies that we did, we found that this maneuver, particularly what we call a compact J-turn, the driver should go from the stop sign straight into that deceleration lane. But what we found in the last simulation is that they don't do that. They tend to go into that first right lane. In this case, they were kind of straddling the shoulder. And then they kind of slowly start to change lanes. And then very last minute, they move into that deceleration lane. So that's going to be a hard brake there at the end, increase of risk of sideswipe crash, increased risk of rear end collision because they're behaving in a way that other drivers may not expect. So we really wanted to focus on that behavior because what we found was if they had this late turning, they were more likely to miss the turn overall. That led to a pretty sour taste in their mouth about J-turns. And we don't want people to have a bad experience on their first go with J-turns. We want them to tell their community members they're great. So then engineer in the next county doesn't have such a hard time trying to make the sell, right? So we did a study just recently, and I call this the Easterlin Dash because Peter Easterlin in my simulation lab, my simulation manager came up with the idea, but we wanted to better guide people right into that deceleration lane from the stop. And so we put a white dashed line. And you can see where it's the white dashed line versus the red line, there was no line. So that's just the absence of that white dashed line. And you can see how much those turn maneuvers are really shifted. So how many of the blue lines are on the other side versus here, and then how concentrated they are up in that deceleration lane really early on versus here in the control. So a really low cost, really easy solution, doesn't take a lot of treatment to get those drivers moving straight into that deceleration lane. So that was really exciting. You just love it when you're like, hot dog, we did it. So there's some other components of that study that I don't have time to show, but a lot of really exciting stuff about stop lines and fishhook signs. So more to be shared. And then what's next? So two studies. This first one, these are both NHTSA studies. So I'm on an IDIQ with Virginia Tech, and this one is a 5-year study. So you may know what you're looking at here, the flashing or pulsating brake lamp, the high center mount flashing or pulsating brake lamp. These are kind of a love them or hate them. Some people think it's a great idea. Some people think it's really annoying. They're not currently permitted in the US. You can do some aftermarket solutions, but for OEMs, NHTSA has prohibited them from being installed. But there is a lot of political pressure, a lot of lobbyists that are pushing hard on NHTSA to get them to approve this. So NHTSA wants to know, are they actually safer? And people think it's a great idea. It would really reduce rear end collisions if you had that brake lamp pulsate. But now let's imagine we're on 35E at night, rush hour, and they all have pulsating brake lamps, right? So this is like, you know, that like therapeutic limit in medicine, right? Some medicines don't work at all, and some medicines too much. It's actually poison for your body. And is there a therapeutic limit? And so the sort of the basic question of this study is, what's the therapeutic limit and is there one for pulsating brake lamps? And what would happen if we let this just go wild across the fleet and potentially we're really distracting people? What if you have pulsating brake lamp in this lane and then this lane of traffic has a hard brake? Would you notice it? Right, so those are some of the questions that we're doing. VTTI is doing a test track study, then we're doing a large sample study, and then we're pulling all that into a driving simulation study. It's a long study because we have to do the Paperwork Reduction Act through NHTSA, and as you might guess, that doesn't reduce paperwork. And then the final one, another similar one with NHTSA and VTTI and Kiesler social behavioral research. This question is about driver postures during L2 supported driving. So NHTSA has a lot of oversight about driver monitoring and L2 systems. And the question is, should OEMs be required to monitor the posture of a driver while they're engaged in L2 supported driving? So you may have seen some crazy things on the internet of what Tesla owners are doing. This one is not too bad, a little bit reclined, hands folded across chest. The question is, if you need to take over the control of the vehicle, are you ready? And where is the limit of where your body might be postured? What about something like this? Oh my God, she's sitting cross-legged while driving 95 miles an hour. I'm going to die. Right? How would an OEM be able to monitor this? And how reasonable is this posture? But should we be preventing and refusing to allow the driver to be driving under L2 supported driving if they're driving something like cross-legged? So again, another 5-year study. VTTI is looking at their naturalistic driving data. Then Kiesler social behavior research is doing a large sample to have people kind of report what kind of postures do they assume, what are their perceived risks, and then we're pulling all that into the driving simulator based on what are the postures that we see are being fairly prominent. Then we can have people drive an L2 in my driving simulator, have them assume those postures, and then we will have them be presented with other takeover events. So both system limit takeover events, like you're up on a work zone and that would be a known system failure, versus it just sporadically just disengages and you start to creep out of lane, which I'm sure some of you have experienced is quite scary. So that's what's new. If you have any research ideas, I'm all ears. Love to work with engineers. This is that QR code. If you didn't get it before and you still want to take that survey, this is another chance to send me your email. We'd love to send you that survey about crash data. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's a great question. Right. Yeah. I don't know that that has come up before. I certainly have had other studies where we have flashing lights and we're worried about that. In one of our studies, we're looking at kind of different combinations of pulsating. And I think the challenge that I'm finding with NHTSA on this is they really want us to look very specifically at a couple of systems, right? Because there's lobbyists saying, we want you to approve this system. And we're kind of like, well, should we look more broadly at the duration? So the question is, like, in some cases, they will pulsate continuously the whole braking event versus pulsate for like 1.2 seconds and then go steady state. But also there will be a lockout period where it cannot pulsate again for 5 seconds. So what if you tap your brakes and then you have a hard brake? So there's a lot of interesting combinations that we'd really like to look at. It remains to be seen. I would say I like working with my MnDOT partners a lot after going through this NHTSA process, but they definitely have, there's far more political things that are interfering with some of those research questions. And I've been warned that we'll get Freedom of Information Act requests almost immediately. So it's going to be an interesting ride. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. I will definitely look at, there tends to be some flashing rates that are more prone to inducing seizure of people with epilepsy, but like you say, you can't always predict, so it's definitely a challenge, yeah. Yeah.
With the dotted line, the J turn, is there any concern for people who just want to turn right and continue going, that you're kind of guiding them into that left turn?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we haven't finished analyzing our data, but we did include some other types of maneuvers, and one of them did include just going right, and they weren't supposed to go into that left lane. So we'll look at that. I haven't plotted that out because we just literally wrapped this data yesterday. But we are going to look at that. It's a great point. We were also curious about what if you're just going straight, you're on the main line road and you see that dashed line, is there any risks? We have some other places where they cross that as well. So we'll be able to see, are there any unexpected lane changes to that? Yeah, it's a good question. Good concern. Yeah.
Related, have you looked at any signing solutions?
For that? Yeah, so it's a little bit rolled in together, but we have a more kind of a complicated but a fishhook design that we have in our treatment group to try to better prepare them that they're approaching a J turn. The other piece is that under the MUTCD, in that J turn, they want a straight arrow as you're coming. You go up the deceleration lane and you're going to make that U-turn and you need to head back. They want that to now be a straight arrow, but the challenge is that there are a number of like kind of county lanes, I should say, where the engineers kind of made some deals with local farmers, that there's like a country lane that they've been using, and they'll align the end of the J-turn with that country lane. So if you have the straight arrow and you're coming out of that J-turn, you may see that it says County Road 24 this way, but that's a country lane. You actually need to go over there to get to County Road 24. Does that make sense? So we included that, and we did find we see more navigational errors when we don't use that U-turn in the deceleration lane to remind them they need to go back to get to the county road. So some other things like that we're looking at. So multiple components to that study. Yeah.
Nicole, we did have luck in getting the fishhook arrow into Minnesota.
Oh, good. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Well, now we'll have some data to back up that that was a good decision. So that's great. Yeah.
So I have some family members and they were telling me they don't make the J-turns because it's difficult to move over 2 lanes in that short of space. And I was having trouble understanding it, but they would just enter the first lane like your picture showed and then try to merge over. And I was telling them, no, just go straight across. Drive straight across. But it made me think, is there a education video that MnDOT has produced that?
Drivers that they teach you to cross one lane or
yeah, I know. I'm just saying, I couldn't understand why she.
Yeah.
This person did
issue there was that, by law, you're supposed to own.
I know.
So a couple years ago, we actually were successful in getting that statute changed, that, or that particular, I think it's referenced as a reduced conflict intersection, in the law, but you can drive across those lanes and turn right, but the public doesn't know what's in. So I think you're talking about, you know, do we need to do a better job of education and I said it.
Yeah, take that. Then I have one other question.
Yeah.
That it is maybe sort of random, you didn't bring it up, but are you doing any research related to lane filtering or lane splitting? I believe those 2 terms.
So yes, yes and no. So in my work with MnCrash, it has not been in there, right? So there's a lot of kind of pressure and questions coming in from the press and the legislature about lane splitting. So the most I can do at this point is we have come up with the design changes and it will go into MnCrash, and police will be able to document when there is a crash that involves lane splitting. And they'll be able to go back and amend crashes this year that involved lane splitting, but they didn't have the option. And so we'll try to do some education to officers that they can amend if they did have some lane splitting things. I don't have much more else than that, except, you know, thoughts and prayers to the motorcyclists out there. Yeah.
I guess related to that, the research idea that e-bikes become more on Jerry's path. Feels like a human factors opportunity for research. Because League of Minnesota Cities and others are saying just force licensure requirements, registration. But it's not getting at it's like your crash reporting examples. The problem is not the fact that somebody's not doing the thing you think they should be doing. It's that it's not designed in a way that's intuitively guiding them to better behavior, more efficient behavior, better result.
Yeah, that's great. I would love to do more work on e-bikes. I think, I sort of really thought when we looked at what was happening in China, where like every family had an e-bike, that crest was going to kind of crash into the US, and it hasn't quite arrived as the way I expected it. But I think we're still going to have more and more e-bikes and a lot of research questions that I'd love to dig into there. We've had one study involving e-bikes and e-scooters through the National Science Foundation, each of those, but would love to do more. And I did promise someone that I would write a book chapter on e-scooters by the end of this month. So if you don't hear from me for a bit, it's because I have to cash the check. Yeah. Nice. That's great. That's great. I'll get you in just 1 second. I do want to jump back to the J-turn question. So one caveat I want to say about this is that I was showing a compact J-turn. There are what we call extended J-turns. And so sort of due to the geography or the original, some of the earlier designs of these, back when we were calling them R-cuts and then RCI, then back to R-cuts and now we're to J-turn. But the deceleration lane is actually a bit down. And so there are some of them where that is the appropriate, that you turn first into the right lane and you change lanes. So I think there is a bit of a consistency problem. Most, I think nearly all of them that MnDOT is rolling out these days are the compact design. I think certainly educating people that that's okay, that you should go. But I always feel like education should be kind of our last resort, because you just can't catch people, you can't get them to remember. And so what I like about, hopefully we can get enough evidence that that dashed line, it catches everybody. If you're there, you see it, and you don't, it's like a nudge, just kind of helps them get over there. And so that's my hope. But then I think we would want to follow up with research or with education. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a really good question. So, we find that without the marking, yielding is pretty low. And, we even have some case studies where we were studying a site and through kind of miscommunications or forgetting at the city that site, the crosswalk marking got pulled and we were like, oh no. And then we continued to collect data and then we would just kind of stop altogether because we couldn't get across. Like we had one on Maryland Avenue in particular that the yielding went down to like 5% of drivers stopping for us and we just abandoned. And so I think on certain types of roadways, the crosswalk provides a really important visual cue to just remind drivers to expect pedestrians. There also is an education piece. We find drivers don't universally understand that a crosswalk is a crosswalk and it doesn't need a marking. So I think with that, also people don't always really understand the law. So people will tell me, oh yeah, I know that it's the law in St. Paul that you have to stop for pedestrians. Well, honey, it's a state law. But, it sort of goes in hand that St. Paul uses a lot of the Armor-6 signs that reminds them of the law, even though it says state law, it reinforces that that's a thing in St. Paul. And they do have some level of enforcement of that, but Minneapolis doesn't enforce that law at all. And they don't reinforce it through signage. So, there's a lot there, but I think there's some places where it might be riskier to add a crosswalk, depending on the number of lanes and the speed of the roadway. And in some cases you could be making pedestrians safer. So I really defer that to my city partners who know those like matrices tables better than I do. Yeah. That's true. Yeah. Like an RRFB, that's correct. That's correct. Yeah. I think there are some probably even limits though, where, you know, that's a tough thing to say to a community, but like, you don't want to cross this road by foot. And so there's a limit, but yes, crosswalk marking alone, you often need other things to go along with it. And that's expensive. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, we can't treat every single crosswalk to the community members' expectations. So it's a tough conversation, I think, for communities to have. This has been fun.
Yes, thank you for joining us. And so now, just like Brian earlier with lunch, I stand in the way of you and happy hour. So I will keep these comments short. I want to just thank everyone for coming to the symposium today. It really is a great event to really pull together research practitioners and kind of blend that full scale of what we do as transportational professionals, looking at data collection, looking at analysis, looking at safety, and really blending all of those into complete streets and transportation solutions that we can implement into the communities throughout the state of Minnesota. So I really appreciated seeing agencies from Rochester driving up, different locations throughout the state coming to this symposium. We'll try again in a year and a half, 2 years to get some more from North Dakota and South Dakota as well, as we did 2 years ago. But again, thank you everyone for attending. Keep an eye out for NCITE's annual meeting registration and other upcoming NCIT events as well. For happy hour, we don't have a specifically reserved space at Stub and Herbs, but close by bar, I'm sure we can find a spot in there and hopefully continue some of the conversations we've had today. So thank you all.